we're just talking about a
scientific.
circle
When I
around
told you to prove it scientifically, you said it's not science.
Dude,
Wow.
when we measure a surface, does that utilize the scientific method?
Yes, it is.
No, it doesn't follow the scientific method, dude.
Yes, it is.
Right, when I measure my height, dude, when I measure my height, am I doing science?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what's the scientific method?
No.
Measuring.
No,
It's a measure.
no, I want you to tell
You're
me
using
the
numbers.
scientific method.
You're basically using numbers. If you count your fingers.
Excuse me, hold on. I would like you to tell me what you think the scientific method is.
Well, there's a scientific method to measure that that you can see that you can prove that something is on its real shape.
Yeah, that's
when
geometry.
we talk about shape, we are talking about topology.
Yeah, geometry.
Exactly, it's science.
Yeah, that doesn't follow the scientific method. The scientific method is based on, first, the observation of a physical, natural phenomena. Second step is to make a prediction of what causes that physical, natural phenomena. That prediction will be called your hypothesis. It contains both the dependent variable, the observed phenomena, and the independent variable, your presumed cause. You can then go forward and test this hypothesis in an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it makes the thing happen or not. That's the scientific method. Now, when I try and utilize that for measuring a shape, is that utilizing the scientific method? A carpenter's now utilizing the scientific method. A shoemaker's utilizing the scientific method when they measure a length.
All right. So when we talk about shape and we are talking about science, all right, we are saying that we are measuring the Earth. Fine. We are saying that we are measuring the Earth to find out if it's curved or horizontal or flat.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, we are using numbers.
Yeah, but
these numbers, isn't it used in other science?
Hold on.
Despite measuring and proving that Earth is flat or curved.
What's the point? Maths a language, you can use it alongside many other disciplines. Science is a very specific, particular animal. I've told you what the scientific method is, and I'm just trying to help you understand that we're not going to be using this particular methodology when we're going to measure a deviation or a rate of change of slope. Or geometry. As you're pointing out, we're going to use math, numbers, observation, measurement. But strictly speaking, this doesn't follow 1, 2, 3, 4 steps of the scientific method. So if it doesn't follow the scientific method, it can't be science.
That's interesting. I have never talked about this actually with anyone. I have never thought that I can talk about this with anyone.
Okay. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes, of course.
Cool. So you know what a protractor is? A geometry to measure interior or angles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Mathematically and geometrically speaking, for a triangle to exist, it must have straight lines, the vertices, and the interior angles together must reach 180 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have I said any science here?
It's facts.
Have I said any science here, or am I just explaining geometry?
You're saying it's geometry.
Yes, just geometry. There was nothing here apart from observing. I looked at it, all right, and measured it. Apart from that, no science here, dude. Didn't formalize a hypothesis. I'm not predicting causes. Right, I'm not trying to see if my prediction makes it happen or not. Geometry, right, shapes, different animal, my friend. So if we want to figure out the shape of an object, we're going to observe the object and we're going to measure the object. We're not, strictly speaking, doing science here.
Right, so let's use the same argument and say that triangle is not a triangle. 1 + 1 is not equal, doesn't equal 2. Prove that. Not scientifically.
What?
It's a fact.
It's a mathematical
Can you see
logical proof. It's not science, though. Like, we must understand, like, when you say one and one, right, these aren't physical natural phenomena. Science deals with physical natural phenomena in the real world, out there in nature. Math, that's a language.
Oh, sorry, I went off for a while. I'm sorry. Okay. So we were. Oh yeah, flat Earth. So I'll ask you a question actually. When a ship sails away, why does the bottom disappear before the top?
Good question.
Does it? Have you
Isn't
seen
it?
that?
Yes, I see that.
Of course.
Everyone see that.
Not always and not all the time.
It's all the time.
No, it's not all the time. Sometimes
Well, let's
because of
take
the
in the
atmosphere.
in the natural, regular, best
Sometimes.
weather conditions, and you
Sometimes.
can see as far as you can.
Like,
Right?
with your eyes. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, what happens when I get a telescope out or high-powered zoom camera or binoculars?
The same way.
Really? Well,
Yes, it is.
eventually, or can I not see it because it's gone over some kind of curve? What I'm trying to point out to you is that when we get technology out, the thing that we see again, like the boat that looks like it's gone beyond the horizon. But when we get the technology out, there's the boat again, and the horizon's behind the boat once more.
All right. So climb a tall building or a mountain
Yeah.
from the same point that you are looking at a very far flat area or point.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you see more when you climb the same
You
building
do see more
at the
when you
same
climb
point?
higher. What are you talking about?
All right, so let's take that aside. I will ask you a question. Why does the sun set earlier in a place east in people in the east, and it will be dark in the other side of the earth?
Because the sun moved.
No, if the
Yeah.
earth flat,
Yeah.
if the
The
earth flat, so
sun
it's
moved.
like a lamp. It's like a lamp.
It's like a light that moves.
Sorry?
Would you agree that the sun that we see in the sky moves throughout the day?
We are moving.
No. Your observation of the sky, you're asking me to explain. I'm pointing out what we observe.
Okay.
So do we observe the sun move across the sky?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do we observe the sun move across the sky?
I don't think so.
You don't think that we see the sun in the morning on one horizon and then throughout the day maybe go over our heads and then downwards in the evening towards the other horizon? You don't.
Yeah.
You disagree with this?
No.
Right. So we do see the sun move across the sky then?
I'm sorry, my connection is very bad. Say again.
So we do see the sun move across the sky then?
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool. So you're asking me why it's got dark
Mhm.
nighttime because the sun moved away.
No, no,
Yeah, that's what we
this
observe.
is not the point. No, this is not the point
Really?
because we are moving, we are
Hold
moving,
on.
and
Hold on.
if the
Hold
Earth
on.
is
Hold
flat,
on.
if the Earth is a
Please.
flat,
Hold on. Please. I don't want to be rude, but you're asking me to explain as a flat earther, right? What you're
yeah, of
doing
course.
is you're telling me the story about a globe. I know the story about the globe. I don't need you to tell me unless you want to defend it. And that would be giving evidence for the things that you're saying. I know the story, dude. I know the earth is said to be spinning day and night because the sun is only illuminating 50% of the sphere at any one time. I get
Mhm.
that. I know the story. I'll ask you for proof of it, though, if you keep telling me it. You're asking me from a flat earth point of view. I'm telling you because the sun moved.
Okay.
Every time I speak, my friend, you
Oh,
don't have to defend
wait,
sphere belief, okay?
wait. All right. So during a lunar escape, I'm sorry.
Lunar eclipse?
Yeah,
Yeah.
during the lunar eclipse,
Mm-hmm.
what shape is the Earth shadow on the moon? Isn't it
Right.
curved? It's a circle.
Hold on.
It's obvious
Hold on.
circle,
Hold on.
actually.
Slow down. Slow
I'm
down.
sorry. I'm so
It's
sorry. Yeah.
okay. Are you saying, because of your story, what you believe, that that is the Earth's shadow on the moon?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is the moon flat?
No, it's not.
Okay. So if we have a curved surface, you would agree that shadows would be distorted because of that curved surface.
Well, it's might.
No,
Depends.
it will because the surface is distorted, which consequently would distort the
Uh,
shadow that's cast onto it by an object. So simply, if you get a light, a flashlight or a torch, and a ball, and you shine the shadow at your wall, it will cast a perfectly round shadow. Okay, cool. Now
mhm.
try and do the same thing on another ball, a curved surface. You'll notice that over time, if you try to recreate the passing of the supposed Earth shadow across the moon, the shadow is continually distorting because its path over that curved surface, it looks like an S. So if it was a curved surface, then the shadow would constantly be distorting because of that curved surface. Right?
Right.
Cool. I don't know what causes lunar eclipse, but it appears to me that your excuse failed demonstrable recreations. I can't make that happen. No one can.
JD, can I
Right.
ask?
That was interesting, actually. I never talked about this
Yeah, no
topic.
worries, dude. It's fine.
Yeah.
Lots of things in this subject that many people have never come across before. But when you sit down and you think about it, it's interesting because there's lots of what we call foregone conclusions. We think this is the case because this is what we've been told. But when we try and look and test these things that we've been claimed, we don't necessarily find the things that are claimed. One, shadows on curved surfaces representing a true shape of the earth. That's not going to happen.
Mhm.
JD, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man, of course you can.
What you believe that what's make you believe that the Earth is flat?
Water being horizontal on the surface at any and all distances. The way the earth is measured. It measures to be flat. It looks flat, and we actually use it as flat. Right? When we build on it, when we aviate, that's fly across it. When we navigate, when we do practical things on the earth, the practical implication of the thing that we're using is it's horizontal and that it's stationary.
Yeah, it's
So
Why we can't see the other part of our planet?
because the other part of the surface of the earth is too far away for you to see.
that's fair.
It didn't convince me, brother.
Sorry. Does that mountain over there look really small on the horizon? The things far away from you look smaller than when you're next to them.
Yeah.
Like the building that you're living in, it's huge, it's all around you. But the ones down the street, they look smaller. So if you're asking, why can't we see other countries thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away? It's because to your eye and an optic, they're too far away, they're too small. And then we have the compounding issue. All of the air that we're breathing, eventually the light that we're hoping is going to reflect off that thing that we see it is going to diminish through the atmosphere. It's why we can't see down to the bottom of the ocean at midday, right? Even though the sun's out, the light can't penetrate the medium of water. Same thing with gases and air. At distance, the light diminishes. That's why that green hill that's over there looks small and bluer. It's so obvious, guys, right? Things are too far away for you to see.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, thank you, G.
Yeah, no worries. Any other questions? It's not just me, there's lots of them. Feel free, guys. Feel free.
Jedi.
Yellow.
I agree with you, but you should learn something on our book, Quran, because I'm Muslim, by the way,
Mhm.
and in Quran we have a lot of things that agree with your opinion.
Okay. There are many religious books that agree with this opinion, right? The Quran, the Bible, other texts from the Hindus, Vedics. Lots of early cosmologies had a flat stationary Earth underneath the cosmos. Yeah, so I'm not surprised the Quran says it.
What do you mean by cosmos?
Sun, moon, stars, the sky, the black bit with all the lights in it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right, guys, I've got to dip out for 10, 15 minutes, but I will be back and it's been a pleasure.
See you.
Peace.
May I ask a question?
Go for it.
Do you guys consider yourself to be a feminist?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more
No.
time?
Do you guys consider yourself to be a feminist? I'm sorry, I just want to understand the psychology of you guys.
Well, we would only be able to speak for, ourselves individually, but I'm going to go ahead and say no for myself. And I can't really imagine much to the many more people saying yes. I mean, what is feminist actually? Feminist.
Somebody who believes that both the genders are equal
Nope.
and
Oh,
believes
no.
women are oppressed in today's age.
Oh, I think there's equal oppression either side. I think they're both doing good. But no.
So,
We're not equal. You ask a man, you don't ask a woman.
One at a time, one at a time.
is anyone feminist here? And those who are not, Can you please tell me?
My friend.
I do appreciate open questions. 24/7 flat Earth, we usually try to keep everything on topic. If you want to ask a question, there's something that some people might want to answer, but I don't necessarily think that this is the topic for discussion in this room. It's a very diverse subject as well. The flat Earth is also, and I don't want us all to fight over different things from different points of view. So maybe the feminist question could be asked in the side chat.
Yes, yes. Because this is a flat Earth set.
Agreed.
Feminist.
Yeah, that was weird.
Feminist.
What about that 24-hour flat stationary Earth? Any more? Whoever was jumping in with the person that was asking the last question, you can go ahead and ask your question now if you want, if you had one. If it's related to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, if you wanna give us some more explanation, that's good. Okay, guys, goodbye. I have some work to do. See you later.
Hello, can I ask a question?
If it's regarding the topic of the room, yes.
Yes, you can ask a question. Go right ahead about the topic of the VC.
Okay. So, I entered this room by accident, and can anyone explain what this room for to me?
Well, this room is about a discussion about the nature of the world that we found ourselves in. And these days, this modern day, a lot of people believe that the Earth is a spinning globe. Have you ever seen the globe in the TV? The globe? The Earth globe?
Oh, I see. So we have a topic, specific topic for our room, right?
There's many, it's like a big tree, and there's many branches and many leaves. The foundation is about the shape of the earth or the lack of the shape, because some people claim that they know the shape of the earth, but in reality uh, nobody knows.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I agree with you. Okay, thank you. So I would like to listen to you guys with your
You're breathing
um
hard and the other hot micing. Check your mic or your mute button.
which button?
Oh, that wasn't.
Oh,
I'm
the
pretty sure that
mute
wasn't you.
button.
Oh, that was
Okay.
I think that was Finn.
Mike's perfect, mate, and it's muted.
Mute button. Okay.
So 51, what do you think? Have you considered or questioned the idea has been given to almost everyone about the shape of the Earth? Have you ever thought about that?
Oh, you mean me, right?
Yes, you.
51. Oh,
51H.
oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Could you pardon your question again?
Yeah, have you ever thought, have you ever consider or think about this topic about questioning or talking about this topic about questioning the shape of the Earth and what was presented to you about the shape of the Earth?
Oh, yeah. I think the most funniest thing is that, to be honest, I never considered it seriously before I entered this room, and you guys explained the topic to me, because when I back to my middle school, in our geography book, we always said that the earth, the shape of the earth is like a ball, but it's a little bit squash. It was a little bit squash. So I always take it for granted and never consider it very seriously. Yeah. So saying this, how do we try to figure out, like, do we have any methods to measure the shape of the earth?
Sure. There's many advanced methods like laser test. Lasers that shoot straight light. And there's also simple ways of doing it, like looking across a long distance across a surface of water. And when the globe is in question, the thing that was presented to everyone, the globe is a specific geometry. So those numbers, like the radius of a sphere, the radius
Yeah.
curving to a certain rate, so that sphere will be if you're looking across the surface of the sphere, it will be dropping away from you, right? A specific rate.
Yeah.
So that can be tested across the surface of the Earth. So come to find out, when people put the numbers to the test, the numbers of the globe, and did tests like laser tests, long distance observations, and measuring the land itself and the waters across, come to find out that there is no curvature that is related to the globe in question. When you go to so you've seen the globe on paper, right? In the TV, right? You've seen the globe there.
Yeah.
You've seen the
Hello.
drawings, you've seen the cartoons, and that's they told you this is where you live, in this globe. But then when you close the book and turn off the TV, and then you go outside and you look for the globe, it's not there. It's not out there. Nowhere to be found. It's not the Earth is not curving. So it's
Yeah.
not a globe.
Yeah.
Pretty simple though. I'm trying to give it to you as simple as possible.
So I just wondering, like, how do you guys like think about this kind of so interesting, and like we always like I just ignore this kind of topic, but how do you guys come up to this kind of questions? Like, do you have like a geography background or something related to it?
Well, in here, there's people with many different backgrounds, all across the plane of existence. There's people in here from many countries. So backgrounds, all of the backgrounds are in here. All of them, you can say.
Yeah.
You're asking about if you're asking about backgrounds, just in Brazil, they say there's like 30% of flat earthers. So that's millions of people. Within millions of people, you probably can find maybe all the backgrounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, in
Yeah,
here you're
I
gonna
see.
find engineers, people that know about computers, people that know about all sorts of things. Whatever you think about pilots, military people, people that have their own businesses. There's millionaires in here, all kinds of people.
Yeah, from different countries, different cultures, and
Yes.
even different career. Oh no, sorry. Maybe it's like different fields.
Yeah, different fields. Yeah, and
Yeah.
and just to let you know, about when you join and people say specific. If you have a question, let's keep it specific about the BC. The conclusion about the shape of the earth or the lack of the shape, because when we tell you that the earth is not curving, we're just letting you know that that's the surface that we travel across and we live across. That surface is not curving to be a sphere, but that is not a claim of a shape. Me or anybody in here that I know of, nobody's making a claim that we know the shape of the earth. We're just telling you that it's not curving, so it cannot be a sphere.
Yeah.
So the globe that you learn, and I learned as well, I first saw in a book, because I saw it in a book the first time. That image that I saw, that they told me I lived in that thing, is false. It's an impossibility. It's not possible. It doesn't exist in reality. In reference to the earth, it's a misrepresentation of the earth and the waters and how nature works and reality works.
Mhm.
A misrepresentation of the world.
Hmm. Yeah, that's quite interesting. So
And
like,
even if you look at we spoke about cultures, right? You maybe look I don't know where you're from, right? But look at your ancestors and many civilizations across the world, all across the world. They all, I mean, most of them knew that the Earth wasn't a globe. If you look history.
yeah, I think like in our culture, uh, I'm from China, and in our history, first our ancestor considered the the earth like a very flat cheat cheese board, and then like the Colombia, I think after the Colombia, from Western countries for us, they said that the earth is like a, a round ball.
Yeah, and the idea was adopted by schooling system,
Yeah, yeah.
and then it was taught by your teacher. Your teacher told you. Your teacher wasn't lying to you. Your teacher was teaching you what she believed, and she was told, tell you, teach you.
Yeah, yeah.
But she
I
never
think
verified it. Think about it. Do you think your teacher went out there and measured the earth and checked? Oh, it is a ball. Oh no, it's not a ball. Do you think your teacher did that?
no, not really. They were taught by their teachers, like so, like
Yeah.
yeah. So generations by generation is like this. But I have a
But
like
like you said, your ancestors and my ancestors, they knew and they have similar cosmologies. Even though I'm from the other side of the world, I'm from the Caribbean, and people say
Yeah.
I'm Mexican. You can look at the Aztecs and you can look at the Mayans. You can see that their cosmologies and the cosmologies of the many cultures in the Americas from, they weren't
Yeah.
globe earthers. They didn't believe in the globe. They knew better.
Yeah. So, but what if like we take plane or we went to the out planet? What will happen?
You're asking a question that what about going to other planets? Is that what you're asking?
Like if we look to the whole planet from the outside space,
That's a
what?
place that doesn't exist the way you were told it exists. So let's picture this. Picture it in your mind. You're saying if we go away from the Earth and then we
Yeah.
look back, what are we seeing? What are we gonna see when we look back? The issue is that you cannot leave the Earth. So you cannot be from a point, a perspective that you're gonna be able to see the whole of the Earth, like from a God's eye view, and see the shape of it. Nobody has that ability.
So you mean the photos that we saw from like whether America or from China,
The
they did.
NASA and those are misrepresentations. Those are okay. So it's photograph, right? You can open your camera of your phone and you can take a photo or a video of your cat, right, or your dog,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and that will be a photograph. But then you can also take an image, a photograph, and manipulate it and make your dog speak Spanish or Chinese. But you know, dogs don't speak Chinese or Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can make
Yeah.
your dog like dance La Macarena, and you can make your dog like work in the computer and do trading, and you can have a dog, a video of a dog driving a car, right, and doing the stop sign and going on the green light. You can do that in video, right?
Yeah, I see. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So
Yeah.
so I think it's funny.
So they did
Like
that. What I'm telling you about your dog, they did that with the Earth. They created a fantasy version, a misrepresentation of the
yeah.
Earth,
So
and then they showed it to you, and they say, "Look, this is the Earth. Believe it, because I say so."
yeah. So like this is the. I think this is the very this is the maybe the first time that America and China and also like other countries reach an agreement for the first time. So
Not
I
really though.
think
There is many agreements between the nations. China and America, they do a lot of business. China do business with many countries, and the agreeing about this specific topic about the shape of the Earth, that will come from a very few people at the top, because that imagery that you're getting, 1.3 billion people in China, they just looking at an image that one guy drew in a computer. And since that guy is an authority, and in China and in the Americas, we kind of like believe whatever the authority says. So if the authority shows us a picture and the authority says that that's the picture of the Earth, then we just believe it. That's it. No questions asked. But then there's some people out there that say, hey, let me take a look at this picture. Okay, you're saying this is the Earth. Let me go measure it. And come to find out, when people put that picture to the test, it's nowhere to be found in reality. not there. It's not out there in reality. That idea of the globe that the Earth is curving and spinning in the vacuum of space is not real.
Yeah, I
Because the
know.
reality is that the Earth is not curving and it's not spinning in motion like they tell you. You know, like the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, like they say.
I have
That's
another question. I'm not doubt I'm not doubt on you, right? But I just curious that why they cost a lot to lie to all the people, and what's the benefit of editing this kind of photos from out of the space?
well, at the root cause that why do liars and deceivers deceive and lie and scam? There could be a billion different reasons, right? We can speculate about, because I cannot go into their minds and tell you this is why they're doing it. So what I'm gonna tell you, it might be based on some speculation, but you know that if you convince people to believe in absurdities, you can convince them commit atrocities. So if you control someone, if someone can control another person's belief, I mean they're holding some power over them, right? Or no?
Oh,
What do you think?
yeah. So this is like kind of showcase of authority or power. That's it.
It's there, but it goes beyond that because, for my opinion, there's evil in the world. It's. I mean, I wouldn't say that's it, like you just said. No, I wouldn't say that's it. There's way more, but a real reason, I don't know. We're gonna have to get on our knees, pray to God to get the answers because I cannot be in their minds. Only speculating about reason. But when we see their actions and we see how scammier they are, liars, deceivers, killers, wage war against their neighbors and kill children, these people in power do this. We know many of theirs are freaking monsters. They will cheat, steal, destroy if they have to. And if they can just convince you to believe in a absurdity, then they might convince you to commit atrocities. And you will just do it because the authority knows better than you, right? But that's not the truth. You know
Oh,
better.
does it bother you to be a minority of this knowledge?
No, we're smarter than
Well,
most people.
go ahead.
Oh,
Imagine being the minority. In the minority, you kind of like are not being scammed in this, at least in this topic. I mean, you are in the correct side. Even if you're the
oh,
minority, you're in the correct side.
yeah,
I mean, at the least you know a little better. At least you know that cartoon that you saw in the book, you're not standing on that cartoon. At least you know that. But the other guy or girl next to you, your classmates, believe in their minds and picture themselves walking and running around a sphere. And they
I
might buy insurance they might buy the next week they're gonna be looking at the TV, and in the TV they're gonna say, "Hey, we got this new asteroid insurance," and they're gonna, "Hey,
yeah,
we live in a globe. We need asteroid insurance," and they're gonna pay for the insurance even though it's a scam.
yeah. So
You're not. You're gonna save your money because you know that asteroid is not coming.
yeah. When did you first figure out this belief or this knowledge?
You're asking me when?
Yeah, like I think that you will have like taught you have to be taught to like when you have in your middle school or in your uh uh, in your middle school, maybe your teacher told me that the shape of the earth is like a round ball. And when did you like first find that that's not true?
So I'm gonna start with the first part. The first time I heard about flat Earth was my history teacher reading the history book that had an image of the globe and also was speaking about Christopher Columbus. You know that guy, Christopher Columbus? He went from Spain across the Atlantic Ocean and made it to the Americas. And they say he made it to the Americas, proving the globe and disproving the flat Earth. That's what they told me in school when I was in fourth grade. And then I
Oh.
kind of like believed it, and I saw it in the. Is someone hot micing? What's happening?
Maybe it's a prank. She wants me to come and get her.
CPA, can you mute your mic though? Because you're feeding noise into the conversation. CPA? Thank you. So, that's what they told me. I was reading from the book, and I learned from the book. This is the story. And though when Christopher Columbus made it to the Americas, there was already 100 million people here in the Americas, so he didn't discover anything, right? There was people here already. But anyways, eventually, I grew up, I turned older, and I learned about different topics like health and other topics. I knew there was a bunch of scams across the world, many different things. I knew that the government was fishy in many topics. But then eventually, 2016, around there, I was looking through some information about health topics and other stuff. And then I came across some people questioning the shape of the earth and having that conversation. And then I looked through the information like laser tests, long distance observations, measurements of foundations of buildings and how we level. You know how you level each brick in your house to be able to make the house level horizontal. So when you put the water on the table, the water doesn't spill. And when you put the TV on the wall, the TV is horizontal and it's not like crooked to the side. So when I came to see these things, I realized that the globe was a complete lie. And I looked back into history and I saw, like we spoke about, our ancestors knew better, and that the globe was just a fabricated fantasy scam of the modern world. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, very clearly. Thank you. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So like this is a very you have been through a very logical provement process, I think.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I'm not any expert or anything. There's many people in here that know about many topics. I'm just trying to keep it simple for you, so you kind of like see, and you're really receptive. So I appreciate you having the conversation, because it's refreshing when people can be kind of like you and have a back and forth and be respectful like you are. So your parents should be proud of you, because you're a good, pleasant person to speak to.
Oh, thank you. Like you're welcome. Like I think maybe maybe my belief before is very stark, and it cannot be changed at once. But I do respect and appreciate others others thoughts, especially those not common, those that like different from our common sense. I think they're very precious. So I
Yeah,
do, yeah, I do
don't
respect
don't
that.
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong though. I'm not trying to convince you of anything, okay? I'm only telling you from my perspective, my experience, and things that you can actually check for yourself. I'm not selling you an idea like the globe that you cannot verify, test, or check. You cannot go to outer space. You cannot see the globe anywhere. In reality, you cannot verify that, right? But what you can
Yeah,
actually do is falsify it by yourself, and then you can convince yourself, not me, you. So this is on you, not me.
yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I mean that I know that you are not trying to selling your beliefs. So I don't feel like sometimes like you others like try to convince you, you will feel that very offensive, right? But I think like we just have a very open-minded conversation, and you can have your beliefs and I can have mine. So basically we are just people sharing each other's views.
Yeah, I agree with you. The only key point is the acknowledgement of reality is not a belief. It's an acknowledgement of truth. So when I tell you the earth is not a globe, that's not a belief.
So is what is a
It
attitude or is a knowledge?
it is realization. When you realize that the earth is not a globe after you believed it, then you stop believing, because once you acknowledge reality for what it is and accept the world for the way that it presents itself to be, my opinion or your opinion or my belief or your belief is not going to change reality. So reality is what it is, doesn't matter our belief. So even if you and I have different beliefs apart from what the world is, the world doesn't change. It is what it is. So once we come to our senses and we go and walk the walk, go step by step and check the world, you come to acknowledge what it is, and that's it. The world is what it is, and there's no belief involved in it. I mean, there's belief in many other things, but that there is certain foundations of this world, and
Yeah.
that the globe thing, the actual globe idea, when you think about it, is an impossibility. It's an abomination. It's a fantasy that the only way that it can be presented to you is by a drawing, a cartoon, a movie that is fantasy, fiction, not real. Right?
Yeah, I
Once you
know.
realize
Like
that, it's
we
like a
can.
bad idea that you can just get out of your mind and throw it through the trash, and that's it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I'm trying like you're saying that this information, it cannot be changed by people's thoughts, whether people think of it. It is just be there. So
Yeah, it's
that's
not
what you mean.
hidden. It's not hidden. It's out there. It's right in front of your face. You just have to have the eyes to see and the mind to be able to process the information and acknowledge it.
Yeah.
And also, you have to come back to your senses, because the globe, because earlier you mentioned senses, common sense, and the globe is contrary to your God-given senses. They tell you that the earth is curving, contrary to what we observe with our vision. Don't observe the earth curving. Also, the Earth is not in motion like the globe claims, so it is contrary. We don't sense the Earth in motion, so it goes against our senses. So it's nonsense by definition. So just by common sense, you can come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a spinning globe. And then you can go beyond your senses and devise devices like lasers or infrared opticals, and you can look and measure beyond the limitations of the claim of the globe. Because earlier, the first point that we spoke about was the globe has a specific diameter, a specific radius, and it will have to conform to a specific drop rate. And once you don't observe the curvature and measure that the curvature is not there, that's it. Pretty simple. You don't see it, the curvature, and you don't measure the curvature. What you actually measure is not curving; it's horizontal, it's flat, level. So that's it. There's no globe right there. Even though we can destroy the globe has many problems that we can talk about, like the motion, the spin of it. We can destroy that. You can also, just by inhaling air, just by you breathing air, you debunk a globe that they show you. Because the world that we're in, I mean, for my opinion, for what I comprehend about the laws of nature, is that it will require some type of contained environment, right? Some type of container, because the gas pressure would go away from your lungs if there was no pressure out there. This pressure that you breathe in, when you expand the volume of your lungs, when you breathe air and you open your lungs with your muscles, and that volume of your lungs opens up, the pressure of gases around you rushes towards your lungs so you can breathe, right? You get that?
Yeah.
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 That will be not the case if this place was in some type of contained environment. Like if it was the globe, like they tell you, the gases will be rushing away from your lungs violently, and there'll be no you and I having this conversation, because we will need air to be able to speak and say words, and we wouldn't have that.
Okay. So, if you want
That's one of the advanced. I think that's one of the advances. But go ahead. You were gonna say something.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So, I'm wondering that if you want to have a 3D print of our of the Earth, what will design your model, your 3D print model? And here's another question. I'm just curious about, based on your information, how would you explain that? Why, when we take a flight, why, from Europe to American, is shorter than America to China?
Okay, on the first one about the model, though, you will find many models across the world from many different perspectives, many different cultures. You're gonna see the Mayans, the Hebrews, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Muslims. You're gonna see models of the world out across the world, and they are kind of similar, but you're gonna come to find out that nobody. It's not like the same everywhere. So that kind of points out to me that we lack the frame of reference, or we lack the complete information to construct a model that will give us the whole of this construct or this reality. Because we're not God. We're not looking at this place from outside. If you have a God eye view from the, let's say you constructed uh, building or this construct, and you're on the outside of it, and you look into it, and you know how you made it, then you might be able, hey, I'm gonna make a model of that construct that I made. But we lack a bunch of variables to be able to construct a precise model of it. You know what I'm saying?
So you were saying that you don't know either.
I don't know the specifics of the whole of the reality. I don't know the extent of it, how big it is, how high is the ceiling, how deep I can go, how far I can go. I don't know how far is the sun. There's a lot of unknowns, a lot of wonders that I can admit myself. I'll be honest and tell you, know those things. But then there's men that even though they don't know, as like you and I, they will lie and tell you that they do know, and they will tell you this is the shape of the earth, or this is how far you can go, and they will give you this. That's why, like I was trying to tell you, across the world in different cultures, millions of people, dozens or hundreds of different cultures, they all have different, similar, but kind of like everything looks different. They all have different ideas about the construct of the cosmology of the world. So you can see that even if I make my own cosmology and then show it to you, it's just gonna be one more out of 1,000,000. It's gonna be 1,000,001 cosmology. You know what I'm saying? Get it?
I have to check it. What does that mean, cosmology? Because I don't know this
Okay.
word.
Yeah, check that word. Check it. Cosmology. Yeah.
Cosmology.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That's what we are always talking about.
Exactly. So if I make, let's say I have all my ideas and I put them together on paper and I give you a drawing of my ideas, it's gonna look similar to those, but different at the same time. And then you can have your own ideas and you can draw your own, just like the Mayans, just like the Chinese, just like everybody else. Everybody has their own idea about, because why? Because everyone has certain information, but everyone is missing a bunch of other information that we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know everything, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I
Good
agree
that you
with
got that point.
this sentence. Yeah. I hope
About
that
the herb. Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you were thinking something. I was gonna move on, but if you want to say something about this, go ahead.
Oh, I like I was just like saying I was trying to say that hope you that one day you will like get a lot of get enough knowledge, and uh you can like every time you talk about this topic, you can just show the show a model to others, like what's your mind and what's the truth about the global. I think that's more easier to people to understand, and it's
Get
She
what
more.
you're
thinks
saying.
outer
Yeah.
space is real. She thinks outer space is real, and we have some kind of model floating around.
Yeah, and the thing is though that what she's saying, that she wants to look something visually, like a presentation of the ideas all put together, so she can visualize it and see, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. But the thing is though that, like I said, I will give you my own knowledge and probably add some biases, and then I'm gonna mess it up just like everybody else. There might be someone out there that knows all of the variables, and God told that person, hey, this is how I did it, this is all the schematics, this is all the variables right here, draw it, right? Maybe that person exists, but I don't know him. So it's not me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had a question about airplanes. What was it? Like you can go from China to America?
Yeah, like if I fly to China to America, it took me for about 30 hours. But if I fly from London to America, it just took me. I don't know. I never depart from London. Maybe it's like less than 20 hours. So the distance is different, and
So
so
listen, I get.
yeah.
Go
So
ahead. Go
like
ahead.
if we have a like 3D printers model to show your ideas visualization, uh, at least I can know that in this global, the locations, what's the location of London,
Of the land masses and the
Beijing,
landmarks, you wanna see how the all of the countries are put together.
located.
The
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's many maps out there. No map is accurate because the map is not the terrain, though. So any map that you look at is gonna be distorted. Okay.
Yeah, I think all the maths right now, uh, they are all based on the idea that the global, is uh is a round ball.
Not necessarily though. That's might be the what people think in the background of their minds, but when you spoke about airplanes and when airplanes are designed, they are designed to work. You know the airplane engineer, the one that is constructing the airplane, he knows he's gonna have to test the airplane and that maybe one day his child or his wife or himself are gonna fly somewhere in that airplane. So you better believe that the engineer is gonna design it, that is the airplane that is gonna work practically and safely to go from point A to point B, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when the engineer do that, that he wants to create that machine, that aircraft, they have to assume that the Earth is flat and not in motion. They don't use the globe construct the aircraft or to operate the aircraft, and neither in a war situation to shoot it down. They don't take the globe into account to do anything practical about craft.
I see.
You get it? To construct it, the engineer doesn't take the globe into account. The pilot to fly it from point A to point B to point C never takes into account curvature, movement of the ground. The guy on the ground, the operator, the people in the tower giving instruction to the airplanes. Hey, you're gonna land, go around, and the operators in the towers. Those people never say, hey, you gotta take into account that you're this far away and you have to take the curvature and make sure you land behind the curvature at the other side. Nobody does that when using airplanes. Airplanes go from point A to from airport to airport. They go through corridors. It's like logistics. They want to pick up people here, go over there. So airplanes are never taking the globe into account. You only when you as a passenger, when you're sitting down in your seat and they have the screen in the seat in front of you, you see an image and you see the airplane going on a globe, right? That's what you see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
but that's just a misrepresentation. That's not real. That's not real. When you look out the window, don't see what you see on that screen, that little airplane going on the globe. You don't see that.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Have you ever considered like try to publish a paper to explain this?
There are probably thousands of books about this topic, though. Thousands.
Yeah, yeah, and you can like contribute it also.
I mean, not the paper, because I wouldn't have like the titles behind my name for anybody to take it seriously. But I'm pretty sure there's people out there that probably has the the pedigree to publish a paper about this topic. But what I'm doing is just participating with the communities and talking to people like yourself that deserve our time, because we get a lot of trolls, we get a lot of people that don't have your mindset. They're kind of like because for this you need a timing. You have to be kind of like the right mindset to have the conversation like you're doing it, so we can engage and have like a meeting of our minds, right? So we can talk about this. So
Yeah.
what I do, I'm not gonna publish a paper. I'm just gonna talk to people like you and learn from you. Then keep just doing my thing. But a paper,
Yeah, you will.
not me,
You will
not
talk
me.
about this topic in an unofficial way.
You'll see here like right now. I don't know who's in here because I'm not looking. I'm doing something else at this while I'm speaking to you. But there's engineers in here. There's people that know about many things. So yeah, they could publish something, but to what benefit? I don't really know. I will say the published thing that you probably will find more common out there is just books. There's many books out there, so just search the topic and you'll probably find hundreds of books, if not thousands.
Okay. Okay, so last question, because I have a DDL. I have a deadline
Yeah.
tonight. So
Thank you
I
for your
will
time,
meet
though. Thank you for your
it
time. I
later.
appreciate your time.
Yeah, I have one last question. What do you think of like what if I say to you that I still believe what I was taught? Like what do you feel, and what do you think of me?
Oh, your belief, it's of no consequence, at least for the way I feel, because that's on you though. If you want to believe something, I'm nobody to stop you from doing that. I'm gonna present information. You're gonna look if you're interested, like you're demonstrating that you're kind of interested. If you wanna look at okay, I'm gonna be a little more honest. I haven't presented information. We're just talking. In the text chat, maybe people are.
Yeah.
If you look at the text chat, maybe people are posting things for you to look at. I'm not doing that at the moment. I could do it, but I'm busy. And right now, you're gonna hold to your belief. But if you take your time and look through the laser test, I'll send you an invite to our other server so you can look to all the. There's like so many different examples of different things: long distance observation, laser tests, radar. There's so many different things that you can look at, but it will take you time. This is not something that you're gonna go through tonight or tomorrow. It's gonna take you many hours of your time. If you're really interested, you're the one that is gonna do the not believe the take the step from believing to not believing anymore. That's you. Right now, you still believe it. It's totally fine. No issues with me. We can still be friends.
Yeah. So like I just like sometimes maybe you explain something new to others, and you spend a lot of time to show your logical process, but at last
Yeah.
people still don't believe in you, don't
No,
believe
this
your
topic
thought.
though, it's a little it technically, if you really want to be technical, there's so many examples of numbers, math, measurements. If you really want to go through this, you can become an expert in many topics just by looking to disprove the globe. We're talking, bro, man, sister. We're talking laser tests. We're talking radar. We're talking um infrared. We're talking military grade laser systems. This once you look at how this stuff works, I mean, it's a lot of information. You just gotta look through it. That's on you. I
Yeah.
cannot do the research for yourself. You have to do it. You have to do it yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I see. Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you.
But yeah, you're
Yeah,
welcome. And
I will.
yeah, if you look at the text chat and you maybe come back later, you'll be able to see through links that people post. Let me send you a DM and let me find you again. What was it? 51. Yeah. Let me send you a DM and I'm gonna send you an invite to the other server though. And in that server, you can find something called additional
Mm-hmm.
information channels, and over there there's so many different topics that you can just look through information. And if you have time to read and to look through stuff, there's stuff over there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm checking. I'm checking the conversation before.
I'm
Okay.
gonna have to send you a friend request because you're not
Okay.
accepting. You're not accepting messages from strangers. So I'll send you a friend request.
Okay, sure,
I can
sure.
send you the link. If you can accept it, I
Okay,
mean, you don't
so
have to, but you can accept it if you like.
oh,
My
okay, yeah,
friend
I will.
request. So I can text you the link for the
Okay.
other server.
I didn't see. Oh, I have seen. So Toby dog also in this conversation in this room. Let's check. Um,
Yeah, I cannot. You haven't. My bad. I've been trying to send you the link, but you haven't accepted my request.
oh, I
Now you
saw
did.
you.
Good job. Good job. Let me go here. Copy. Means invite 51. How do you say the username? How do you like to be called? 51 hour?
What? Um, I you can call me 51H.
Okay,
51H.
51H. Sounds good. I sent you the link though. That server, when I find you, I'll give you some perms so you can look through the server. If you want to join, that's you. I'm not telling you join. I'm telling you you can join if you want.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot of members here. To 28,000. More than
Yeah,
28,000. That's a
there's a decent
lot.
amount of
That's a
people
lot.
in this server.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you continue. I will just mute because I have to do my homework.
No problem. Yeah, get your homework done, and I'm gonna go to the other server and give you perms. Did you join or no?
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, okay. All good. Do your homework. Glad talking to you. Thanks for your time, though. Come back later, and whenever
Right.
you have more questions, make sure you open your mic and ask your questions. Okay?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Explain me a lot of new knowledge. Thank you.
You're welcome, man. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, Jim Z and 51H, that was a great conversation. I'm sitting here at work, so I can't talk much, but yeah, certainly enjoyed listening to that.
Oh, thanks,
Please
bro.
come back
I mean, I'm not
sometime,
the most
51H.
technical person, but I just, people that want to have the convo and are respectful like that, I like talking to people like her. It's I like conversations like that, just simple, not arguing or anything, just talking. Like it.
Yeah, no doubt, my friend. You know, this is a conversation that we can have without having to argue and bicker, and that's a perfect example of it. You know, they don't have to be perfect in it. We don't have to be perfect in it. But by the same token, you know, we can have these conversations without trolls and aggressive behavior and things like that from either side. So that was a perfect example of it.
People talk so bad about China, and she says she's from China, and what? Such a respectful young lady, bro. Like, imagine if more of the girls that join in here behave like she did. Oh my god, the world will be a different place, I think.
Chinese people are super respectful. We've had a bunch of Chinese people come in and have conversations. They're always like that, super respectful. I actually work with Chinese people as well for my business, and they're awesome. They're super respectful, definitely. That was a good conversation, by the way, Jamesy. Nice one.
Thank you, bro. Gotta keep it up with you guys, because you guys, I'm always listening to you guys, and I'm like, wow, this. I love them because I like when you guys are speaking to the new people and sharing the information, and they feel, they their questions get answered. It's that's what the community is for. And it's VC, this server, English Hub. I'm thinking about sandwich. I'm hungry now. English Hub, it's pretty chill, and people are trying to learn. They're kind of like interested about learning in here, so that's a plus. I like it.
Exactly. They're not trying to debate bro you and try to have a conflicting, try to satisfy their ego. They're here to sort of improve. It's like they're in a mindset where they're trying to improve themselves and improve their life and improve their knowledge. And yeah, it's just a different type of vibe in here than it is in like the politics server, for example. But yeah, like that conversation was good. I'm taking clips like of these so I can I'm putting them in my server just in a private channel just so I can clip them later on and put them on my YouTube channel when I fire it up. I'll be making a YouTube channel. I'm going to make a whole bunch of like Flat Earth 101 videos, like updated versions of Flat Earth explained in 5 minutes and just going over, breaking down long distance observations and all of the 101 stuff. That I think a lot of the content out there, like the Eric Debate 200 proofs and that kind of thing, it's a little bit outdated. So going to make like revised new variations of those kinds of videos. So when people come in and they're like, yeah, I want to learn a bit more about it, that was a good conversation, we can sort of send them some, okay, well, have a look at this one. It's going to go over more of the arguments from a 24 set, like more of an empirical sort of standpoint. But yeah, I'm going to also clip out conversations like that and actually add like when you're talking about things, I'll add visuals and stuff like that to it so someone can watch it and there's actually media for them to watch. And I'll clip all of these conversations out because they're good content. I think that was a great conversation. People would enjoy listening to that, especially if there's some visuals added to help back up the things that you're saying so they can visualize it as well as hear it.
And what I really like about the English Hub is that on politics, the seems like the two desired outcomes for most user is to spread hate and discontent and to assuage loneliness. Here, the two desired outcomes is one is to practice English with native English speakers, and two, to maybe learn a little on a topic, whether they agree or disagree with us. So at the end of the day, they actually have a real incentive for participating with us. And we have a real incentive, which is to help. And so at the end of it all, I think that it makes for a much better community around here.
Yeah, completely agree.
Now, anyway, as I was asking you earlier, will you have time later on to visit somewhat privately so I can talk about that other topic?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah, just let me know when works for you, and I'll break off.
Okay, man. You can give me a call now if you want.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, bro. Do you believe flat Earth? Hello, Captain. Bro, I have question.
What's the question, bro?
Bro, if do you believe flat Earth?
Is the Earth flat? Is that the question?
Yes. Do you believe yes or нет?
No, it's not. Well, it's hard to answer that, but the Earth is flat. It's not a belief, though. It is flat.
My English is bad, bro. Sorry. But
I figured that.
why, why if I have morning, America it's night. When America it's night, I have morning.
Oh, you're gonna trip out when I tell you this. How this works on flat Earth. You ready?
Oh yes.
The sun moves.
The sun move.
Yeah. Did you know that? You can see the sun moving. You can actually
I
see
know.
the sun moving too. You can look at it, and if you can block enough of the light, you can actually see it moving in the sky. Just real
Bro,
slow.
not the sun moving. It's a planet moving.
Oh no. No, the Earth is flat and stationary. Yeah, Earth doesn't move.
Why, bro? You more smart than Einstein? Einstein
Yes.
say this Earth
Yes.
flat.
Yes, I'm smarter than Einstein. He was an idiot.
Okay, bro. Nice to meet you. Bye bye.
Wow. He was an Einstein lover.
Yo, hello. So,
My next guest is the Chris Pratt of astrophysics. Please welcome the director of the Hayden Planetarium right here in New York, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's beautiful. It's Orion, and yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Now,
the show is rocking tonight. Just so you know. Oh my God!
I think of you. Here's the interesting thing: I think of you as Star-Lord.
Yeah, no, I'm just human. Yes.
Just human?
I'm just staying human. Yes.
Astrophysics. Now, big space news these past couple of weeks. Speaking of beautiful, look at this photograph. Tell me, this is the Cassini spacecraft.
Oh, you don't miss anything. That's cool.
What am I looking
Oh yeah.
at this photograph right here?
So this is not dust here. This is Earth seen through the rings of Saturn. Earth. And just a reminder, we are a speck in the middle of a cosmic void, occupying what we call Earth. But in fact, if you come upon our solar system from outside, if you're an alien first coming upon our solar system, Earth would be barely noticed by you. You'll notice Saturn, you'll notice Jupiter, and you'll say, what are these balls of rock orbiting closer to the sun? And this was Carl Sagan made a big point of this back in 1990 when he talked about the pale blue dot. He convinced NASA to have Voyager, when it passed Neptune, the last planet in the solar system, to turn its...
Start.
I'm just tell it like it is. He convinced Voyager to turn its camera back towards Earth, and it's what basically amounts to Earth's first ever selfie. And that picture was taken, and there was these pale blue dots sitting in this void, and he wrote a whole book on this. So these pictures from Saturn with Earth is the sort of the modern counterpart to the pale blue dot.
Now, there's going to be a series of 13 flybys of Cassini going inside the rings for the first time.
Cassini's been there for 12 years, and it's now in its final death spiral to descend into Saturn, never to be heard of again.
Wow. But we're going to get some close shots along the way. Like, this is the top of a...
Yes, we will.
That's the top of a hurricane.
Yeah, we're just reminded, you get this cyclonic energy when you rotate fast, and Earth, we get storms on Earth, and we rotate once a day. Saturn, way bigger than Earth, rotates once every 10 hours or so. So the Coriolis force is severe on both Saturn and Jupiter. You zoom in on those cloud tops, and it is a turbulent maelstrom.
Wow, the Weather Channel would get stiff. All right. Now, let's tell it like it is, baby. All right, you've got a new book, one of your great books. It's Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. We're in a hurry.
Yeah,
we're in a hurry right now. Hit me to some astrophysics I need to know about, Neil.
Oh, well, so in there's a dozen chapters, and thanks for asking about this, because my soul is in that book. It's an exploration of all the fragments of the cosmos you've heard about in news headlines, and you channel surf a documentary, and you've heard exoplanet, you've heard dark matter, dark energy, multiverse, but you never quite put it together. So I think of this as the consummation of your relationship with the cosmos. So, you don't know what dark energy, the whole chapter, dark matter, dark energy, and we end with the cosmic perspective, which anybody, you should not be walking the streets without a baptism of a cosmic perspective.
What do you mean baptism?
Well, it's just you need to be immersed. If you look up in the universe and feel small, it's because you started out with an ego unjustifiably too high to begin with. So yes, it is ego busting. Yes, to learn, no, Earth is not the middle of the universe, neither is the sun, neither is our galaxy, and you're small, you in time and in space. That's all true. But the cosmic perspective takes a step beyond that, and it allows you to realize that, the atoms in your body, the molecules that comprise life, are traceable to stars that manufactured those elements in their crucibles of their core and then exploded, scattering that enrichment across the galaxy, enabling next generations of stars to form planets. And at least on one planet, life. And at least at this time, people. So we are a participant in the great unfolding of this cosmic story. So people like to think I'm special because I'm different, but there's a whole other way to look at it. Maybe you're special because you're the same. Maybe we're special because our ingredients are traceable across the universe. That's almost spiritual in its meaning and significance on what it is to be human. And the fact that our 3 pounds of gray matter figured this out. And so this little volume that you're now covering up with your hand.
I will.
Okay.
I will show you.
So I'm just saying it's got my soul of curiosity. It's a curated offering of the coolest, mind-blowing things in the universe, which if you're in a hurry and you don't have time to read a whole volume, it's here for you. And by the way, it's not dumbed down. It's real astrophysics, but it's a hand-picked selection of what I think is at the center of people's curiosity about our place in the universe.
I just want to say, I'm lucky enough to have become friends with this man, and this is what it's like all the time. Astrophysics in a hurry. Astrophysics for people in a hurry is available now. Neil deGrasse Tyson, everybody. We'll be right back with a performance by Ryan Adams.
Hello. Hello, my friend.
Okay.
There you have it.
If you don't like science after this shit, there's something wrong with you.
So dark really is just unknown.
Unknown, and I've made a case, I think a strong case, that dark matter should be renamed dark gravity.
Yes.
Because that's what it actually is.
Right.
We don't know what has made it matter or anything.
See, now if you call it dark gravity, now we've actually given it a thing, and we should call it black gravity. Okay? Because then they will find out what it is.
The cops will be all over that.
Let me tell you something. Stop. They will find out. Can't have this black gravity. Listen,
tugging on the universe.
We don't know what this black gravity is doing to the universe.
Tugging every which way on the universe.
We got to find out what is happening.
Sheriff,
go. All right.
Go round up some men.
There you go. We're going to get to the bottom of this black gravity. I'm telling you that right now. Gonna find out. Okay. I told you how stupid some of these questions were. And you said, go ahead, because you don't get to see the questions.
I don't, yeah. So
you were like, no, give me a stupid question.
Give me what you're calling a stupid question.
You are not calling a stupid question.
Maybe it's deep, and you don't know why it's deep.
Ooh,
Is that possible?
That is very possible.
There you go.
But not for this question.
Okay.
Here we go. Grieg wants to know this. When Superman farts, is the gas or the wind more lethal? Because he has super breath. You know what I mean?
So would Superman would it be extra potent, one might ask?
Right.
I don't see why not. Because here's what's interesting. Here's something Superman would be cool if he could do this. You know his breath can freeze things.
Yes.
You've seen that. But I've never seen his breath turn things on fire.
No, it hasn't.
Whereas
his eyes do that.
The methane, well, because he focuses a laser on it. The methane that comes out of butt effluences, methane is actually flammable.
Yes, it is.
And that's the gas that is in the stove. If you have gas, typically in the city, you'll have methane coming out of your stove, right? That lights. Okay. So,
if he could look at his own butt, he could light his own farts.
Well, what I'm saying, exactly. So he can use his laser to light the fart and turn it into a flamethrower. I'm just inventing. I mean, you asked me. The question was. So that would just kind of look funny, right? He's got to birth him. He pulls down his drawers. Chuck. No, I'm just, if it's flammable, for him it would be more flammable, right? Because whatever it is in human, it's super in him. Oh God, no. Chuck, you're tearing up here.
You're killing me today.
Okay. But that image is crazy. But it's, right? He does super things. Chuck is crying. Chuck. Okay. You asked the question. I'm just saying, the physics and everything. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, God, I can't tell you how sorry I am. I asked the question. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Well, Grieg. Oh, dude, you were too funny. Thank you. Who knew we would get all of that? I said it was a stupid question. I take that back.
And we discover a new power for Superman.
Oh, God.
Right.
I will never get that image out of my head. Every time I see Super now, I'm going to wait for him to pull down his pants, look at his butt, and turn his ass into a flamethrower. I'm sorry. That's amazing. Oh, God. Okay.
So, Chuck, I've got an obscure one for you.
Okay.
Okay, there's a fellow named Heinrich Wilhelm Olbers.
There are the papers! Stop! Chuck! There are the papers!
Everybody until Newton presumed that those colors were somehow getting generated inside the chandelier glass.
Okay.
Or inside the raindrop.
Right.
That it was some property of the medium itself. Nobody was thinking that pure white light is composed of those colors.
Oh, if only we could learn that lesson in our society. God,
Chuck getting all sociological. Chuck getting all. So imagine if Martin Luther King were more physics fluent. That would have been a whole different "I Have a Dream" speech.
It would. I have a dream that one day we will recognize the white, black, red, or brown. We're all white. It's okay. It's okay.
Everybody would have tipped their head and said, "What?
It's what?
We invited this man
to with you. I may not get there with you, but we'll all be white one day."
Okay. The fun thing about black holes is you can get close to their center of mass. And their entire mass is between you and their center. That's why they become interesting. But puff it back up to the original size, there's no different. Nobody cares.
Right.
That's right. So black holes are just, it's, you can just get,
that is freaking brilliant. God, I love science. Okay.
The Martian atmosphere is 1/100th the thickness of Earth's atmosphere. And that's why the whole scene
in the movie The Martian where they can't leave. They're trying to leave the planet.
Oh, don't do it.
A
Don't do
windstorm.
Come on,
A dust storm is coming.
Come on, man. Don't
And the rocket is rocking.
Come on!
It's rocking back and forth. And they take off and they gotta leave Mart Watney on the surface because they're afraid they'll topple over from the wind.
Oh, man, another movie ruined.
And the temperature's dropping because the temperature is the average speed with which the molecules are vibrating, the average kinetic energy of the molecule. So as that happens, the molecules get to a point where they can't vibrate any slower without becoming solid. So
they're just like, I can't do no more. I just can't do no more. I'm so tired.
Is that what they sound like?
I'm so tired of vibrating.
You can listen to the molecules.
It just never ends.
I can't, Scarlett. I can't.
I do declare, I'm just exhausted. I'm just exhausted.
And bam, then you become frozen.
Go on without me. Just go on without me.
I will executive privilege and say we will not do lightning round.
Excellent.
Okay,
Good.
We'll just continue to bask.
Yes, nice.
In the cosmic knowledge juxtaposed with cosmic ignorance.
Sweet.
And therein
did you just describe the two people who are on this podcast?
No.
Wait a minute. What just
Chuck,
happened?
you need more self-confidence here. I was describing something bigger than us.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Here's where you have to be convincing. You have to say, I think my idea is better than your idea, and here's a way to test it.
Right.
So I have an idea. So if you don't like me, the way you show it is you design an experiment to show I'm wrong.
Ooh,
okay.
Ooh, that's some cutthroat, nasty stuff.
That's some
right there.
it's some nasty.
Ooh,
all right.
That's some
so
Real
now-
Housewives stuff.
Real Housewives.
Let me tell you something, Phaedra. Your hypothesis is trash. Trash.
So now the drink cannot melt the ice until what happens?
Till the molecules start moving again.
Right. So it has. So the ice goes in at 0 degrees. What happens to the temperature of the ice?
Well, the temperature of the ice would stay.
No. No. It is ice at 0 degrees. Okay. You put it in your drink.
But now wouldn't the drink actually start taking wouldn't the ice start taking the heat from the drink?
Yes.
It starts pulling it in.
Yes.
Because
yes.
Okay. The same
So now-
way your freezer does.
Yes, Chuck.
So the ice becomes your freezer,
Yes.
basically inside the glass.
Inside the glass. It's in reverse freezer. All right.
See, Mars, that's why nobody finds you attractive. Because you
Why?
don't have a magnetic field. See?
Oh, just don't.
I just made that up. Come on, man.
Okay. All right. You don't have to test it on this program. Go to open mic night and see how people do.
Damn! Oh my God!
Boy, that
Damn!
was
All I
a
can
comedic
say is,
dig, though.
Oh my goodness! Damn!
Chuck is wiping away his tears.
Oh man, because you got me with that one, man. That's oof. You ain't got to test it out here.
Test it out on my show.
Oh God! Oh man, I need some Visine now. You're the person who came up with spaghettification, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I just popularized it.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
traced.
I thought you actually coined the term.
No, I popularized it, but it's traceable to Martin Rees.
Martin Rees.
Sir Martin Rees. In fact, he's now Lord Rees.
Gotcha.
Lord Martin. Do you go first?
A little full of himself, isn't he?
No.
You call me Lord Rees. Oh, Sir Martin Rees. That's Lord Rees to you. What the hell is up with Martin? Just walking around.
Marty from the street corner. What happened to you?
Hey, Marty. It's Lord Rees now. What is Marty? What the hell is your problem, Marty?
Wait, he's not from Brooklyn. Hey, Marty. Chuck, ready for another one?
Oh, yes.
Okay, this is the topic of White noise.
You know,
no, don't go there. Just stop.
I'm just saying. Since January 6th, now that we brought it up.
I did not bring it up.
Now that we brought it up, I got it. Just, since January 6th has happened, while we're on the subject.
White noise was long defined before the chaos at the Capitol. Okay. All right. So, white noise is what is described as a combination of sound frequencies that ends up just sounding like a hiss. It's a hiss. Okay.
Right.
And so, what's going on there?
As opposed to black noise, which is shut them damn kids up. That's black noise. Y'all know I'm down here trying to watch my stories? The hell is wrong with you? That is black noise. That is black noise.
Rainbows, people said, the raindrops are making the colors, not the sun. It's in the sunlight. This is freaky. How could color be in white light? What the hell is going on? Okay, well, you got to get into the physiology of the retina and the brain and all of that. The point is...
Your eyes are racist. That is how all the light is white. All the colors come in to your racist eyes, and all they see is white.
I'm afraid I have to just say that is the physics of the truth.
And by the way, let me just say this.
What?
Black noise and white noise make perfect sense together, okay? It's just like, what the hell is going on? How many times I'm going to tell you? Man, shut the hell up. I've never seen a tree come down before. And so they cut it down in sections, and the last section looks like a giant stump.
Yeah.
Because it is.
Yeah.
And then that portion that they cut off, they let fall. And when it fell, it made a thud that shook my house. I've never seen anything so heavy in my life hit the ground. And they didn't tell me, and it drove a big divot the length of the stump in the ground. I mean, I can't tell you how heavy trees are.
If you were to go there and pick up that toppled stump and chuck it into a lake, it would float.
It would float, yeah. Exactly. I'd also be getting my powers from the yellow sun.
Thank you, Jor-El.
I'm Jor-El's illegitimate cousin. They call me Black Kyle.
That's the one who was living out in the shed, right?
Yes, exactly.
You came to Earth later.
Right. Kyle-El was messing around.
With the help. Chuck.
It's shooting out sparks about that long. So I want to investigate static electric forces in a weightless environment where you don't have to worry about gravitational forces. So how are we going to do this? We happen to have a number of educational projects on station involving Legos. And we have the official NASA space station Lego instruction booklet. And these are good educational projects in themselves. But the whole concept of Legos to me is not following the instructions. So I'm going to just give the instruction booklet a push and see what I can't make with Legos just on my own, not following the instructions. And remember, I want to do something with static electricity. And look what I made. I made this little Lego structure, and I've got a big rubber band here. Okay. Then I used some Lego wheels as pulleys to go around the rubber band. And then if I turn the axle, which is made out of a bolt, I can make the rubber band go around and around on these pulleys. And then I've got a bit of screed wire up here, and then I've got some screed wire here. And I happen to know that this is the basis for a Van de Graaff generator. I happen to have some aluminum foil, and so I rolled it into this cylinder, and look at that. Okay, it's not pretty, it's not ideal, but I think it'll be good enough. Let's see if it works. So I could just fasten the drill driver onto the belt, and now I can do that. This is going to be the positive terminal down here, and the collector, the cylindrical collector, is going to be negative. And let's see if I can get any charge built up. Oh wow. It's shooting out sparks about that long. So here I've taken a plastic bag and taped 2 pieces of aluminum foil in it, and then have this little piece of aluminum foil coming out with a nice little curly Q on the end. And this makes a Leyden jar, a means for storing static electricity. So we can charge up our Leyden jar just like this. And then, just to see if it works, you can see if you shock yourself. It works. So the Leyden jar is being charged up. So this isn't little kid stuff anymore. We've taken Legos, which you typically think of as little kid stuff, turn it into something that's a real science experiment to the tune of about 30,000 volts, and it's static volts, real low current. And let's see what happens if I rub this block of foam on the foam. Let's see what happens here. Oh, it sticks to the cylinder. In fact, you can get it to orbit around the cylinder like a satellite. Oh, isn't that cool? It reached escape velocity. Now, if I rub it on my skin, let's see if anything different happens. Oh, look at that. It's repelled. Wow. So what do you think is happening? I rub it on my skin, and it's repelled. I rub it on another piece of foam, and it's the same foam. In fact, I cut it out of the foam right there, and it sticks. So something interesting is going on. Notice we have a Van de Graaff generator and a Leyden jar. All of these are of Dutch name origin. we happen to have an ESA astronaut, Andre Kuipers, who's from the Netherlands, on board. And I'm going to need some help. Andre, see if you can charge this up. My hair isn't working good on this.
我说什么来着？预测完全正确。云喜卖了40多张预期，开盘收官130个亿。我当时视频就说了，保底60%及格线以上。您还不信？各种阴阳，我说只能卖1两。
right? So it's like I think it's something that's true for both sides, not necessarily something that's true only for the people that have mainstream ideas.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference is that the blue sky is a tangibly accessible common experience, right?
No, I'm
So
not.
it's not.
My point isn't about the validity of my statement. My point is about how people form ideas and how that, like, even if you're someone that doesn't believe in mainstream ideas, you're still getting your ideas in the same way as someone that has mainstream ideas would, right? Because you're still looking up to an authority figure for your ideas. Do you get my
Yeah, to a degree. To a degree, but when it comes to kids, a lot of what they learn about is there's like stages of development where their mind and their brain are working together to give them certain informations. At that point in their developmental stages, they could be imprinted with a falsehood. And it's not so much that that person they see as an authority, it's that there's just this natural inclination to believe. They don't even understand the concept of authority. Their mind just does it naturally.
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, but that's not really in opposition to my point or anything. I mean, yeah, that's not. Yeah.
Right, but there'd be a big difference between, telling a kid about something that's outside of their common experience, like the Earth being a globe, which a kid has no way to understand that, right, as an experiential level, versus telling the kid that the sky is blue and your sneakers are blue. It's like they can clearly see the blue is on both objects. Like it's natural to make that conclusion. And for the parent to say the sky is blue, the sneakers are blue, but the sky isn't blue because I said so. Like that would be a big difference, wouldn't it?
No, my point isn't related to like the shape of the Earth at all. Like it has nothing to do with that. It's just like a general observation I have. Like yes, okay, sure. If you want to talk about this in the context of the shape of the Earth, sure. Yes, people that believe the Earth is round do look up to an authority figure and then just accept that idea. But at the same time, people that believe the Earth is flat or whatever, any other shape or model or whatever you want to call it, they also in turn look at someone with a bit of authority in that community and then accept their ideas. Like yes,
No, I mean yes, no, they don't accept it simply because the person has a perceived authority. They accept it because they look at the evidence and the reasoning, and then they see that the conclusion makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, yes, someone is just making a more convincing case for you, but there's still someone in a position of authority.
No, but the thing is they never made a convincing case to the children. They just told them, "This is the reality you live in. This is the truth."
And that's convincing enough. Because, like, what do you mean? That's a convincing case. Being convincing doesn't really have any relation to the truth of the matter. Being convincing is just like literally that. Like they're convincing, sure. They're really they're forcing their ideas, sure. They're just saying something is true and they're without really justifying it, sure. But that in turn is convincing. And that is why people believe it. It doesn't mean it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah, well, it's like does anybody ever convince a child to use their mother tongue? So if you're raised, in an English speaking household, at a certain time in your stage of life, you're going to start speaking English. Like you're not actually taught it. You just naturally learn it from being exposed to the tokens, and your mind already puts it into where it needs to go. So like nobody's convincing you. It just happens.
I think that's quite different, seeing how you wouldn't really have any other options in regards to your mother tongue. Like if your whole family speaks English, you wouldn't really be able to start speaking Spanish, would you?
Yeah, but my children watch TV and they know some bit of English as well. So even though they're taught their native language, by watching and observing information from the TV, they can understand and learn English words,
Okay, I think
So I agree with Ardent, like nobody's teaching them English, they just absorb the information and they just speak it.
I think a language is very different from an idea. Like the main way in which you communicate is definitely inherently different from like an idea, like from a scientific idea. Like those are two very different things. I don't know. I think we both probably agree on what I'm saying. I think we just kind of got lost in the whole discussion, probably.
That's fair, but see, the thing about children is they don't have primary access to any of that extra data or the idea of what science is or how it works or anything. They're just in an absorption mode, and they absorb certain truths about the nature of certain parts of their identity, and that's like who I am, who's my family, all these types of things, and the nature in which I live, my safe spaces, all these things. So by giving that quote unquote alleged facts to the kids at that point in their developmental cycle, it's imprinted as part of their identity. In fact, this is well known in psychological circles that children of that age, the young age, they imagine the world just as they see it, which is flat and stationary, and then they're told that it's not like they see it, it's contrary to their common experience. Then they have a conflict inside, and then they create in their mind a two-model system where they recognize that the earth presents itself as flat and stationary, and then when they imagine the earth from the outside, they imagine it as a floating ball because they've been shown a bunch of fantasy images of it as a floating ball. And so they actually are having this dualistic a reality where one is their real common experience and one is pure fantasy.
Okay. Sure. Right. I don't really get your point. Like, yeah, okay, probably. Right.
What I'm saying is they're intentionally taking advantage of children at their most vulnerable time to usurp these developmental stages and implant their ideas into their heads.
But I mean, you can't really not do that though, because that would just have children that aren't part of your society. Like that isn't. I don't know. The shape of the earth isn't the only thing we instill in children. Like there are a bunch of other stuff you tell children. Just
I agree.
They'll be part of your function.
Yeah, that's fair and all, but when you look at the media that children get, it is disproportionately focused on the cosmos and the ancient past, such as dinosaurs, etc. It's unbalanced in the amount of time they focus on making sure that they say globe, globe, globe a million times, that they say stars, that they say cosmos, that they say dinosaurs. You just look at kids stuff that you can buy.
So
like a large portion of it is covered in dinosaurs or space propaganda. Like it's not even up for debate that is what the majority of kids stuff is covered with.
Right. 2 questions for you. First, what would you want to see on TV? And second, do you not believe in dinosaurs?
It doesn't matter, dude, whether I believe in them or don't believe in them. Why is it so important that young kids who can't even think and understand time on that scale, have to be told dinosaurs, dinosaurs, dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm asking then. What would you want a kid to see on TV then? Like, what would you want a kid to be shown?
Well, how about living animals that are actually alive, that can be actually seen and touched and felt, and not fantasy animals?
Okay. Besides
rest assured, all of the depictions of dinosaurs on they're constantly changing what the dinosaurs look like, what they were doing, when they lived. It's all fantasy. Like, it's pure fiction, the majority of the stuff about dinosaurs, when you could really teach them about actual animals.
I mean, they do teach them about actual animals, though. Like, a big part of kindergarten education is literally just teaching kids animals. Like, I don't think I hope you guys remember kindergarten, and I think you guys do, but
No, see, you're missing it. It's the damage of the exposure to dinosaurs in space has already been done before you even get to kindergarten, dude.
But what's so bad about learning about dinosaurs?
Dude, it's not per se that it's bad to learn about the concept of dinosaurs. That's not the point. The point is they're cementing in these kids' head a cosmological scale of time and creation, in that they're synergized together in this worldview. They're basically indoctrinating them with a worldview.
Oh,
it's not about dinosaurs. It's not about space. It's about the worldview attached to it.
I get that, but first of all, if you were to, like, I don't know, have your ideal way of raising a child, you would still be indoctrinating them in a way, because like raising a child is inherently indoctrinating them. Like when you're teaching them a language, you're technically indoctrinating them. You're teaching, like, that's the only thing that you could speak now. If when you're teaching your child what's left and what's right, that's technically indoctrination. You're making them assign to a part of their body a name and to the other part of their body another name. Like, that's indoctrination. It's not an objective truth. It's something we use as a society to work better. We just work better when we both have a common left and a common right. But at the end of the day, it's something completely arbitrary, and therefore it's inherently like indoctrination. Like, education and like raising a child is inherently indoctrination. It's not bad to indoctrinate a kid, because that's how you make them be able to like question their ideas at the end of the day. If they wouldn't have that basis of like what you call indoctrination, they wouldn't be able to question stuff. Like, if
Yeah, exactly. So you're right. So if kids aren't inundated with space and dinosaurs before they're in kindergarten, oh my goodness, society would fall apart. You're right.
No, I'm not saying that. That's really not my point. I don't think you understand my point. My point is, if you don't teach a kid about space and time, and like dinosaurs or whatever, why would they ever have an interest to question that? Why would they ever even know about that? Like, why would they ever even think about that if you don't ever speak to them about it? Do you get my point? Like,
right. So then parents should tell their kids, hey, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo that isn't actually scientifically proven at all. It's mostly fantasy and worldview and philosophy under the guise of science, which you're going to be taught is one of the most ultimate arbiters of truth. And then they're going to try to trick you into this worldview. And so you should be suspect about it, because none of this is primarily accessible. And you'll notice that everything that you see about it is pure cartoons. Yeah, you're right. Maybe the parents should teach the kids that.
Sure. I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't think you're getting my point. My point is,
I am getting your point. Why is it the case that if somebody says they want to homeschool their child and teach them flat earth and not teach them the quote unquote mainstream, why are they considered a pariah in society, and that maybe there should be legal rules to prevent them from doing so?
because that's not the standard. Like, it's normal for that.
Who cares? Who cares, dude? So if you just invent a standard, then you can impose it on parents and usurp their natural right to raise their own children?
Yeah, we have standards in general that people have to respect in order for us to work. You, for example, would be arrested if you didn't feed your kid, because it's a standard to feed your kid. Like, that doesn't make it.
No. It's not a standard to feed your kid. Holy crap.
Yeah. It is, though. It is, though. It fits the definition of a standard. Why would that not be a standard? Yeah, okay, it's a standard because of very obvious reasons, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make it any less of a standard. Like, it's still a standard in the semantic sense of a standard. Like, yeah, okay, people need food. It's a very reasonable standard, but it's still a standard, though.
Yeah, people need food. They don't need to imagine Uranus smells like farts and it's raining diamonds on Smegma Prime.
What? Is that what you were taught?
No, dude, that is literally the news that comes out all the time. They sent a probe to Uranus, the planet, and they found out that it lets off a gas which smells like farts. Literally can't make this stuff up, dude.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. It's a gas giant. Sulfur smells.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if knowing any of that had any relevance to my daily life whatsoever, especially not some planet allegedly 1 trillion miles away that it rains diamonds on, which no one will ever be able to mine. It's like, who cares, dude? Stuff is so irrelevant, yet it's propped up as if it's somehow important.
I mean, yeah, a big part of science is that, I guess.
Yeah, a big part of science, falsely so-called, is making a bunch of outlandish claims about things that they can never prove or make valuable to anything we ever are going to do in exchange for prestige and money. Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Science isn't paid that well. You'd be surprised. We're not paid that good in science.
But hey, listen. Somebody in a field which is absolutely unproductive getting paid at all is too much.
You just called it prestigious and a waste of money, though.
No, I said some people do get prestige from being a scientist. In fact, scientists are revered in society as being the upper echelons of sincerity and truth.
I don't know where that's happening, but no, we're not. I don't get paid. Literally, I get paid a shit. Like, I'm paid awful. Like, what do you mean we're revered?
Okay, cool. What type of science do you do?
I'm a chemist. I have a PhD in chemistry.
Okay, so what products do you make?
What do you mean? What products do I make?
Well, like, in order to get paid well, you have to provide a good and service to somebody who's going to pay you for it, right?
Yeah,
so what do you make with your chemistry? Like, do you make chemicals? Do you make pills?
No, you don't. Yeah, okay. So research isn't just like making stuff. Like when you do research, it's way more niche than what you'd imagine it to be. Like it's not I make drugs.
Okay, yeah, I'd agree with you. So what you need to do, friend, is you need to start getting grant money to do research on exoplanet chemistry and trying to recreate the raining diamonds on planet Snoofa Prime 10,000, and then you could make a lot of money.
Sure, cool.
So instead of actually doing real chemistry on the Earth that might get me a better polymer for my earphones that's microbial and won't actually scratch my ear and leave me a rash, you could pretend that you're doing science on another world.
I don't get if you're angry at science in general, chemists in general, or just people that like doing stuff about planets. I don't really know who you're angry at.
No. See, your chemistry doing actual research in real chemicals is something real that should actually be remunerated with reward.
Thanks.
Versus other dudes who are pretending that they know the chemical makeup of a object trillions upon trillions of miles away as if it's relevant, and money's being funneled to them instead of to you, which could actually get me a phone case that wouldn't slip out of my hands.
Okay, sure, I get your point. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels distant when people talk about that type of stuff. I personally don't see the necessity of that type of stuff, and that's why I wasn't ever interested in that part of chemistry, and that's why I never, when I was
Yeah, bro, that stuff has no necessity. I'll tell you. So here's the necessity of all of that quote unquote research.
It definitely does.
It don't, dude. It has zero. The only necessity it has is into backing up the materialistic, secularist, atheist worldview nonsense. That's the only thing that it's ever done for anybody.
You'd be surprised how much of research seems very meaningless, and then it turns out to be really meaningful in the end. Like research isn't something that's like, okay, you study something for a few years, and then okay, boom, you've discovered something that's like life changing and has really like good applications in very many like different fields. It doesn't really work like that. How research works.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let me ask you this question, brother. Let's do some research. So, on the Earth, they've only dug down 8 miles approximately.
Okay.
So they weren't even accurate with their predictions of what they would discover for 8 miles deep on the actual Earth we're standing on. Yet they want to tell you what planets that are trillions of miles away are made of. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine that be true. Seeing how
it's not hard to imagine. It's hard that anybody takes it seriously.
No, it's very I get your point. It's not intuitive at all, but a lot of science isn't intuitive. Like there are a bunch of things that are intuitive.
No, it's not that it's not intuitive, dude. It's that they have no evidence for their claims.
I mean, I don't know if they do. I haven't really checked their papers. I'm not.
Dude, listen, friend, they couldn't even get right what is below the surface of the Earth we're literally standing on, yet they want to tell you what other worlds that they have no tangible access to are made of. Are you kidding me, bro?
I mean, we can't get a lot of stuff on the Earth, right? Like, for example, you know how when you're going for a surgery, right, or when you go to the dentist, they inject you with something with lidocaine to like numb you to not feel anything. You know that, right? I assume you've had that happen already.
Yeah.
We don't know how that actually works. Like, we don't actually know how lidocaine works.
Exactly. So they don't know how lidocaine works on the Earth and the interactions between the body and the chemicals and all of that. Yet they're going to tell you how the chemicals work on a world trillions of miles away. Like, get real, brother.
No. My point is there's a bunch of stuff we don't understand, but that doesn't mean it makes it any less true. Like we don't understand how lidocaine works, but it doesn't mean we're gonna stop using it. We don't understand the molecular like pathways and the whole signaling that goes on for that specific drug. Sure, we don't understand that, but that doesn't mean we're not going to use it. Same with how we don't understand specifically what's in the Earth, even though I don't know if we do. I haven't really seen a paper on that. I need to research that a little. But yeah, we probably don't understand that, but we understand something that's way more complex because it's probably easier to analyze.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. So let's set the baseline. It's easier to analyze the composition, structure, mass distribution, and elements to the core of an object trillions of miles away that we can only see with light versus the actual composition of the Earth we're standing on. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
It may sound stupid to someone that hasn't had.
It is stupid. It is stupid.
That doesn't have any formal training in the field. But I'm telling you, I can understand the structure of something that's only a few electrons long, but at the same time, I couldn't really tell you how a car works, right? Like, it's something that's very hard to understand when you don't have any formal training in the field, and when you haven't really had any that much interaction with the field, like with science in general, from a very like formal.
No, dude. Often I find that I know more. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist in here, specializing in discovering exoplanets, new planets.
Right.
And he showed us an image of one of the things that he was doing, and it was basically like a 16 by 16 pixel grid, where some pixels were in the bottom left corner and some pixels were in the upper right corner, and they had different intensity. And he was saying, "Oh, this is the host star, and this is the planet, and it's rotating like this, and it's made of this, and it has this mass." And I was like, "How could you know that from the 16 pixels?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you take the way they're moving, you assume an elliptical orbit, then you apply the assumption of the gravitational model, right, of the ellipsi and the foci, and then you do all this math and blah, 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 blah." And I go, "Well, what's that math based on?" Because all you see is these pixels and the scales. And so we went back through the cosmic distance ladder. This guy didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. Yet he's going to tell me that he can tell from 16 pixels that this is, 3 planets and this one is a star. I mean, get out of town, brother. Get out of town.
I'm not shocked. A lot of science is that. I can tell you, I don't know, what can I tell you right now? I could probably tell you right now, if you were to give me like a random solution, I could probably tell you what's in it just by looking at it. And it's not a lot of information, but to someone that has a lot of training in that field, you'd be able to do that. Like, if you were to give me right now, I don't know, just a few lines. Do you know what an NMR spectra is? Whatever, it's a thing in chemistry.
Endometriosis?
No, NMR spectra. It's something like, whatever, it doesn't matter. When you look at it, it looks weird. It doesn't look intuitive at all. It's just a bunch of lines on paper. When I look at that, I can tell you what molecule I have in front of me. I can tell you how the atoms are linked to one another, what the charges are on them, how the electrons are distributed, stuff that's like at a molecular level. You don't see that. But I can tell
you do it from 16? Yeah. Cool. Can you do it from 16 billion miles away from the sample?
If I have the sample, it's a very different thing. In order to do an NMR, you need.
I know. That's what AI is trying to tell you, is that they don't have access to the sample that they claim they know the composition of. They don't have access. They've never had access.
I can't. I don't know if I can give any truth to that claim because I haven't seen anything in relation to that. I need to see like a paper or something that says they didn't have a sample because I don't know how they do that. I just don't have any training in that field. I don't know how they personally measure the.
Oh, dude, the only way for them to have a sample would be to have a vessel that can travel billions upon billions of miles and then return to bring it back to them. No such vessel exists. Okay, let's rest it right there. So they don't have a sample. Period. End of story.
So how did they determine, like, how did they make their claims then? Like, what's the basis of their claims?
Conjecture.
Like, so you're telling me they just wrote a paper that says, "You guys, we think it smells like sulfur because it looks like sulfur." Like, is that it? Is that what they're saying? Like, or we think it's gassy because it looks like gas, or like what's I don't know. Like, what's the claim they're making?
I think they use probably like reflection spectroscopy or hold on, I have to look it up. For the Uranus smells like gas, it's something novel. Hold on.
Well, before we go on, while you're looking that up, I just want to make sure everyone understands that when I first came up on that article, so here's the article. I'm just going to say it as I read it. Organizational name, PENIS.
Wait, do you have it in front of you?
Just hold on, brother. The organizational name was called PENIS. It was an acronym. Hey, let me finish. Okay. You're ruining my joke, dude. Holy crap.
Okay, go.
Do I need a banner that says "Joke incoming, do not ruin"?
Yeah.
Now I had to say the word penis 2 times without any context because of you. Now I said it 3 times. Holy crap.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the organization's name is PNAS, pronounced penis. And it says, from that organization, your anus smells like farts. So that's a joke that writes itself, brother.
Yeah, are you sure it isn't a joke? Like, where'd you find that?
No, they're deadly serious, dude. That organization actually has all kinds of literature that comes out. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it might be the P in the end stand for something, and the end might be
Wait, I'm gonna
astronomical sciences or something. I can't remember.
Wait, let me look them up on Google Scholar. Google Scholar. Cool.
Look, I posted a link to the paper. They use, it's called Near Infrared Integral Field Spectrometer.
Oh, is this the one detection of hydrogen sulfide above the clouds? That?
Yeah, the one I just posted.
Okay, perfect. Oh, wait. Okay,
I know
wait. I might actually be able to do something with this because this is chemistry. Hold on.
Now, if I remember right from the first time reading this, they claim they detected 0.3 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the gas chromatograph spectrometer?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the sensitivity of that?
The sensitivity of what? Of what'd you say? Gas?
The gas chromatograph spectrometer.
I mean, it really depends on what you're doing because you can select it usually, if I'm not mistaken. But I've no.
Well, you talked about nuclear resonance imaging.
Yeah.
That you've seen.
That usually.
But that's not as precise as a gas chromatograph spectrometer. That doesn't.
No. But NMR usually goes. So it depends on what nucleus you're analyzing, right? So if you're analyzing proton NMR, that you would usually go up to a 20, if I'm not mistaken, 20 ppm. Or if you're doing like carbon NMR, that can usually go to maybe 200.
20 now 20 ppm. They claim they're sub 1.3 from 16 billion miles away.
No, but ppm in this situation doesn't. It's a very different. Wait, let me look at this article.
How many different meanings are parts per million?
No, wait, let me look at this article. It depends. It means different stuff in different contexts.
No, it means parts per million, bro.
It means
it's a ratio of a number. It's not subjective.
But when you're saying ppm in the context of NMR, that is related in the way in which, like, how do I explain this? Like basically, it's a coupling constant. That's what. Have you heard of coupling constants? Vicinal coupling.
Yes, I know what coupling constants are.
Oh, you do? Wait,
I graduated university like 20 years ago, bro. Okay.
Oh, really? Wait,
longer than that, 40 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. 30 years ago.
What'd you study?
Computer science.
Oh, computer science. Oh, cool. Oh, they taught you that? That's okay. Cool.
Why wouldn't they teach me that? Is there a rule against it?
No. I mean, it's not. They don't usually teach NMR in a CS degree. That's usually.
I know a lot of shit about a lot of shit, bro. You'd be surprised.
Good for you. Okay, wait. Let me look at this. Indicate.
I am an endless store of useless information.
To represent evidence of your detection.
But gas chromatograph. The reason I know about it, because I did a deep dive research on crime scene investigations.
Oh, crime
some of the techniques they use. Yeah, so CSI type stuff and how garbage it is. Pretty garbage. But the point is, gas chromatograph spectrometry, at least at the time that this paper was published, had a sensitivity of 3 parts per million. That's when you have access to the sample. They're claiming 10 times an order of magnitude better than that from 16 billion miles away.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm not interested.
Why wouldn't I be skeptical of that? I'd be a fool not to be skeptical.
Wait, let me read it a little bit. I want to see.
You got to understand, there is no fact checking in astronomy.
Wait, let me see their discussion. If we could be sure.
Or astrophysics or anything in that field. It's just like they can literally say fucking anything.
How many citations does this have? Wait, metrics. Sorry. I mean, it's in Nature. It's good. 108. Yeah, sure. This is a good article. Okay. Which is
We need some elevator music.
So analysis to model the observe. Now let's just listen. Did they make an observation, or did they just have a model that said it could be that? To model the observed spectra, we used the Nemesis nonlinear optimal estimator for multivariate spectral analysis retrieval model using the correlated K approximation with K tables generated from the monthly published KLMC at 8K went blind. So it's another published paper, right? So
hold on.
You do chemistry, right?
I'm not here to prove this article wrong.
Do you do chemistry?
Yeah.
Okay. So the techniques you use in chemistry are sound. Okay. The techniques they use in astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, they are not sound.
Hold on, wait.
Because all they have is observation. Listen, you can actually, in chemistry, you can do the experiment because you physically have samples. Okay. Now imagine you published a chemistry paper and you looked across the room with a telescope at some bubbling fucking liquid on the other side, and then you started saying you know what the composition is and what the chemical reaction was based upon you looking at it, staring at it. That you'd never get published. That is fucking no chemist would ever take you seriously. You'd never get published. You'd probably freaking, I don't even know what. They would laugh. They'd be laughing forever. Haha, he fucking wrote a chemistry paper from a telescope. Right? But they claim, but this is the difference between what you're doing and what astronomy is doing. They claim they know causes. They claim they know the causes of effects. They claim that they know the chemical composition, how old it is, how hot it is, how far away it is. They claim that they can know all these things just by looking at light, which is crazy. That is a crazy claim.
Right.
And who's checking? The same fucking people that are making the crazy claims are checking the crazy claims.
Wait. For refraction, okay.
Like LIGO. You ever heard of LIGO? The gravity wave observatory. Yeah. You ever heard of LIGO, the gravity wave observatory?
LIGO?
LIGO. LIGO.
No, I haven't heard of that, no.
It detects gravity waves. Allegedly detected gravity waves.
I have not heard of
They
that.
claim that instrument can detect a displacement of their little measuring mass that is 1/1000th of a proton diameter. So if a proton in the mass moves 1/1000th of its diameter, they can measure that motion.
Yeah, I mean I'm not shocked with that. I can, yeah.
That's 1/1000th of a proton.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
A proton is 10 to the negative 37 meters.
I don't know the length of it, but yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it's really small. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks, dude.
small. Yeah, no, I don't know why you're laughing. It's definitely a small thing, yeah.
Well, they're saying they can measure some subdivision of that. What are they measuring that with?
We can measure a bunch of stuff. Like that's not shocking. I can measure. What can I measure? I can tell you, like, just again looking at something, shooting light at something very easy to do in practice. I can tell you how stuff is linked to another thing, like something that's like submolecular. You don't see on a microscope. You can't see that shit. But I can tell you that a carbon is bounded to this and that and that. Like I can tell you that just by shooting light.
I can get you to doubt your faith in light giving an accurate measurement right now. Watch. It's very simple. So when you take a laser transit methodology and you apply it to the surface of the Earth over 25 miles of water, you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, proving the Earth is flat. Because if water's flat and it covers 70% of the Earth, ipso facto, the Earth is flat. Proven by laser measurement methodology.
Laser measurement. What specific laser measurement methodology?
Laser transit. You level a laser, right? Just like you do on a construction site, and then you put a storyboard on the other side and you get the differential, right? And if the Earth is a globe, it's going to be one thing, and if the Earth is flat, it's not going to be that thing. Guess what? It's been done, and it's not a globe.
Right. Do you have a paper for that?
Yeah, I got a documentary and an associated 120-page PDF leading up to the 25-mile shot.
No, man, I can't work with that. I can't work with that. Like, I will read a paper happily. I'll happily read a paper that's like well reviewed and like okay.
Well reviewed. What does that mean?
Sorry, peer reviewed. Is that better?
You know, most peer reviewed.
No, but I can look at a paper. Look, the thing is, I can.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I agree with you, brother. So the first paper I'm going to give you to read that's peer reviewed. It's called the Peer Review Crisis. Once you understand that, then we can move on.
I mean, I'm not going to doubt the peer reviewing system. That it's like central to the research I do. It's like
so you do realize that most citrus fruit. Why don't you know that most peer reviewed research is wrong? Why don't you know that?
Why don't I know that? Because it's not. That's the whole point of it. You make other people read it.
Most of it's wrong. Most of it, like 90% of it.
How can you prove that? I can know.
Indio, we got to be gracious. Indio, real quick. Got to be gracious because his field is actually a real science. And so he's thinking that the real science scrutiny that he does in his field applies to all these other pseudoscience fields, which is his error.
No, that's the thing. I can't. Again, I don't know a bunch of stuff about astrophysics. I'm not.
Go on Google, type in most peer-reviewed research wrong, and see what happens.
Is this the thing from PubMed?
Yeah.
Santa Dagas? Okay. This why most published. Okay, so this is an article. How many citations?
All right. So speaking of peer review, a guy, PhD in optics, Dr. John D. He came across this idea about using measurements of the Earth to determine whether it's globe or flat. So he used a dual band laser system and he reproduced the test. He didn't just review it; he reproduced it. And according to him, and he actually published it on YouTube, and you can watch it. He found that after accounting for everything and using his dual band laser, which he did for a reason, which is so that he could get the accurate refraction index because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And he basically concluded, after being a globe earther and applying his physics knowledge to measuring the Earth, that the Earth is indeed flat. It's not a globe after all, because just like the other laser test, the Earth measures flat.
And you said he's a scientist. You said he's a physicist?
Yeah, PhD, specializing in optics. And not only that, but there's been numerous other tests. People have done it over 35 miles on land, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, I'd have a
You could do it.
Why do you choose to believe that certain physicists and not every other physicist? Like, don't you think that's cherry picking a little bit?
Because none of those other physicists did any tests.
So what would you consider a test to be then? Like, what would qualify as a test for you?
He just described it to you.
Yeah, okay, that's a type of test, but like it's not a test in general. You have multiple types of other tests. Like, why that test specifically is the only valid one?
Oh, because it's a direct measurement of the surface. That's why.
It's what?
It's directly measuring the surface.
Okay, so wait, is it measuring the surface, or is it measuring the curvature, or is it just like not measuring anything, it's just determining if a curve exists?
Yeah, dude, it's the same type of methodology that you use in building things when you want to make a level surface with a laser.
But like, yeah, but the point
you get the laser.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You level the laser, and then you get the differentials between the parallelness of the beam and the surface. Right? Pretty standard method.
Wait, what is this? Sorry. Right, yeah, no. But I mean, like, but my question is, why do you believe this certain physicist, not every other one? Like, what makes
because they haven't done anything. I already answered that.
But that's my question.
There's no contrary data, brother. Don't you understand? There's no contrary data that anybody's gathered to say, hey, this is wrong.
What do you mean? No, there is, though, because if there wouldn't be any contrary data...
Okay, then show us. Post it in the chat, dude.
No, I can't post anything in the chat. It's not like I have...
Of course, because it doesn't exist, dude. 6 years ago, we had a guy come in here with 3 PhDs that said, it stands to reason that because there's more globe earthers than flat earthers, there must be more globe earth laser tests. And as such, that means... And he went to go look. And now
No,
it's
the
6
thing is,
years ago, and he's never been back.
Look,
So
I
listen,
just really want a paper about this test specifically, like this globe test, like not a YouTube video or a documentary, because I'm not going to watch that. I just want a paper, like an article I can read. Like
I
that's
just posted one. These are the measurement results. Are you under the impression that peer review replicates the research?
No, I didn't say that. I've never said that.
Okay, then what is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review?
I don't get why you're being aggressive with me. If you're going to talk,
What is the point of peer review? Why can't you just answer? What is the point?
I'm not going to speak to you if you're going to be aggressive.
I just listen. I want to know why you're appealing to peer review, because it seems very cowardly.
No, it's not. I don't think it's cowardly, but again, I don't want to.
It is cowardly because you don't want to address any evidence by just saying it's not peer reviewed. Should we publish it in an open access journal and then just go put a flag up and say, hey, now we got something peer reviewed? So what? Then you'd say, hey, this isn't the right journal.
Are you going to let me speak now? Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, you're just trying to make it impossible. You're just trying to make it impossible for us to present any evidence by having an impossible standard that can't be met.
No, I literally didn't say that. Okay, I'll accept a non-peer-reviewed article. If it's an article that's published somewhere...
Would you accept if you did it?
Published.
If I did it?
Define published. Hey, bro, define published.
We didn't define published in a journal, in a scientific journal. Is that good?
Does that make it correct?
I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying I want something.
Then what good is the peer review if it doesn't mean it's correct or not? Why are you using that as some gatekeeping device?
I never said that.
Why are you using it as a gatekeeping device?
We're published in a scientific journal.
No, here,
Why
let's do peer
do we
review.
need that, dude? I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Why is that important?
I'm not going to respond to you if you scream at me. I'm not going to do that.
Dude, then answer. You're not responding when I asked you
I'm not going to be doing that. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Citrus Fruit.
You didn't
I'm going to
respond
take
when I
care of
talked
this.
politely to you.
No, hold on, Citrus Fruit. I'm going to handle Indio real quick. I'm going to peer review whether he's yelling at you is justified. I reviewed it. Yes, his yelling is justified. Now that it's peer reviewed and published, you can accept it.
I don't get what you guys are acting like.
Can't you do the peer review?
Anything mean to you?
Yeah, listen.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm really open to discussion. Like, I really want to talk to you guys. But if you're going to scream at me, we're not going to go.
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, listen, brother. I'm going to ask you now for the 11th time. What is the importance of peer review? Why is it useful? Why does it need to be applied?
If I answer that, do you promise you're going to stop screaming at me?
Okay. I'm going to ask you for the 12th time. Peer review. Why is it important? Why do we need that? Why is it the arbitrary truth?
All right. I never said it's the arbitrary truth. First of all, peer review, yes, can sometimes go wrong. That is a fact. Some articles are peer reviewed, but in those cases, sometimes it just doesn't work. That's why we also look at other parts of an article in order to evaluate its quality. Like when you're looking at an article, the first thing that you look at is you look at the journal that it's published in, right? You look if it's peer reviewed. You look at the number of citations, publishing date, and methods used.
Why?
Because that's the way in which you can assess an article.
Why? Why do we do this?
Sorry, to determine I told again, if you're going to be aggressive with me, I'm not going to talk. So, can you let me finish? Is that fine?
Yeah, I want you to tell us. I want you to justify why we should. Brother.
That's how I speak.
Brother.
Okay.
You know what I want, and you're being obtuse on purpose.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It isn't going to work.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know you're being obtuse. Yeah, we can hear you giggling. Don't mute me. I'm a mod. I'll ban you. Okay.
But I'm not talking to the other.
I'm going to ask you again. Why are we using peer review?
I'm sorry.
You're still just talking over me, so you don't have to listen. Is that your plan?
Okay, cool.
I'm going to ask you again.
Article someone sent.
I think this dude muted me. So
I think
he's
someone
going
said
on.
that this fee core thing is published somewhere, right? Is that?
Dude, unmute me, or just stay the way you are.
Hey, Citrus Fruit. We don't take kindly to people muting each other because then you just talk while the other person's talking. Doesn't work. So unmute Indio, right? And then instead of being obtuse about answering his question, just give him a straightforward answer. And then you solved your problem. You can continue the convo. Plenty of people listening right now that are wondering why When asked, since you're supposedly the scientist, you can't just give a simple answer why peer review is necessary. And to say that peer review is necessary because the first thing I have to do to legitimize something is see if it's in a peer-reviewed journal, that's just circular reasoning. That's not answering the question. And for goodness sakes, and for the love of God, please just answer the question.
Yeah, we just want he's probably not even listening. We want a justification in case I'm going to assume I'm unmuted. We want a justification for using that as some step in the process. Why should we use it? What does it say about? Yeah, we know you can't talk. So why is it important? Jesus Christ. Now you're unmuted. Am I muted? Did you mute me?
No, you're not.
Yes or no?
You're good.
Okay, so really simply, I'm going to state it kindly, and I'd like you to answer. Why are we using peer review? Why is that an arbiter of the truth? You know, peer review is a new invention. It's only been done since about the 1970s. Prior to that, there was no peer review. They didn't do peer review. Well, it's true.
Okay. And
if you want do you want the history of peer review and how it came about into the modern era? It was actually Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his name's Jordan Maxwell, that monopolized all the journals so that he could sell them to the government. And that's how he became a billionaire. He owned Elsevier.
Wait, so
right? So that's a whole nother story. The point is, peer review is a new thing, and what is its utility? I just gave you an article that said most peer-reviewed research is wrong. So if you are going to have some gatekeeping thing where I'm not going to consider it unless it's peer-reviewed, I'd like you to justify that.
No. Again, I didn't say.
Still talking over me. I'm going to ask you what I just said to you, okay?
I won't be treated like a child. I'm sorry. Why are you treating?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you what I just said to you to make sure you just heard me. Well, I won't be interrupted rudely either.
You did that already to me multiple times, though.
I'm not going to be treated like a child, but I'm going to ask like a child. But you did it first.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Grow up, bro. Like, seriously?
I didn't. I'm sorry. If you want.
Why are you laughing?
We can talk.
He's laughing because he's a child. He thought he's going to bullshit his way. You don't have a degree in goddamn anything. Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
To be fair, you're supposed to know this stuff because you said you appealed to it in your field, and so everyone's listening is hearing you not just answer the question.
You're a university student that thought you could bullshit your way through this, and you can't. Okay. Listen.
I can answer.
Yeah. So. Okay. So give us a justification
as to why we think peer review is important. Like why we
the justification on why you won't look at the research that we're providing to you because it's not peer reviewed. That justification.
First of all, I didn't say that. I'd happily look at anything that's not peer reviewed if it's an article. I just said I won't look at a fucking documentary because I don't have that time. That was my whole point. 1, 2, peer review is important. Yes, we look.
Why?
Because it's other scientists in your field reviewing your article. Like that's the whole thing.
That's not a why.
It's important though. It's important to have other experts in your field look at your.
Yeah, that's your claim. Why? You're just restating the same claim. I'm asking you why. The justification.
Because, for example, if you went wrong in your work, you can have someone else say, "Okay, you went wrong there. That's why what you're doing is wrong." Like it's someone else looking at your work over again and just like saying, "Okay, sure." That's where you went wrong. That's where you did good. Like that's it.
And what are they looking for?
They're usually looking at your methods. So your methods specifically, like what's most important? Is it coherent? Is it in line with your topic? Does it actually prove a point? And then they're also looking at other like minor.
Does it prove a point? Really?
Does it prove what you set out to prove? Yeah. Like if you have, does it prove what you're trying to prove?
First of all, science doesn't prove things. Okay.
It does though. Like that's the whole. Like that's how a research paper works. You have a title.
So you graduated university, but never took philosophy 101.
Yeah, no, we don't do that where I live. We don't have philosophy classes and stuff.
You don't take philosophy 101. It's pretty much a required course in every university going back probably 200 years, if not 500.
Every science degree, as far as I know.
Not in France. I did my whole.
Oh, no
Not
wonder,
in
dude.
France.
Oh my goodness, there explains it all.
Yeah, no, I did.
Not in France. So they don't
No, you
have
don't do.
philosophy in university in France.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't do philosophy on a STEM degree. You just do STEM courses.
So the starting point of Descartes' skepticism and all that crap, which led to the problem of induction, which is plagues every scientific endeavor. Somehow they don't teach that in France.
Yeah,
I just find that hard to believe.
You can look it up.
No.
I can give you the name of my.
Well, science doesn't prove things. You can Google that too. Just type in "does science prove things?" It doesn't, because it uses induction, which contains a logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, so it doesn't prove things. It actually, most science, other than natural science, can't actually prove anything because it's theoretical. So you can have a hypothesis.
Not all science is theoretical, though. It's not all theoretical.
You can't eliminate alternate hypotheses, dude. This is the problem.
I mean, you can't say science is theoretical. That's not true, though. You have stuff that is like actually practical. You can look at it and say that happened. Like if I put a shit ton of ethanol over a bunch of cells, they're all gonna die. I can tell you.
Okay, citrus fruit, real quick, brother, real quick. You're making a classic mistake, and that is the mistake of I'm a scientist. I'm a real scientist doing real science with real tangible results, samples, and experiments. Therefore, other people who are called scientists are doing the same thing. That's not true. These astronomers and astrophysicists are not doing science, brother. That's what we're trying to tell you. They're making it up.
I don't think you're getting my point. I never said I'm trying to like say their work is good. What they did is correct. What they did is like the complete truth. I never said that. We're just talking about science in general. Like I'm not specifically trying to defend astrophysicists. I'm not trying to defend their work and say it's good. Like I never said any of that. Yeah, I guess this has just turned into a whole discussion about.
Okay, so there's two parts of. Okay, so you should know there's two parts of a published paper. There's the experiment, and then there's the explanation part, right? Why you got that result. Now you can mix. You can do your chemistry experiment, right? And you can have no clue why that happened, and you can do it over and over and over and over again. And I agree with you. That's the actual science part. But the part they call science in modern day is the theory on the why that happened, right? The how and the why. And they come up with, mathematical models and, claim cause and effect relationships, yada, yada, yada. The peer-reviewed part is only the explanation part. And they'll look at the experiment for sources of error, confounding variables, shit like that, right? Which is the actual only utility of the peer review process is just like, hey, man, what is something maybe they didn't take into account? And what is the source of error? What are the starting assumptions? These types of things. That's all peer review does. But you don't need somebody else to tell you that. You can evaluate that for yourself.
Not really. Peer review doesn't. It's not. Peer review isn't people calculating like statistic constants on your paper. It's not really what they do.
No, what I said is they'll evaluate the experiment, right? They'll go, what are the sources of error? What are some confounding variables? What are some variables that they left out for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Did they apply the right statistical method for processing the data? Is the data over-processed?
Sure, yeah.
Do they have all these freaking floating parameters that they can just freaking move like little slider bars to fit whatever theory they have into the observation? So this is the stuff they review. Right, so this is the stuff they're reviewing, but this is a straightforward measurement. All we're doing is measuring something. Now, anybody can evaluate the methodology of measuring. Hey, what was the equipment they used? What was the distance? What does the goal predict? What was measured? Like, you don't need, it's not a complicated thing. It's simply a measurement.
Right.
Right, you can, you go to the doctor's office. Anybody in the doctor's office, the receptionist, the nurse, your doctor, can measure your height, right?
Yeah, sorry, wait, I don't think, what's your point? I don't get it.
Because we're just measuring something. We're just measuring the distance that a laser increases or does not increase from the surface of the Earth. Because with distance, the further the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, the farther away from the surface of the Earth it should get.
All right.
Right? Because the Earth's supposed to be curving and the laser's going straight, right? So they should separate.
Can someone send me a link to what you're talking about, like the experiment thing? Maybe someone sent it.
I'll show you. I'll show you a diagram so you can visualize it. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, or maybe that's like article or whatever you're talking about.
I already posted it a while ago.
Can you send it again? Because I can't.
Shit. Wait, so look at this diagram, right?
Right.
See, as the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, the shit increase in distance. So all you have to do is measure its height from the surface of the Earth to see if the distance is increasing along the height of the laser. Now, the globe model is going to make certain predictions. For instance, at 40 kilometers, a laser should be, if you start at 2 meters above the surface of water and you shine a laser 40 kilometers, it should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. At the other end, 40 kilometers away.
Yeah. Wait, is this?
Does that seem like a lot to you?
Wait, no, sorry. Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Is this the experiment they did like a while ago, and the guys got proven wrong? Is that it?
No, not Netflix, dude. Come on, man.
Okay, like YouTube's any better? I'm sorry. Wait, no, is this? Wait, I think I found a video of it. The one where they put like the flashlight between two like boards with circles.
Holy crap! Hey, brother. Hey, citrus fruit, real quick. Okay, laser, flashlight. One starts with L, one starts with F. So if you're bringing up something about a flashlight, it's not what we're talking about here.
Great, thank you. I would have never known.
Okay. So this was done in the Netherlands, right? At Lake IJsselmeer. It was done. If you read the report, which I just posted.
Okay.
They had meteorological stations at both ends. They took all the weather data. They just did it once. They went back 3 weeks later and did it again. They have 5 measurement results, right? So they did horizontal pans of the laser. They did increasing distances. And the thing is, the globe makes certain predictions on how high the laser should be. The results here are not within the range of what the globe predicts. They're off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not close. That's why we use this as an example, is because it's not close.
But who is this company, Fecorp?
They're a nonprofit.
Okay, and who are they exactly? Like, who's?
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It's relevant.
That's a genetic fallacy. That the information is right or wrong based upon who it comes from.
I mean, don't you think that's straight up? But you're contradicting yourself, though. You're saying the articles.
What are you talking about?
You're saying the articles written by physicists are wrong because other physicists in the field review.
I never said that. I never said anything like that.
Yeah, that's bogus, brother.
I never said anything like that.
What was said is that some people.
I'm fully convinced now.
Check this out, brother. Check it out, Citrus. We said that some people are wrong because these measurements disprove their claims. Had nothing to do with who they are whatsoever.
No, but I'm sorry, but you're saying the results like scientists post on like in known journals, you're saying those are fake because they're posted by scientists.
No one said that. Why are you saying that again?
We were talking like a few minutes ago about how the data they found on Uranus is false. And now you're saying that the data posted by a company that's visibly like...
No, I didn't say it was false. I said there's no way it can possibly be true because we know that on Earth, the max precision that we can get from elemental analysis is 3 parts per million. Okay? And they're claiming an order of magnitude greater than that. Okay? Which is
what I'm looking at right now... Wait, I'll just show you guys what I'm looking at right now just so you... Oh, okay. Wait, I can't share screen. Oh, okay, fuck. That's
funny how you keep
address the laser, dude.
I can.
Before you address the laser, Citrus, it's just funny. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm very down to talk.
No, I'm going to point something out. And I want you to reflect on it.
Go ahead.
Everything we have said is about particulars of the tools being used and the scope of their abilities. Why you keep bringing it back to the people? Why is it that you're so focused on the people and not the accuracy of the tools?
Because it's relevant. It's part of the scientific process. Like I can look at your data. I can look at your data and make like a conclusion based on it.
Yeah, but you're trying to look at their biography.
I'm just telling you.
You're trying to look at their biography, though.
The data can be.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You're proposing.
Yeah, brother, you're not talking
a certain conclusion that isn't necessarily true because the data in itself isn't true.
Yeah, but you're not talking about data.
That's just a lie. You're talking about their biographical fucking information.
Because it's relevant. If I were to post a
So their biographical information changes the test results.
You can't.
What if it's you and me that go and do this, Citrus?
Sorry,
Citrus. What if it's yourself and myself that go out and do this test? Is now it null and void because we're freaking nobodies?
No, if it was between me and you, sure, I'd believe that. But since it's something from the internet, I don't know who made it. I don't know the source. You have to analyze.
Well,
that.
how about instead of poisoning the well, you assess the information first, then get back to us?
Okay, sure. Let's look at the information you're proposing. Let's look at this 121 slide thing. Cool. Okay.
It's in big type. I think you can read it quickly. There's lots of pictures. You can do it.
Yeah, there's a preface and initial data, and then there's 17 tests. So you can just skip to the end of the last test, and then you don't have to read all the previous 16.
Okay, they're using a camera and a telescope. Okay. Cool, closer distance, blah, blah. Measurement procedure, so...
All right, while you're reading that, just read to yourself calmly while I help the audience understand what the scientific method is. So, step one of the scientific method is establish who it is that's conducting the experiment. Until you establish that, you can't go any further.
It doesn't work like that. It's about the validity of stuff you're saying. You're saying they can't prove certain things, like in other papers, because maybe they have a different agenda, because they're paid by someone to do that research and like...
Dude, how long is that straw man bullshit you're gonna make?
It's not straw
Nobody said anything. That's the third time.
Okay.
The third time.
So does that mean you don't believe
Nobody said anything like what you're saying.
No,
Not
so you
even
don't believe that,
remotely close.
you
We
don't
did not
believe that,
appeal to who they are. We did not. We talked about their data and the instruments they're using and their methodology. Why are you over talking me? We talked about the There we go again. So the instruments they use, their methodology, what they claim they measured is out of whack with what we know is possible terrestrially by an order of magnitude. They don't actually have a sample, and it's a model. It's a model of what the spectrum should look like instead of actual. Why are you constantly over talking, dude? What the fuck is your
You've been
issue?
over talking me multiple times, by the way. I don't get it.
So you're doing it for revenge?
Sorry?
Are you doing it for revenge then?
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
You're a
No wonder it can't track India.
Just go on mute, bro. Just fucking go on mute.
Dude, what we're talking about is that you can't get your head out of the fact that the personalities aren't relevant to the veracity of the data. The data is either true or false. And for some reason, you keep projecting that onto us as if that's what we're doing. But really, you're just admitting your epistemology is based on faith and personalities rather than the veracity of the data. I mean, that's my conclusion. I think that's pretty well founded based on what you keep saying. It's like you can't get away from it for some reason.
It's not a company, dude. You can try that again. It's a nonprofit. It was paid for by donations. Good try, though. So I already told you it was a nonprofit, Citrus Fruit, and so now why are you lying?
Oh, no, I'm done with this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. I'm just saying, if you guys are going to look at data...
Let me help you.
Look at it.
Let me help you.
Hold on. Listen, out of the kindness of my heart, I'm going to finish his sentence. So what I wanted to teach you guys is that if you're going to look up data, the most important thing you should do is verify who the person is and whether or not he cheated on his wife.
Seems
How come
legit.
How come it doesn't list what they had for breakfast in there? I want to know, because that's important. Because it's an important meal of the day.
Yes, it is the most important meal. And if they didn't have Wheaties and it's a high performance experiment, they probably didn't do it because you got to eat your Wheaties. Oh, do you guys got Wheaties in Australia? Do you even know
Yeah, I
what
don't know if
that
they're the
is?
same thing or not.
Well, they always have athletes on the cover.
Wheat Bix, yeah.
Yeah, we got Wheaties. I always get a kick out of seeing the old Bruce Jenner ones when he was like a decathlon athlete. And he's like all buff, like with a javelin in his hand.
That must be worth a pretty penny.
I know, right? He's probably trying to buy them all and burn them.
You remember that clip where he was manhandling Ben Shapiro?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was like, if you say that again, you're going to go home in an ambulance. And Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh, how very tolerant and peaceful of your view."
That's so funny, man. I forgot about that. Dude, he's huge too. Even as a woman, he's like a fucking beast.
Yeah.
Dude, like seriously, when I was a kid, dude, I thought that was like the coolest thing. I wasn't like when I was like 4 or 5, like I wasn't into like professional sports or anything like that. But the Olympics I thought was cool, and that he was like the best because he could do it all, right?
Yep.
So anybody else catch the Shiva debacle?
Only the title.
Oh, dude, it was so bad. I mean, holy Jesus! First of all, McToon's in it, and right there, right off the rip, and he said he was banned from here, which is false. And he said there's a video on my channel showing me being banned. So I went and watched the video, and he clearly clicks the disconnect button. So after muting the entire room, so it's really funny just to blink. Anyway, the point is that my God, dude, it is just like an embarrassment that this guy ever took. It isn't academia at all. He's an embarrassment, quite honestly. There's no way to even describe it. It was basically like a 3-on-1 Glober debate of 3 people telling the flat earther how he's stupid and how they need to do this. We have to do this experiment this other way. It's just so fucking. It's so bad. But
So yeah, so it said on there.
Set up from go.
What was the title again? It was like flat versus round.
Flat versus round summit.
Summit, yeah, flat versus round summit, applying the scientific method. So like right there, it's like, okay, how to apply the scientific method to just a measurement of a shape? I mean, good grief, dude, how much stupider could you be?
He said you have to express your hypothesis into a mathematical equation.
What the heck?
Yeah, bro. It's a freaking train wreck, bro. And he used the example of F equals ma.
Holy crap!
Yeah, dude. Dude, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It was so much worse than I thought.
So basically, dude, we should retitle this video "Examples of the Dunning-Kruger Effect."
Yeah, and his example was 2 competing hypotheses, F equals ma versus F equals ma squared. And it more closely fits F equals ma. Well, how did you get those variables? What did you measure to get any of those variables? The values, to know if it fits in the first place. How'd you measure the mass? How'd you measure the force? Acceleration seems straightforward. But then you would need to know what are the other 2 variables. Well, where'd those come from?
Just read the first comment. These people are retarded.
It was so much worse than what I thought. I was actually in the chat for a while.
It's like the first comment. I caught the live event. It was such a rich exchange, teaching and learning.
He kept saying the flat earthers, he has to teach him like he's in kindergarten. So the person that was the flat earther, I think it was Kevin Samuels. That's his name. He's not a native English speaker, so he's talking like him. But you can tell that he's having trouble speaking because he's not a native English speaker. And Shiva kept saying, "Do I have to explain it to you like you're in kindergarten?" He said that. He said that like 6 or 7 times, and that was like very irritating to me because it was obvious he was having troubles not only expressing himself, but understanding what was being said because he doesn't speak English. Which begs the question, why was he involved in that anyway? And where were the other flat earthers? And I thought they were all supposed to fly out and go in a conference room and write it all on a whiteboard. And like everything he said would happen, none of that shit happened. There was 3 Glovers, because I'm counting him as a Glover. There was McToon, another anti-flat earther that did radio, so some sort of he did radio, some sort of radio stuff in the military. And Shiva, the radio dude that was McToon, just sat there doing nothing. The radio guy kept talking about, well, there's no mirages in radio waves, and if the Earth was flat, there'd be no radar horizon, and so it's basically almost like a debate. It was almost like a flat Earth, one flat earther with broken English versus 3 anti-flat earthers debate, more than actually collaborating to get some freaking test done. But the radio guy just kept saying shit which is just blatantly wrong. Oh, water doesn't really have an effect on UHF. You could just like Google it, dude. Water is like the only thing that affects VHF, which is crazy, dude, that this guy's saying that shit. Water increases the absorption and attenuation of VHF, and he said the exact opposite of that, and claiming he's an expert in radio. UHF, rather. He said there'd be no radar horizon on the flat Earth. Oh, yeah. None at all. Just go forever. It was bad. It was bad, dude. If you value your like literally, it's like puke in your mouth level bad.
Dude, I posted, why would anyone need the scientific method to simply measure a shape of an object? Perhaps we need a summit on teaching how to measure for children. Holy crap.
Yeah, and they're butchering like they didn't, what were they saying? They were like, instead of using the term for the imprecision of a measurement, like the uncertainty of a measurement, they were using a completely different word. And Shiva was using it too, and I'm like, how the frick did this guy get into like in the university? It's called, there's 2 measurement things, right? There's the precision of the measurement, and then there's the uncertainty of the measurement result, which would be a bounded range. They were calling it something completely freaking different. And I'm like, man, but this guy, he's an MIT graduate with freaking 3 degrees or whatever. Like, why doesn't he correct them and tell them, these are anti-flat earthers, mind you, and correct them and tell them they're like using like the wrong terminology. Like it was just, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. It was so much worse than I thought. This guy is like, no matter how bad I think it is, this dude's like going down fast. In my opinion of him, like fast.
He might have to have a special meeting with his employer.
He is his own employer. He's got a lot of grips going, I found out. He's got a lot of like donate to this and donate to that and donate to this other thing. And I'm sure he it's a legitimate employment thing in Massachusetts to start a nonprofit, make yourself the head administrator, and pay yourself basically the proceeds of that nonprofit administering the penny that's left.
Yeah. There's one corporate structure, which I don't know if it applies to nonprofit, where you as the owner are entitled to 10%, and then after that, the remaining 90% is then considered the shares. So what was one of their ideas?
I think the Globetrotters want to do another sun observation, which is I don't even know, like predict where the sun is based upon some model, but they're so stupid. And I've told Nicktoon this already. That in like another thing where he starts some shit in an X thread and then bails on it. That they don't use a globe model to predict where the sun is. So that would be quite a litmus test to Shiva's veracity, quite honestly. Because if he doesn't look at the math and see, hey, in the math there's no globe model, there's no globe in there, then it's not a globe, and that it's not actually a globe prediction. Then that what this dude was proposing, and he said it wasn't even his idea, it was to get the elevation of an airplane when it's coming down on its glide slope at 20 kilometers away and making a elevation prediction, flat Earth versus globe prediction, which is convoluted, and they didn't like that one. And the reason they gave is because the radar measures the arc length, or the radar measures the straight line distance, but it's supposed to be the arc length. And so basically, the radio guy was coming up with all these reasons why you can't do it. One of them being the imprecision of the measurement, that it was accurate to it was only accurate to within 0.6 of a kilometer or something. I mean, that was for the distance, but that the difference in drop would be 20 meters. And then he was like, hey, well, you can just do it farther. And then they're like, no. Then Shiva just literally just shut that down. As soon as he said farther, he just shut that shit fucking down right away. And of course, the other guy, and so the whole time she was lecturing this dude, Kevin Samuels, the whole time he was lecturing them. But when the Goldbergs can say any fucking stupid thing they want, and he doesn't say a goddamn word to them, he actually lectured, well, where'd you get that from? You have to give a citation. So in science, we give citations. When the Glober right before him, just spouted a whole bunch of nonsense claims, and he did not demand a single fucking citation for any of that shit. Anyway, that's not the point. So they were like, okay, well, you could use UHF in a freaking airplane and get a receiver at some lighthouse far away. And if the Earth's the globe, there'll be a radar horizon where you won't be able to pick up the UHF signal. But on a flat Earth, there'll be no radar horizon. And so then they started arguing about that. Well, we don't. If this is kind of like the seeing too far thing, this is what the Glover said. This is kind of like the seeing too far thing, but there's no mirages in radar. Yeah, there is. Fucking simple Google search. Yeah, there is. They're not visible mirages. They're just not qualitative, but the same effects, right? The reflection, right? So the radio waves will reflect. You'll get multipath interference. All these things, all these problems with UHF that you'd have, that you would have a flat Earth radio horizon. And he even said, he's like, well, sometimes the radio horizon is real far away. And that's ducting. That's ducting around the globe, right? So he already made it so that that no flat Earth observation can disprove the globe, because he can say, well, it's ducting. It's ducting for fucking 500 miles. So, you can't, dude, it's I don't even know what to say. Yeah, kind of have to see it for yourself. I don't recommend it, but it's pathetic.
It sounds like ducting is what he had to do to pass MIT.
This is like, they had two Globers. They had Nicktoon and some guy, he worked in radar, or not radar, but radio transmission in the military or as a hobbyist or something like that. I can't remember exactly what his background was. He was clearly an anti-flat earther and clearly knew what he was talking about to a degree, but he was making claims that are just baloney, dude. That you literally can just Google and see that his claims were just baloney. Like I said, the water absorption, the attenuation, the lack of mirages, the no radar horizon on a flat Earth, just all sorts of crap. And then after he did all that of going back and forth, now Shiva's buying this supposedly as if he probably is buying it. Well, I brought this guy here, and he's an expert in the field, and why don't you just go with his experiment? Why, because they poo-pooed the one he wanted to do with the plane glide slope, and then he's trying to go with and then he's trying to push his lighthouse experiment, and then Shiva's trying to push that on him, right? Based upon all these other things, but like I said, right at the end, he says, well, sometimes the radar horizon's far, and then you have ducting because of a temperature inversion. Well, you just said you're supposed to be doing an experiment that says positive flat or globe, and then you just eliminated the globe as being falsifiable by this experiment by saying, in some instances, there's no radar horizon, right? And that's ducting. So if you have a no radar horizon, it's not a flat Earth, it's ducting. And if there is a radar horizon, it's not absorption or attenuation, it's a globe. It's so scummy. I don't even know it. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. It was irritating to watch that shit.
Hey, when they were talking about the glide slope, I mean, somebody could have just said, hey, how about we just get the pre-fusion algorithm Adiru rotational attitude data? Yeah, for you Globers out there who don't know what I just said, supposedly there's a system on the plane that measures the reference frame of the plane relative to the Earth and its initial attitude and its flight, and it would prove that it would be rotating or not rotating as it travels in an arc or over a flat, parallel line to the Earth. So supposedly that already exists in the airplane's subsystems, and if you just can get that pre-algorithm, you'd have some data that might be useful. Too bad they hide it and then put an algorithm on it and then make it to where you can't tell what's really going on. And so the end result, the end data of the plane, this is their own language. The plane recognizes it as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So that means that the plane is fully capable of flying exactly congruent with flying over a flat Earth. So the data is 100% congruent with a flat Earth and shows absolutely no curvature whatsoever. Man, they should have had Wolfie 6020 on. He would have set him straight. He said, hey, it's all in the black box, brother. Yeah, we all know it isn't in there, though.
Oh, why not just have Will W? I want to know how McToon fucking weasels his way into everything. Fucking everything, dude. When Witsit went on Infowars, the Harrison guys, that dude Harrison said that McToon was fucking like in his DMs, like blowing his shit up, sending him fucking emails. He like weasels his way into freaking everything.
Yeah. You know what's funny, dude, is remember back when McToon debated Brian's logic? Part of it was, I think they were talking about some of the aircraft data. Supposedly, he was personally invited by Duffy to debate McToon. But yeah, they all work together. And wasn't it McDuffie that was on McToon where he lied about not knowing him?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not suspicious.
Maybe they all have the same agent.
Well, I just told you, dude. The dude's a blatant liar, dude. You can go look at that video, look in the chat. He says multiple times that he was banned from the server. He's not banned now. He's never been banned, ever, since the server opened. It said, you can go look at it on the live stream, and it clearly shows him disconnecting from the VC because he couldn't answer a question about where he got the distance to the sun. Meme was asking him, where'd you get the distance from the sun? So what he does is he goes on mute, tells his audience, oh, they measured it with radar, blah, 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 and then he disconnects from the VC. So he muted the VC, our VC that he was in, to monologue to his audience, and then disconnects. And claims he's banned, which is a lie. Never was banned.
All right, listen, I'm back from the future, and McToon has a public announcement that although it may appear that that's what happened, he was actually hacked by the expert Flat Earth hackers to make it look like he was lying. It's funny how you can just make up excuses after the fact to explain anything away, kind of like their stupid globe. Unfalsifiable gibberish.
Yeah, we got Zeus waiting in the wind.
Yeah,
for you.
Zeus. Speak up, Zeus. Tough guy. Trying to change the combo. Oh, here we go. On mute, Zeus. Okay, Zeus. Go pray. Tell me all about MIT kids.
Hey, MIT, I guess they are the number one university.
Why do you?
So
How do you figure that?
I guess they don't have time to believe and research on such stupid.
I've done work at MIT. So why do you believe that, dude?
Okay, that's great.
I'm a grown adult. I
Are
lived in
you an
Cambridge
elder?
for like 5 years at one point, and then left, and then came back. So I've lived here like 20 years total. So please tell me why you think MIT kids are smart.
Because it's quite difficult to get into MIT.
You need a 1400 SAT score. It ain't that difficult. So want to tell me why they're smart?
Yeah, because very few people go there.
So what? Very few people go to Bennington College. Very few people go to Williams College. Very few people go to frickin' any number of colleges.
Yeah.
Exclusivity is not a sign of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know why you're idolizing people for no freaking reason when you have no idea the quality of the individuals that go there. Let me tell you how it really works. You got a bunch of people in foreign countries that have fleeced and ripped off their citizenry. So they're corrupt. I'm telling you, dude. I'm just telling you how it fucking works, bro. They want their kids to go to MIT or Harvard. Okay? So this is what they want. And they're rich, corrupt government officials or loosely associated with the government, corrupt, kickback freaking corporate people like from China, Saudi Arabia, Spain, all over the place, dude. And they want their kids to go there. Huh?
Did you ever work at MIT?
I've done work at MIT. I've never worked there as an employee.
What were you at MIT? Like what position?
What did I do? I helped fix one of their robots, for one, and then I did something to their computer system, which I can't talk about.
Oh, nice. So you're okay. Nice.
But what's that got to do with anything? The point is that they're not smart. They're just they're rich. and connected. That's really the deciding thing, is rich and connected. A certain amount of slots have to go to in-state people, but the out-of-state people, the MIT can fucking pick and choose how they want.
Yeah,
and they
that's
pick
an
and choose a lot of connected foreigners. I know because I lived in I don't live in that building now, but I lived in the building that a lot of these people lived in. There's no way that they're students, they could afford to live there. We're talking $4,000 a month for rent.
Okay,
American.
I didn't knew that earlier, so thanks for correcting me.
It's very expensive to live where I live. There's no way like a college student can just come live here from a foreign country unless their parents are corrupt. Because we're more well off than a lot of foreign countries here. So to go from China, which is like living in like one of the poorest places in America, and to come into the city and live here, it doesn't work, bro. The scale of the money is just fucking way off, dude. You think about all the prices you're used to paying in your everyday life, and then you go to a place where you save up as much money as you can, and then you go there, and everything costs 10 times more. Your savings are gone instantaneously.
Hey, what do you have to say about time zones?
What about them?
Do you want to discuss that?
Yeah.
If you are comfortable, it's okay. Otherwise, I can go. No worries.
There's no question you can ask we haven't heard.
Okay, so what do you think of time zones? Yeah, it only exists on a round globe Earth. How can it
why is
exist
that?
on a flat Earth?
What? So tell me then, why is there one time zone in China? Why is there a single time zone in China? There's one time zone.
Yeah, human-made actually.
Oh, so so only humans make time zones, and because humans make time zones, Earth's a globe, and that can't happen on a flat Earth.
Okay, so why do United States of
Time
America
zones are
have
political. They're man-made. Okay? There's 19 time zones in the north. Listen, brother. There's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south.
Okay, so what do you have to
You look
say
at the
about
time
that?
zone map, you can see this.
Okay, what do you know? Right now in America, in San Francisco, it's 2:12 p.m. I guess, and where I am from, it's 2:12 a.m. So it's 12-hour difference. So how do you see that on a flat Earth map? Day and night difference.
Oh,
You're living in
so
the
that's the
same-
real
on
question.
the
Why
same
doesn't the
beam.
sun light up the whole Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, because the air is not transparent. The air is not transparent.
What does that
At long distances, the air is not transparent. If you go under the ocean 400 meters, it's completely pitch black, right? Is that supposed to be some sort of refutation? Nervous giggling?
Oh, I'm so sorry for that. Yeah.
Is the
Okay.
air transparent?
It looks like it's transparent, but it's
How far? How far will it be transparent for? 100 miles?
Oh, I'll see it on internet. You can tell me. I'm here to learn.
Well, it's under the cleanest possible air at sea level, according to the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere. It's 296 kilometers.
Okay.
So air absorbs light, and that's just the air. We're not even talking about the dust particles, the water vapor, or any of the other things that also absorb light.
But clouds also like block light a lot.
Yeah, yeah, of
Even,
course.
even on
So
a bad
if the
weather, we
sun-
do see light.
So, okay, so brother, so if it's noon in New York City, and I'm in frickin' Hawaii, and the sun's coming up, right? And I see the sun. How much air is that? It's like 6,000 miles of air between me and New York City.
Yeah.
That's why when it goes day to night, it doesn't just instantly go to night, right? It's slow. There's twilight. There's civil twilight, and there's nautical twilight, and there's why are you interrupting me? There's civil twilight, there's nautical twilight, and then there's astronomical twilight. So it slowly gets darker. It doesn't just shut off, right? If the Earth was a ball, half of it would be lit up. It would turn, and then it would as soon as the sun would set, it should be completely black.
So what do you have to say about sunset? If the Earth is flat, why? If you're saying the night is because of the air particles blocking the sunlight, right?
Light.
Yeah.
Not blocking,
what about-
absorbing.
Yeah, absorbing. So
No, absorbing. The energy is absorbed into the air, dude.
I do see sun setting.
So what?
How do we justify that?
What do you mean?
I can see sun moving behind
The sun
Earth.
moves. It doesn't
Yeah.
go behind the Earth.
Actually, it's Earth revolving around.
You're misinterpreting what you're seeing.
It seems like the sun is setting behind the Earth.
It's not going behind the Earth, dude. You're trying to. Okay, what do you actually see? Let's describe what we actually see. We see the sun go down.
Yeah.
And the horizon will start cutting it in half. And then eventually the horizon completely, where the sun was, all you see is the horizon. It's not going behind the Earth, though.
So
this is just perspective. This is just perspective. Just perspective.
So the space race was already part of an Antarctic expedition that had been going on too, as part of a much broader program for discovery. So when this was going on and Russia claimed to orbit Sputnik, then America chomped at the bit and said, well, while we have the space race going on, let's do that too. And then let's also produce technology that's even more grand, seemingly more capable. And I think this psychological arms race was built on a bunch of lies. And I think over decades, the lies were so big they couldn't reverse it anymore. They couldn't go back. There are other countries that did not claim to land men on the moon. They wouldn't even go there. Like the UK was very smart to avoid manned lunar expeditions and get behind any of that. But I think the claims of space got so big that they basically can't reverse them, and they're stuck.
United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, all landed on the moon. Interesting. India, huh? Do they have any footages of that?
I don't know. But here's what I find interesting. Just these countries that claim outer space capabilities also claim to have nuclear weapons. And when you go back to the founding documents of NASA, it almost looks like one of NASA's primary purposes is to provide cover for nuclear weapons development. Why? Because the Saturn rockets that were used for NASA's exploration were also being used for nuclear ICBMs. So if you paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, you could test the motor all day. You could test the rocket, the guidance system all day, and nobody would think the wiser. Nobody would suspect that it's actually for weapons development.
Another interesting point to add is that as bad as the NASA footage looks and whatnot, right, and how many technical impossibilities there were behind the moon missions, the footage from these other countries, right? Most people haven't looked into that, right? Have a look at China's footage of when they said that they landed on the dark side of the moon and whatnot. Japan's footage, India's footage is probably the most hilarious on top of China and Russia.
Yeah,
and the Soviet footage, it's so bad, it's really laughable, and there's like glitches and mistakes, and it's all inconsistent with other countries' footage as well. Like there's some funny...
Captain, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but like, do we have none of these countries has ever did a proper vlog going on the moon and showing how things are? None of them.
If you have a look, if you go to YouTube and you type in so this is India's greatest ever achievement, right? So in modern history. Okay, so if you go onto YouTube and you type in footage of India lunar mission or something along those lines, right? You'll see extremely limited, tiny little bit of video footage that looks absolutely ridiculous and laughable. It's completely limited. It's just silly. Even a lot of the Indian people that we get in here also, laugh at it, and they're like, yeah, we probably did fake that. It's ridiculous. The footage is so bad that they actually decided to show the animation rather than the real footage on the TV. So if you look at most people celebrating India landing on the moon, they're looking at an Atari-looking animation. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And we don't even have to say we can prove it's all fake. We can just say it's kind of faith-based, right? We can't validate any of this information. But when we actually go out and empirically test over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't match up with the globe ever. Okay, throughout all of history, there's not a single observation where someone's gone out and actually measured 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, when we go out and test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature. We can shoot a laser or zoom across with a high-powered camera over to the other side of a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline consistently. So empirical evidence doesn't match. The faith-based so-called space footage it's faith-based, like I just said. And it's just you get into it a bit more from there. You start looking into it. You'll start learning all about the globe model. Okay, flat earthers tend to know a lot more than the average person about how the globe operates, right? Because it's one of the first things that you need to look into. It's like, okay, they're claiming this. How did that become a claim? Where did that come from? What you're going to find is most things are mathematical models or concepts, you could call them, based off assumptions. Okay, and when you look for empirical validation of the core variables in the equations and whatnot that they're using, you'll find that there isn't any empirical evidence for these.
Can I make a claim?
Yeah.
So okay, so play along with me and just tell me what you think, okay? Mm-hmm. So I googled the distance of the moon from the Earth, and it's like 400,000 kilometers, roughly. Not exactly, but roughly. Do you think it might be just like there's literally no technology? Oh, my Siri went off. Give me a second.
You're right.
Sorry. Okay, do you think that it just might be like it's so far away that there's literally no technology to get us there, and everybody's like, since America's already faked it, everybody else is trying to fake it so they can claim superpower C?
Yes and no to a bunch of things that you just said. I would say that the vacuum of space and the way that outer space is presented to us in the heliocentric model actually violates a bunch of natural laws. It's scientifically impossible, as we've been told. Okay, when it comes to the distance to the moon, that kind of thing, it's all based on assumptions. It's based on knowing the radius value of the Earth and that the space is a vacuum, and it's all kind of tied in together with the globe model. Now, when it comes to why they would lie about the moon missions for notoriety and power and things like that, yeah, absolutely, that's probably part of the reason. India they want to also be seen by the rest of the world as a country that is very technologically advanced, and they've also done something similar to what the great powerful America has done, and yeah, other countries want a piece of the pie as well, and the pie might just be respect and that kind of thing. How they're perceived on a grand scale. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Or they all figured out that, hey, America used NASA as a cover for weapons development, so we're going to do the same thing and signal back to the Americans.
I'm just listening. I want to see what y'all else have to say.
Right. So suppose it's possible to put something on the moon over a flat Earth. It means that they're doing it in a whole different manner than what we think. All that business about orbits and stuff, All of that would probably have to change.
Yeah, ultimately, the claim of the distance to the moon is a claim only. That value, that distance, is predicated on the Earth being a globe. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off for you really quickly. The entire idea of the solar system, the universe that you have in your mind, that you've been fed for most of your life, is complete fantasy, because it has to be a globe for any of that to even remotely be true. So since the Earth is not a globe, you can just forget about the solar system that you were taught about. It is implausible, because the Earth would have to be a sphere.
Yeah, so what is the sun? What is the moon, stars, planets? Nobody knows for sure.
The best answer we can give you are lights in the sky. What they are, how they're composed, distances, even if they're physical, we don't know.
This brings me another question. I'm kind of interested now. Big Bang opinion on it. What do you think?
Pseudoscience postulations. It's implausible. That actually violates the first law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't have nothing and then something. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So you can't get the entire universe and all the things that they feed to you that are in it. You know, the billions and zillions and quadrillions of stars and gases and clouds and all that stuff came from essentially nothing. So that's physically impossible, according to the laws of nature.
Okay. What's holding up the sky and the Earth?
What's holding it up? Yeah. Did you say planet?
No. I said what's holding up the Earth and the skies?
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
I don't think a flat Earth is a disk in space. It's described as the floor of the universe.
Okay, I never claimed it to be a disk in space either, but what's...
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the base of the universe, what's all the way down?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the further you dig, the hotter it gets.
So are you like tackling this from a religious perspective, or what's the idea here? I'm just trying to
rational empiricism.
Yep. What can be tested? What can be proved? What can be known without any speculation? Well, as far as we know, everybody on the Earth uses and experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane within a certain tolerance. So it is flat, 8 miles high, 8 miles deep. In between that, completely flat. So that's what can be known. Now, if you're going to ask us how deep the Earth goes, what's holding it up, all that stuff, no way we could know that. No way anybody could know that. So
I see.
You know,
I'm sorry, Bob.
So I understand the point of view right now. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go.
I understand your point of view. You're not trying to make claims, but you're trying to look at existing claims and see whether they hold any validity.
Yeah, basically. But, you know, we can validate what the Earth is. It can be measured. And as far as we can measure, it is flat.
So when you said it was 8 mile deep, 8 mile high, what about, have you ever been on a plane before? I'm just being genuine.
Yeah, I have been on a plane before many times.
So
I've been on a plane before,
you're saying the flat Earth is limited to 8 miles high?
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the tolerance of flatness. So flatness, the description, typically is a description of something that rests between two parallel planes. The highest mountain on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. The deepest known trench of the ocean is about 8 miles deep. In between those two parallel points, or parallel lines or planes, the Earth rests between that. So it is completely flat in between that tolerance.
So what do you think is that like? Obviously, if it's flat, so you're saying it's like you go one way or east and west, you go one certain direction. What do you think's at the end of that?
I don't know. What do you mean east and west? On the Earth?
I'm saying like if you put it like on a 2D printed out version, it's saying it's flat. So you're saying obviously, do you agree with there's a certain limited space that we live on, right?
I have no idea. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying that you'd agree that the Earth is flat, right? But you're saying, what I'm asking is, what do you think the edge of the Earth is, or?
I don't know. I don't even know where the edge of the Earth is. If there is an edge, I don't know where it's at. If there is a limit, I have not found it.
So you're still saying that there's yet to be more of the planet we live on explored?
I'm not saying that either, and the Earth wouldn't be a planet in that case.
Right. So when we examine the globe, the claims of what the globe is, the claims contradict themselves. What the globe is said to be is not internally consistent whatsoever. That's the problem.
Yo, who has image perms can post something that I want to post? Does anybody, can I DM somebody?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can DM me, I'll post it.
Can you help me with that one?
Yeah, you can DM it to me, man. It's fine. You might have to send me a friend request.
Wait, who said me? Who said
Captain Refractio.
Okay. Hold on a second.
That's a great name.
So I have you asked me if I've ever been on a plane. Yes, I have, and there's something weird about being on a plane too. So I want you to just look at this. These are my own images. I didn't take them from anywhere else. These are literally mine. Yeah, you can post them. We can just. You cannot deliver because you don't share. Okay, I'm gonna have to add you. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all right, man. Just add me up. All right, go ahead.
So I even given you the location too, and where it shows on the computer and everything. There you go. Even out the window, Well, first of all, I want to ask, why is the Earth literally purple? That's something I was really curious about.
It's something to do with the plane windows, isn't it, on certain airlines? I noticed that when I was flying from Japan to Europe. It had crazy effects like that on the windows. But yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Is it?
Yeah. Also, when you're taking imagery through a phone, I'm not saying that this is validation that the Earth is flat, because even if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. But yeah, I got a bunch of footage too. And what you'll notice is if the horizon's way above the center of the frame of the camera, then it will look like it's a bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it will look like it's curving the other direction, right? Like the wrong way. So it really depends. And it wouldn't be a validation either way. Because what I took a bunch of footage because I'm like, damn, I cannot believe it looks so freaking flat. I'm going to take footage. And then when I looked at the footage when I got home, I'm like, oh, so as I pan the camera around, it's like distorting. It's called lens distortion or barrel distortion. The lower the focal length is on the device, then the more of this distortion that you're going to get. Did you want me to post the image in the side chat as well?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, why is the Earth purple? People won't even believe this is a real
picture.
image.
I do.
It
like
is
the
a real
picture.
image. That's the
yeah.
thing
No,
about it.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
You could see some of our high altitude balloon footage. I'm going to post a channel to on YouTube here for you to check out.
Sure. Clouds do look interesting from that height. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go. Dan Dimension. Check that out. This is going to blow your mind. And if you can watch YouTube on a big TV, do that and just enjoy.
Yeah, he's got some really cool videos, that's for sure.
I have no issues in looking into stuff. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh, these are all like from 6 years ago. Wow, what happened to this guy?
I have no idea. Haven't heard from him for quite a while, actually.
No,
but yeah, he has some really, really cool videos. There's one in there that I would recommend. Forget the name of it.
Whereabouts you boys putting the video link?
Oh, it's in the side chat, man. What's your name? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the channel chat.
Yeah.
What do you think of all these? Like, let's ignore the recent science, okay? But what do you think about all these like old scientists, like from 3,000 years ago all the way back, who all claimed to be living on a globe?
Yeah. So definitely 3,000 years ago, no one was claiming such a thing. That definitely wasn't the case. All ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, enclosed system that was stationary. It wasn't the first person that's attributed to saying that the Earth was a globe, which is controversial even among mainstream historians, was Pythagoras, who was essentially a weirdo cult leader. Okay, and he thought the Earth was like a musical instrument, and that they kind of worshipped spheres as divine shapes, and it kind of stems out from there. So it's interesting if you look into the history of how the globe actually became a thing, because it wasn't like people went out one day and they're like, okay, well, turns out, guys, I've gone out and done some measurements, and we're actually living on a big globe. Everyone was wrong throughout all of history. Here's my tests, here's my measurements. You guys can go and check it for yourself. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. So most of history, people knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane in an enclosed system. And it's not until allegedly Pythagoras, right, was the first person to suggest it, right? And then Plato and the people that came after that, which insinuated the Earth was a globe, not through empirical evidence, but through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
So you're saying ancient civilizations like believe that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if you have a look at their depiction, Stark just posted an interesting.
So what evidence, like historically, that still exists will back that up?
I hate philosophy.
Okay, so it's everyone's. Okay, so the evidence is the water. Obviously, most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Okay, so it's the objective reality that everyone experiences. Okay, so I experience a flat, stationary Earth. Okay, that's like the starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. We experience the celestials in the sky, moving like a big clock in the sky, right, in cycles, resetting, and that's just the empirical position that we all observe and live with. Okay, so what's the proof of that? Well, we have that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests, infrared camera footage. There's thousands of tests that have been done to validate
so
that there's no curvature.
If the Earth was round like most society believes it, let's say to a certain point, you would have if it was flat, I believe it. No matter how far away, if you have powerful enough light, it could be a kilometer away. At the same height, I would see that shine through the same hole. Because it's flat, there's no curvature, correct?
Right, but the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, and also. So even if you put it up high, okay, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, it exponentially diminishes in intensity. Okay, you can look up the inverse square law of light. Each time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer, I think. That's correct. And then the atmosphere also absorbs light. Now think about this. The water, for example, if you have a summer day and the sun's directly above you, just 200 meters down into the ocean, usually much less, it's completely black. pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun whatsoever because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so the air is also a medium. Okay, but it's much less dense, obviously, than the water. So it still has the same sort of properties, just over a vaster distance. Okay, so does that make sense?
100%. But what I'm asking is, if the Earth is flat, because I'm still on edge about this, you can agree where if I was to have powerful enough light, well, it'll reach the other point of this same hole, same height set up, be 10 meters in the air. The Earth was round like most people claim, because there's a curvature where you wouldn't be able to see that angle of light. But if the Earth's flat, I could have it 10 meters in the air. Let's say the light is powerful enough to reach that certain point. I should be able to see that same light beam at the same height.
Yeah. We've taken that. That's a great argument, actually, and that's one of the main ways that we do test for it. Okay, so here's an example. We can get extremely high-powered lasers these days, and we've had, for example, teams of field engineers go out and do what you suggested, but using like a $20,000-$30,000 laser. Okay, so that what they'll do is they'll set up the laser on one side of a huge body of water. For example, one of their tests was over 40 kilometers long. Okay, and they shoot the laser across over the surface of the water to hit a target that's the same height on the other side of the body of water. Then we can calculate that if the Earth were a globe, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, which is many, many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. And what they found is that in every single test that they performed, the laser would hit the target. Now, this has been done over and over and over again. Same with the line of sight thing.
Even if I was to set it up in my backyard, you're saying it would be the same thing?
Yeah. If you can, it's good to do it over like somewhere that doesn't have elevation changes. That's why bodies of water or frozen lakes or salt lakes, things like this are very good to use. So if you could find a 10-mile lake, okay, and you stand on one side of the lake, this is what I did. I did it over a 20-kilometer lake. Okay, but just say it's a 10-mile lake. Okay, over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, according to the globe Earth mathematics. Now, if you set up a camera or a light or a laser or whatever you wanted to do, you could even just do a mirror flash or something like that. Okay, or you just say you had a buddy over on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see your friend standing there on the other side of the lake. You can calculate exactly how much he should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? The horizon should be a certain distance, and then anything that's beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So your friend should be hidden by about 50 foot of Earth curvature. But what we've found is that there's zero curvature over these distances where there must be curvature. We can zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Are you able to link any of those videos or like something about
that? Yeah, absolutely. Stark just put the laser test I was talking about. That's a really technical one. But what I'll do really quickly is I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with a real world test.
Because honestly, by the research I've done, is both sides claim that they've done the same test and they've got different results.
Yeah, so this is after looking into this for 8 years, I guarantee you that once you look into it, you're not going to find any of these tests that match up with the globe. We've been asking for 8 years. We've been asking physicists, engineers, all sorts of people coming through here, and they've not been able to present it. But
Was anyone there? Is anyone there? Okay. Hey. Hi. Fuck you. Oh.
Ira.
Panama birthday.
Welcome. How can we help you?
What is this?
It's Discord.
I know. I mean, flat Earth Discord. You all guys believe in the flat Earth?
No, we don't believe in it. We measured it. It's flat, verifiably.
Okay.
Hi.
So, do you know anybody that's measured it to be curved?
Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Okay, this guy wants a mute. You can leave, or I can mute you. One or the other. You pick.
No, but you're not open to argue. You're arguing.
Argue? Well, arguments have to do with subjective topics. This is an objective topic. So all you would need to do is show me that somebody has measured the Earth to be curving, and that would be the end of it. Do you have that?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Can you post it for me, please? The measurements and who did it?
Okay, let me check.
Keep in mind, I'm looking for measurements, not calculations based on pre-assumptions.
Okay.
I tell you what, we're getting a lot of traffic. Is there an event? I didn't even check. Let me look.
Yeah, we got one going on right now.
Oh, okay.
The title is Why Doesn't Anybody Have Any Globe Proof?
That is a good question. the prevailing religious belief of the Earth doesn't have any evidence. It's interesting. The gentleman that said he was going to get me some measurements, is he still here or did he bounce? Was that too hard a question?
I posted up some globe evidence from Rob Utah from his server if you want to go take a look from this morning.
Astronauts? NASA? I thought they were a spy agency.
Yes, they're going to the moon in February. Exciting. Whoa. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. They obviously know that this ruse is still working, right? Like they'll just tell people, "Yep, going to the moon," and then not go. But every time they say it, people are like, "Oh, we're going." They posted it. They put it in the news. When scams work, don't get away from them. That's what I say.
Well, I think it was Radwin was talking about selling meteorite insurance.
Yeah.
It's pretty smart, actually.
Oh, it's a genius thing to do. Now, it's surprising to me that somebody has not already thought of this, but they probably have to be aware of the liability with selling something like that, right? Because now all of a sudden there's going to have to be some kind of proof that there's a possibility that a space rock will hit your house. I don't know. Sometimes I think you can pretty much do anything if you disclose it correctly. In the event.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it'll be in his terms. In the event, whether or not the vacuum of space and space rocks do or do not exist, we will sell you insurance to, protect against loss or damage. Like, oh, okay, well, if that's in the contract, then who's going to sue me? Well, wait a minute, space doesn't exist. Space rocks, therefore, can't exist. So this is a scam. Hey, man, I disclosed it. I didn't say one way or the other that it existed. I'm just telling you, in case it does, you're covered.
Yeah, from a rock from outer space, exactly.
You can bet there'll be fraud. Yeah, you can bet there'll be fraud too. Like, this is a hole in my roof from an asteroid. I'm submitting a claim. Like, wait a minute. Then you'd have to blow the game, right?
I'll just have to tell them to prove outer space.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll give them a $10 million payout for $5 a month.
Yeah, overall, I think that would. It would be self-defeating, but you could. Although that would, I don't know. Would that be civil? If you could somehow get that into a court of record, which I think court of records are almost non-existent at this point, but to have it on record that space is indeed a complete hoax, that would be a good thing.
Man, I wish Earth was flat so I could throw my girlfriend off of the edge of the Earth, man. I swear to God, that bitch ain't normal, man.
Hey, Cholo from Germany, bro, we don't need none of that in here. So if you want to discuss the topic, let's discuss it. Otherwise, I'll probably just mute you.
That's what I needed. I needed some straightening from Says Who, man. Hey,
So did you look at the material that we gave you last night?
Huh?
Did you look at the material that you requested, and did you look it over? The PDF?
Yeah, I look at the material, big fella.
Okay. And what did you conclude?
I didn't conclude. I'm not finished. It's a lot of work to get through that shit, man. It's like 40 minutes and everything got to be 40 minutes and 180 pages, bro. I got to look through that shit. And I got a job, man. I got family to feed. I need to have a couple of days. But I found some like things that we can question, yeah? I found some things, fella.
In real life, do you talk like this, or is this just your online persona?
Hell nah. When I'm with my homies, I talk like this. But in when I'm in a corporate setting, yeah, I tone it down a bit. But usually I go like this, yeah. People can't like wrap their heads around it, but it's me, yeah. It's like I say it's like a mix of a lot of different accents all over the US, yeah, because I don't like the official US accent, like literally, you know what I mean, that accent. I get like diarrhea when I hear that accent, yeah. So I mix it up, and I wish I never learned English in American accent. I wish I learned it proper, yeah. British.
What are you, Cuban?
Cuban.
You Cuban?
Who
Yeah.
Cuban, man?
You
I'm
from
German.
Cuba?
Oof, your mic killing me. I'm from Germany, man.
Yeah, he's a German Cholo. So the dialect and the accent that you chose was from a foreigner that visits the United States that also speaks a different language but adopts a subdialect. That's what you went with?
I think I went with a mix of Cuban English, African English, and Southern English. Yeah, failures and shit. And
yeah, nobody says that here. Nobody says that. Nobody says that.
Where you from, feller?
Yeah, no.
Which country? Which state?
Nobody.
Huh?
That comes from an older dialect, man. That stuff has been phased out. What are you
You're
doing?
telling me nobody in the South says failure no more?
Yeah, if they're acting like an idiot, yeah, they do.
What you mean they acting like an idiot? You finna tell me right now?
You're saying feller.
Nobody
right?
says feller.
Yeah, fell. You sound like you're saying fell like a fell her, but feller.
Yeah, feller. A lot of people.
Feller.
Do you know what feller is?
Like a guy.
No.
Lumberjack.
A feller is a lumberjack. They're fellers of trees. Yes. That's why you should just give up, because you don't even know the words that you're using. It's pathetic.
You don't even have your own language, so you guys should give it up, yeah. But
our own language, yeah. So English is a dead language. It borrows from many things, mostly Latin, right? So
you Americans don't got your own language.
Okay, fine. Who cares?
But why are you talking like I should give it up then?
Because you sound ridiculous. It makes me disrespect you more.
I don't care about it, failure. But I thought failure, people use failure as, the pseudonym for guys.
Just a guy. It's like a guy who's doing something that is kind of I'm not sure how you'd say it. Like
you guys finna tell
like
me
a schoolboy or like somebody who's busy. Like like somebody who's doing something, but they're also very busy and they don't really have time for nonsense.
Okay. So why in all the movies everybody like comes in and says howdy failures?
Yeah, just like like in Western.
In a Western?
Yeah.
A Western.
Not a Western in any movie.
No, you're thinking of fellas, which is kind of like a cross between fellers and fellows,
No,
and
I
it's
know what
slang.
fellas is. I know fellas, and I know.
Okay, well, nobody uses fellers. There's hardly any lumberjacks. At least they don't use that term anyway.
Come on, man. Okay, so what about West? What about movies that use it? You're not finna tell me I made it up that guys in movies don't say feller.
I told you that's an older dialect, and yeah, if it's going to be in a movie, you get your American culture from movies. Not a great idea.
Yeah, like spaghetti western. He's watched like those Italian spaghetti westerns, and he thinks that's America.
Hell, I don't watch no spaghetti western. But listen, there are thousands or hundreds of thousands of rednecks that use feller. Right now, I can find like modern interviews or like anybody from the South, saying fellers.
Well, I got news for you. I live basically below the Dixie line. I'm in the South. Nobody talks like that. They might say
like Dixie. I don't want to go.
I don't know. I mean, is a redneck, is that considered offensive now? I can't remember.
Hell nah, redneck's the best. If he ain't like Dixie, I don't want to go.
So anyways, the globe. You still on it?
Hell yeah, I'm still on the globe, just as you. That's why we are here, man. If we wasn't a globe, we would get vaporized in an instant, because if it was flat, and let's say we got flat right now, Earth became flat, we would all get bombed to hell because it would curl up in a ball because of gravity, because we observe other celestial bodies that do this shit. Hell yeah, brother.
There's no observation of celestial bodies collapsing in on themselves.
Goddamn right it is. What about supernovas and shit? What about fucking stars collapsing on themselves? White dwarfs.
No one's witnessed that.
Pulsars.
They just see. No, they don't witness the event. They just assume that it's occurred or will occur.
You guys believe in black holes or not?
No.
No.
Is it a religion? Is that part of your religion? Is black holes are part of your religion? Something you have to believe in? Like Santa Claus.
Like Santa Claus, yeah. I had an interesting idea about a debate earlier today. I forgot what it is. Let me just remember for right quick.
You believe in fairies?
Hold on, fella. Don't poison the well.
Poison the well.
You asking him a question is poisoning the well, apparently.
Hell yeah.
Just ruining his train of thought.
Yeah.
It's poisoning the well because he knows the answer will just make him look like a abject goofball.
That's fair.
He said, I can't answer that question because my answer will cause all future conversations to be poisoned by this answer will seem so wrong on so many levels that any further conversations will invoke this.
Cool, Crit. Let me ask you something then. What do you get out of believing the Earth is... What do you get out of thinking the Earth is flat that globers do not get out of thinking Earth is a globe?
Yeah, you live in reality, objective reality.
You live in reality, and what does that get you?
And you understand exactly why everything is happening the way it's happening.
Well, explain to me, please, right now, why is everything happening? Because you live on...
It's a fallen, destructive world where nothing changes around here. It doesn't matter how many photographs from outer space they show you, how many manned flights to outer space. It's over, okay? The downfall has already been predetermined and preset. There's never going to be a giant leap forward. We're ever marching closer to an extinction level event. And the best you can do is to document the downfall, find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate.
God damn, bro, you a nihilist out here.
No, it's not a nihilist. It's a realist that you know that there's not going to be aliens coming down to Earth and saving us from nuclear destruction. There's not going to be a kumbaya moment where the world communities decide the Artemis Accords are worthwhile and change what they're doing. Like everything you see, like you can just open the news, just fire up the news, just the front page, and just everything you read and say, does this make sense on a flat Earth or a curved Earth? You won't find any stories that match what they told you a globe Earth would match.
Like, give me an example. I don't follow you.
You're seeing tribalistic mindset. Well, how about this? Bombing fishing boats coming out of Venezuela.
Okay, man. There's
Which one does that make sense on? A flat Earth or a globe Earth?
Why would it be connected to Earth shape?
Because they said there was going to be a giant. They said that viewing the Earth from space. Here's a photograph. This will cause an overview effect.
Yeah. But overview effect is not watching a photograph of the Earth. The overview effect is being in Earth's orbit or being on the moon, man. Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard about this term yet? They ask you, what does it mean to go to space and see the Earth? What does that cause? What does that do?
Yeah, the overview effect, but you didn't go to space. You watched the photograph.
Can you define what the overview effect is? What is that?
That's the effect of you get like. Man, somebody mute this retard. Yeah, that's the effect you get like when you go to space, and you see the Earth as a whole. Then you get like another perspective. You get the bigger picture, literally.
Which means what? It causes.
Which means
something.
what
Once you got this big picture, something else happens.
Something else happens. You begin behaving differently. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. You begin behaving differently. That you see there's an interconnected story between you and every single human on Earth. A shared lived experience.
Yeah,
but also tells you that the way you treat, like in the Bible, it tells you treat other people the way you want to be treated.
Yeah.
And that's how you make a better world. The overview effect, the Apollo program sort of leveled that up and said the way you treat other people is how you treat yourself. You're all the same. So bombing a fishing boat, double tapping it, mind you, that someone who can't defend themselves, they have no idea what type of hell and destruction is about to rain down on them, and then just deem them a criminal because they're smuggling, which doesn't even carry a life sentence. There's no death sentence attached to smuggling. That's like, it depends on what you're doing. It could be a slap on the wrist. It could just like pay your import fees. It could be anything. But so here what they're doing, they called them, just slap a sticker on it, say they're conducting terrorism. Well, what type of terrorism are they conducting? Narco-terrorism. Well, what the fuck is that? What does that even mean? What's narco-terrorism? What the hell is that even? It's not even a real word. So is the act, like, think of English Hub here, narco, a drug, a noun, and then terrorism, a verb. They've inverted the word. Like, what the hell is a noun verb? Like, how does that even make any sense? It doesn't. You get drug trafficker. Okay, that kind of makes sense. You can add that together. But a drug terrorist?
Yeah.
Actually, if you parse it out, it's almost like doing terrorizing the narcotic, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Narco-terrorism. Terrorists against narcotics.
You're getting in front of the I guess we'll talk about that. The drug companies. The drug companies aren't getting a cut. Therefore, your terrorism against their profit margin. And this doesn't make sense on the globe. Pretend you're an alien, or even you, and you've somehow figured it out. Like, there's Star Trek episodes about like a drug trade episode. I don't know if you remember, if you ever watched Star Trek Next Generation, and the Starship Enterprise goes to this planet and they figure out that there's some sort of disease that they have to cure, but it's been cured. They keep sending them the cure because they think they're still sick, but turns out they're not sick. They're just addicted. And then once the medical officers figure out, like, yep, this is there. You guys are exploiting these people. Then the one people said, well, you can't get involved with that because you have your prime directive. You can't interfere. So then Captain Picard's like, well, you're right. I can't interfere, but what I can do is stop you from shipping these medication, this medication. I can embargo you. I can say, no, you're not allowed to transport this across A to B. This is, I mean, think about that. That you would go to a world like say us, like this world, and you're some enlightened spacefaring race, and you see the world's premier superpower dropping bombs on boats coming out of a third world or second world country like Venezuela. I think
yeah, man. But
does that make sense to you? Would that make sense to you? Or would you be like, what are you guys doing? Like, what is that? How can you be a spacefaring advanced culture and you're just bombing boats? And then then you got people on your side raising concerns about it. The admirals and military officers said, this seems like a legal gray area. You're fired. Then it turned into a reality TV show, like Survivor Island, which, commanders, Joint Chief of Staff, Pentagon officer will get fired next for questioning some, dubious order about engaging non-combatants on the battlefield.
Yeah, man. You're talking about like human atrocity and human brutality, but
oh yeah,
there wouldn't be any different. That would be different. You know when it would be different? If you took like 80% of people up to space and show them Earth, then that would be normal. But these people still behave no matter what you show them on Earth. Yeah, they still. I mean, it's also capitalism. This has like little to do like knowing if people know we're on a flat or a globe Earth. Yeah, because even if people knew. I think if people knew we were on a globe or we were on a flat Earth, they would even behave worse because they would know we were only ones, and then it would be less men standing. Then it would be carnage. Yeah, then it would be like proper tribalism. This is like light tribalism today. We got 8 billion people.
It's like acting tribalistic. That way, they got the plebs, the people like you, to think that things will be better in the future. It sucks now. But just wait. One more year, one more decade. It'll get better any day now.
Now, who said it's gonna get better? I'm worse than you when it comes to like philosophy about this world, but I think less about this world than you. But I mean,
okay, how about this? Let me sorry to interrupt you, but how about let's make it easy then. When you know the Earth is flat, you can explain indoor plumbing. How about that?
What? Can you repeat?
Yeah, indoor plumbing. Indoor plumbing only works in the flat Earth. Like when you flush your toilet. So like you got great inventions of mankind, aqueducts, indoor plumbing, sliced bread. All these things only work on the flat Earth. If you don't know how they work, because you think there's a curve or rotation worked into the process, then you're kind of confused and think these modern marvels are magic.
Okay. You're saying literally that plumbing works only on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
In fact,
what about
the Earth
water pumps?
Sorry, the Earth would be uninhabitable if the heliocentric model or idea were true.
Okay.
I'll tell you how. Just one thing. I mean, I don't have. I'll give you one. So you're supposed to be on a sphere that is spinning, and the rim velocity of this particular sphere at the equator is somewhere in the ballpark of 1,000 miles per hour. That means that the Earth is spinning out from underneath the air at 1,000 miles per hour. That's 1,000 mile per hour wind. Do you think that anything would grow or anything with 1,000 mile per hour wind constantly, nonstop?
No, but the air moves with the Earth.
Okay, so then you have just debunked Earth-based Coriolis claim. So now the pendulum, the Foucault's pendulum, is a hoax. Now, I mean, you've just ruined, just with that statement, the entire heliocentric model.
The air moves through the universe with the Earth.
No. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about axial rotation, friend.
Okay, axial rotation. Okay,
yeah.
What about it?
Yeah, it would make life on Earth impossible. It's 1,000 mile per hour wind all the time.
Yeah, what about the Coriolis effect?
Well, you've just debunked the Coriolis effect. Now, those two reference frames, right? The air is supposed to be in its own reference frame. The Earth is supposed to be in a separate reference frame. Now you've joined those two reference frames. You've entirely ruined the Earth-based Coriolis effect.
I was talking about like atmosphere moving through the universe with the Earth before. Now I'm
and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about axial rotation, not the hurling of the Earth through the solar system.
Okay.
All right, yeah. No, I'm just reminding you how you've twice now talked about two different things.
Okay.
I don't know why.
I didn't understand the first time. I understand now. Yeah. Then the Coriolis force. Yeah.
What about it?
We can explain how it doesn't produce 1,000 mile wind with Coriolis effect.
No, if you say that the Earth and the wind or the air are in the same reference frame, you can't have Coriolis.
No, I didn't say that. I said before, I thought you was talking about traveling along the universe and then having winds because of universe. I said the atmosphere and air moves with the Earth. And now
I know
that you're talking about the surface of the Earth would have like 1,000 meter per second wind. So I'm saying we can explain that with Coriolis effect.
Okay, tell me how the Coriolis effect has anything to do with the Earth spinning out from underneath the air.
Because the Coriolis force acts on objects in motion with a frame of...
I'm sorry, friend. The Coriolis force is a pseudo force. It's not actually a force. They use that term to dupe the plebs, like Crit was talking about earlier. You're one of the plebs. You don't even know what a pseudo force is.
I know what a pseudo force is, bro.
Is it a force or is it not a force?
It's an inertial force.
It's an inertial force. Great. Can you get me the citation for that?
This will be good.
That the pseudo force is an inertial force.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, dude.
Yo. Conversation ended, so can I butt in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can butt in. I'm just post this in the side chat for these failures.
Man.
Now forgive me for roasting your boy in the side chat, but he ain't even in the VC.
I just posted. It's the first thing that comes up when you search up for any pseudo force. Yeah, first thing that comes up. Easy to explain. You see that says who?
Inertial force, pseudo force, is a force that appears to act on an object when it is in motion, is described or experienced from a non-inertial frame of reference. So, right, unlike real forces, which result from the physical interactions between objects. Fictitious forces occur due to the acceleration of the observer's frame or reference rather than any actual force acting on a body. So it's not a force.
Oh, but it is an inertial force.
I mean, you can call it that if you want. Someone's apparently calling it that. Where's the citation from?
Wikipedia.
Okay, of course it is.
You can tell by
so
the
this
formatting.
Trust Wikipedia now?
Huh? I don't think anybody really trusts Wikipedia. I mean, sometimes they have good stuff, sometimes they don't. How would you, verify anything from Wikipedia unless you actually did it? That's the thing about Wikipedia. Since it's open source, you do it in real life, right?
Everything is open source. What you talking about? Anybody can lie about anything in any book, any citation, any paper. How did the doctors lie?
Exactly. Thank you so much for admitting that. Right. So the citation is actually no good without some kind of demonstration in reality. Correct?
Come on, man. And just one question. What other?
I'm sorry. I just asked you a question. Are you going to ignore it?
Sorry, I got a better question than I can answer you.
Why don't you just go ahead and answer the question for me? The citation is no good without demonstration in reality. Would you agree?
Agree, boy. But listen, what measurements, empirical evidence you guys have other than measuring the curve? That is measures flat. What other empirical evidence you guys have that Earth is flat?
What else do we need other than the fact that it's measured that way?
Okay, but I'm asking, do you guys have anything else?
What else would there need to be?
Okay, bro. I know. I understand.
Dude, listen here. We got all three. We got logic, reason, and science.
No. But I'm asking for scientific empirical.
Yeah, I just told you the cause and effect, the overview effect. The null hypothesis would be the Earth is flat, just like it appears to be. I'm asking. Yeah, I told you, like in the globe model, they gave you a scientific prediction, cause and effect. If the Earth is a globe, as seen from outer space, the effect is the overview effect. What we got was no overview effect.
But they didn't say you will get it over. They didn't say you will get it over a photograph or a video.
No, they did. They didn't. Experience. They said a VR experience would do it. Your imagination should do it. Just imagining yourself on the globetard should do it.
Globetard.
Well, the globetard, that's the globe model. That's the name of it. I don't know if you know that, but the heliocentric model, the name of it is called the globetard.
Great. One second. The overview effect is a profound cognitive shift and emotional experience when astronauts report when viewing Earth from space. Yeah. It's not overview effect is not about people watching moon landing on TV, 24-inch OLED screens.
Yeah, they're the ones who reported it. So yeah, it's primarily an astronaut or actor not thing. But it can be experienced. Like, keep reading. If you're reading the Wikipedia page, like I'm looking at it right now, this profound shift can be seen from Earth as a whole. Can be experienced via, look at the next line there, photos, VR, etc. This can be felt by others, inspiring awe and interconnectedness, environmental awareness through intensifying differs greatly from each person.
So would you say, do some people have overview effect like in them, like some people on
This
Earth?
is why I'm saying that the globalists, the anti-flat Earth globalist, is in direct heresy with their own model.
Okay, but that's more philosophical. What do you say?
That's what I'm talking about. That's science. Science and philosophy can't go hand in hand.
Yeah. Great. But I'm asking, do you guys have any other evidence than measuring it, with a laser that it measures flat? Any other evidence than that, like empirical evidence? I'm asking simple question.
The physics of water that we talked about indoor plumbing.
What?
Indoor plumbing.
Indoor plumbing. How?
Physics of water.
Yeah, why would an indoor plumbing work on around Earth when you got a water pump?
Because not everything's pumped.
Oh my gosh! So you need pumps to make indoor plumbing work on a globe? I would agree with you.
Kind of would. So this is what I'm saying for you, Gunslinger, is that the failure of the Globetard model is it fails to offer an explanation on how to deal with people who disagree with it. If it does have that...
Can you repeat that last sentence one more time?
The failure of the Globetard model is it fails to offer any explanation on how to deal with people who disagree with it. If it does, okay, say there is an explanation for disagreement, then it would be the globalist who's rejecting their own model, which would therefore make them the science denier. So it's either one of two things. It's either a problem with the Globetard model or it's a problem with globalism. It's one of those two things.
Yeah. I want to hear what Zez has to say. He was beefing with Obvious, and Obvious always...
Obvious listens on YouTube, so he doesn't mic up all the time.
No. Don't redirect it. They're destroying your ass first. No, keep talking, bro.
Well, I think sometimes he might be tired because English.
No, I can wait for my turn. Don't worry.
Well, yeah, he's tapping you in, like you're.
Hey, I'm tapping you in. I gotta go grab something. I'll be in the VC though. Don't worry about me. They whooping on me. They ain't whooping on me. I've been here for 5 days already. Nobody whooping on Gunslinger.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd give me your take on the science and space news for today. That was pretty insightful.
On science, what?
The science and space news. The one I sent you about the tipping point, how the global climate change is past the tipping point.
Yeah, somebody they said the one tipping point has actually happened. Which one? I forget.
The pole switching, or like the equator. The equator is moving north.
The equator is moving north.
Yeah, read the article I sent you again. That's why it's getting hotter up north, because that sort of equatorial area has moved north. And that kind of takes a big dump on the fictitious force too. But they said, storms can't pass the equator. There's been some 11 storms that have done so.
No, not storms. The tornadoes.
Yeah, hurricanes.
Hurricanes, yeah.
Hurricanes, yeah.
Yeah. I'll read up on it. I gotta go grab something to eat. We swinging tonight. We swinging big time. Yeah. I'll be back.
All right, go eat.
I have a question. If you go on a plane from Sydney in Australia to South America, how do flat earthers explain why they don't meet the edge of the earth or something like that?
Oh, I got this one. So what they do is they get on a plane and then they fly there. That's my explanation.
Yeah, no, but
ask DJ. He's from Australia. He has to know.
the pilot's using the map that we all know.
What map?
The sphere map. The map.
Is that what they're using?
I think that. Well, unless all the pilots are secret agents that are lying to us, then.
No, I'm just asking you. Do you know that that's the map that they're using? I mean, what does it matter what map that they're using? None of the maps are accurate.
Yeah, because if the map was inaccurate, then how would we actually reach there?
No, I'm sorry. Don't ask a question from an already known position in your mind that you think you have. What map are they using? And then can you verify for me the accuracy of the map?
I believe he's trying to say like that a society as a whole they consider the Earth round, and that they use a map of.
He's talking about pilots, friend.
Yeah, he's talking about how do they get from point A to point B accurately, with using the map that us flat earthers deemed wrong.
What flat earthers deemed a map wrong? All the maps are inaccurate. They're projections.
So you agree with that? The map that society as a whole uses is wrong, right?
Well, I don't even know what map that they're using, but since all the maps are just projections, yes, by default, it is inaccurate.
So how do we know which ones are right and which ones are wrong?
You don't.
So we're just assuming the Earth is flat, or
No, who's assuming that?
yeah, I believe this is a flat Earth Discord.
I mean, other than NASA and all their documents, so we have, if you go to a flight school, in some of the manuals, they will tell you that they treat in their models, especially with their flight simulators, that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. So the pilots are assuming that. They're told to assume that. But, I mean, I'm not just going to assume it, I'm going to measure it. It'd be foolish just to assume that, don't you think?
Yes, of course, you're risking the lives of yourself and other people when you're flying, 100%.
Right, so you don't want to assume that, you want to know. And so in the case of the pilots, they're assuming a flat and stationary plane. Now, how do we verify that? Well, we could look at their black box data and see what that's reading to us. And the black box data is telling us, well, it seems to be flying over a flat and stationary plane, according to the instrumentation.
Is there proof to back that up? I'm not saying like what is right, what is wrong. I'm just curious to see everyone's point of views.
Yeah, you want to see black box data? You'll get your pitch data in there. I mean, that's still kind of not complete information. The best thing to do is just measure the surface of the Earth itself, and that way you don't really have to assume anything, right?
So how do you measure the Earth, the whole landmass or ocean or it as a whole?
You don't measure the whole thing. It's impossible to do so. There's no instrumentation that would provide that for us. But we can measure it in small sections. Well, all we're checking for is drop over distance. Well, there isn't any. So, flat.
So you're saying there's nothing that is existing right now to measure the full length of the whole map or the whole Earth?
Absolutely not. There's no tool, there's no technology that's going to give you a measurement across the entire span of the Earth. The air, the light, the optics, it won't allow it.
Fair enough.
But Zez, did you have a question? Are you talking to Obvious, or did you guys have a disagreement?
No, he began talking shit, so I began talking shit back.
Yeah, I'm waiting to figure out what the fuck he's even going on about. So,
No, you were saying earlier. No, I caught you, boy. Don't.
what
be
did I
running away.
say, man? Quote me.
You said. Well, let me just scroll up. You said, well, there ain't enough insults that can offend white people. Now that's a completely different topic than the flat Earth.
What was
I
the
said
part
that was in context to a voice conversation.
that claim?
Let's stay on topic, boys.
Yeah. You got
Hold on, we'll just clear this out. 'Cause it's gonna
I
take
said you
5
ain't being
seconds.
creative enough, and you got offended.
Zed, what was the part after that claim? Read the whole line.
I said you ain't being creative enough, and that insulted you.
No, go back,
You just proved
Zez.
my point.
Go back. Use
And
your
then you
eyes.
just began LARPing as an
Read.
NPC. Globetard. Okay, just be NPC LARPing. It is what
Yeah,
it is.
Zez, you're proving you're a globetard. Or some derivative
Well, I never made a claim. Well, I never made a claim.
Because
You
you're
just assumed
failing
my
on
position
the
because you're
basic
an
question
NPC.
here. Go back, read the full thing I wrote. Read it out.
Yeah, but you're an NPC though. You just assumed my position. You didn't ask me my position.
Oh, fair enough.
You see where you
made a claim about
blunder?
something I said, but that's not
Yeah,
what
but
I
you
said.
see where you made the blunder?
Read it. Go and read it. Why can't you read it out for the panel?
Yeah, but you made a blunder. Don't you see your blunder? Yeah, you just made an
Okay.
assumption of somebody's position before talking.
Zez, no worries. We'll start over. Is there a claim or something about the topic that was being discussed, so we don't have to talk about the beef minutia?
No, you guys are respectful. I respect the conversation happening. This guy was on VC when we were talking, so I just ignore him. But everybody else here is respectful.
Yes, okay, right. Failing to answer a basic question. You can't even quote
Keep
me
LARPing,
properly.
NPC. Keep LARPing. Yep, keep LARPing.
Yeah, okay.
Zez, would it be inaccurate for us to? Well, I don't want to make any assumptions. Do you believe that you live on a globe?
Did I ever mention that I believed in that?
That's why I'm asking you directly. Are you avoiding the question?
Yeah, I tried.
No, I said earlier when we were talking about the fake space. You were here earlier, right?
Yeah, I'm just asking you directly. That way we can sort this whole thing out.
I don't make a claim to know the shape of the Earth. I don't think anybody should make a claim that they should know what the shape of the Earth
We're
is.
not making claims regarding the shape.
Yeah, I'm not making a claim either.
He's just asking you a question of your point of view.
What do you believe?
Yeah. I don't make a claim that I know what the shape of the Earth is.
What do
I
you
just make a
believe the
claim
surface
that
nature of Earth is? Then, Zez?
He's saying, do you believe? It's a yes or no question. So what is just wanting to know your point of view?
No, I made it very clear that I don't believe in the current sciences of them going to the moon, etc. But I never make a claim to know what the shape of the the surface that we live on.
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
we're talking about the surface. Does it have curvature?
Yeah, but what? Do you make a claim that you know what the shape of it is?
Holy cow!
We're not in here making a shape claim. We're making a claim regarding the surface nature.
Claimed that.
Okay, if you say that, yeah, go ahead.
From our point of view, it seems like you're actually dodging the question to be purposefully. This is going to be an assumption on my part. You're in
well, because there's multiple theories, right? You got Hitler with the concave Earth theory. You got
oh my gosh, dude!
So I
why are you avoiding the question? Why are you doing this? I don't understand. We were having a fun conversation. Okay.
Zez, what I told you, what was the point coming on VC just to make you spiral out on VC?
I'm not making a claim, though, that you want me to make a claim. So
I didn't ask you to make a claim.
You a question,
I didn't.
Yes or no. He said, "What's your point of view on a certain topic?"
Yo, John.
I literally just answered the question.
Everything, right? He's intentionally misunderstanding what's going on here. Okay.
That's what it feels like. I mean, Zez, I asked you a simple question. I used very specific language. I didn't ask you if you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked, do you believe that you live on a globe? You can say yes or no. You can say.
I said no multiple times. I said no.
Okay, fine. There. So you are not believing that, but do you think it's possible to know the nature of the surface of the Earth?
What do you mean by nature?
I mean, because we use the term flat. Flat's not a shape. Flat is a surface description. So we're describing the nature or the surface of the Earth.
Looks pretty flat to me.
Great. Do you think it can be known whether or not it is essentially planar?
I mean, when you say that the surface is flat, yeah, I'm already in agreement with you there. What's else? But
well, I'm just saying you don't.
Shape.
Okay, fine. That's not what.
Yeah.
Okay. So, to you, your experience is like the rest of us that it is essentially a vast plane, and you treat it that way. We all do, right? Okay, fine. That's all I'm trying to get clarity on. Now, the rest of it, I don't know. I don't have anything to do. I don't know what's going on with you. And obvious. I hope we can end it at this point. It's not a big deal. So you've made yourself clear.
The idea is that he made a blunder by assuming my position and called me a globe-tart, so I called him an NPC. There's not much.
Who cares if I called you fucking globe-tart, Zed? Okay, I got that wrong, right?
No, I called you NPC, so I think we're equal.
No, but you misrepresented what I initially said. And then you made a dumb fucking statement. All of this since that moment is just you being hiding your red face from that.
No, I think you misrepresented me too, so I think we're equal on that. Okay.
What did I misrepresent?
Honestly, one side of it getting really cut over it and not moving on from that previous conversation.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm down to move on.
Yeah, this is really just all you got to worry about is one thing.
Of course you are, man, because you're in the wrong.
No, I'm just being the bigger man.
Okay, go and read the original comment.
Yeah, dude, the original comment had to do with there was a foreigner who said the word redneck, okay? And I had made a joke that maybe redneck was a problematic term these days. And the only thing that said was it's not, because of it would be against white people, so it's okay. It was a joke, dude. It wasn't a dick. You had to take it that hard, okay?
Crick gets it. That's why you won't read that last part. That's the official position.
Yeah, but that was to somebody else.
Implying this is the position of not me, but the established authorities in the world, okay? And that's what you don't want to read out, because it shows you're disingenuous.
It was simply a joke. You're
not fucking completely retarded for believing you live on a globe, but you're still retarded.
Wait, there's established authorities that claim on... Wait, what are you even talking about?
Okay, here we go. He wants to go.
All right. I think what we're going to do is we're going to
we can
table
this
particular conversation. Yeah, and we'll just take a hot breath and we'll start over later. I want to talk to Maitan or Mitan or whatever. He wanted to ask questions about flights.
Yeah, I was asking when the pilot flies from Sydney in Australia to South America, how do they not fall off the Earth? But then I realized they use a different kind of map.
Why would they fall off the Earth?
Because with the map that globe people use, you'd reach an edge, like
globe people,
like as in people that believe the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, so they're using what kind of map? What kind of map are they using? Can you give me the name of the projection, please?
Let me just find just the typical map that appears when you search up map of the Earth on Google.
There's a lot of them that come up. I mean, there's Mercator projections, there's polar projections, there's AE projections, there's many projections. Which one are you referring to?
I'll put it in the chat at the moment.
As society as a whole believes in the world map.
I put it in the chat. So
okay, so that's kind of a Mercator projection. What about it?
Mm-hmm. So if you were to fly so when you go from Australia to South America, usually on that map you'd be moving towards the right initially from Australia. So, like,
this is based off
pilot is following.
Hypothetically, if the world was round, right?
Why would you go to the right from Australia? That's not the way that you would go. They travel west from Australia.
Well, the map that Australia uses it's quicker for them to because they believe
east.
It's
South America. Pretty sure.
John, stop talking, bro. Please.
I'm pretty sure you go east when you go to South America from Australia.
No, you don't.
Because it's closer than west.
No, you don't.
Well, what I would really need from you, Maitan, is just to give me the headings and the things that they're doing, the actual pilots. Why don't you tell me what they're actually doing, the course that they take, the heading that they take, and then we'll just go from there. Do you have any of that?
I don't know. I assume they followed this map or the classic.
Oh, see, well, that's where you messed up. You shouldn't be assuming, you should be knowing.
Yeah, I'd say they use a different kind of map.
I don't know. What kind of map did they use?
Let me see the name. The specialized aeronautical. They use specialized aeronautical charts.
Okay, so it's a chart. Now it's a chart. Okay. Now charts and maps, similar, not always the same. So your question about Santiago to Sydney, it's kind of incoherent.
It's yeah. It's just if you were to let's say if you fly from Sydney towards the right, and we use the map that I sent in the chat, you'd eventually hit some end.
Is that a heading to the right? Is that what pilots do? I'm just going to go to the right.
East.
Okay, east. Okay, so what about it?
Sydney. If you fly east from Sydney, you'd eventually you'd reach the end of the Earth if that.
Well, right, but they're not using the map that you're. So why are you're saying if they fly using the map that I say that they must use in my scenario, they're going to fall off the edge of a piece of paper? That's kind of retarded, bro.
Well, what map do flat earthers use?
What do you mean? What map did the flat earthers use? I mean, we use all kinds of maps. Like I said, there's many. They're all projections. They're all different. Which one do you think is the correct one? I think there's about 200 projections of the Earth. 200 map projections. Which one is the correct one?
I have no idea.
Okay, so why would you, in this scenario, pick a map that I guess you think we use? No, the pilots use? You said they use charts, so it's not this. So you're asking a question about something that essentially doesn't happen. Why would you ask such a question?
I initially thought they used the map that I sent, but saw that they used charts afterwards.
Yeah. So I guess you don't have a question.
I did, but then you kind of it sort of got answered partially.
Okay.
When
Fair enough.
They used charts.
Do you have any other questions?
Not at the moment.
All right, terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, the question you should be asking: which flights they don't offer.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Because if you're running an airline, you want to offer convenience for your customers, but you also want to have the least amount of hours in the air, and because you have to pay for the fuel, you have to pay for the crew, and it's also wear and tear on the aircraft. So if you look for flights from, say, Perth to anywhere in South America, they don't exist. Even though the aircraft are capable of flying that distance. And even from New Zealand or Australia, even to Buenos Aires, that doesn't exist, that flight.
Why do you think that is?
The distances are just too far in reality.
Oh no, I'm for old boy here,
Yeah,
Zev or what's his name? I'm kind of tabbed out.
Because for an airline, that would make them more money. So instead of 14 hours in the air to get from Australia, Perth, Australia to Buenos Aires, you're spending 24 to 30 hours taking one-stop or two-stop flights. That's very inconvenient for the customer, and it costs the airline money. And I think Wolfie 6020 comes from Perth. We should ask him that question.
Scientifically, the Earth is not flat. It's been proven wrong. That's all I'm going to say. You can look it up on Google and with ChatGPT.
Well, my ChatGPT said that your ChatGPT just regurgitates mainstream information.
He bailed, DJ.
Oh, okay.
Squawk and run.
Squawk and run, yeah.
Drive by Glover.
There you go, folks. Your
sitting here.
Your basis for reality comes from Google and ChatGPT. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Nah, it's fine, man. I think we both talked over each other. Do you want to say what you said again?
I was just going to point out that now everybody's basis for reality comes from Google and ChatGPT.
Yeah. Because whenever we search Google, for flat Earth, we always get the flat Earth results first, right? Never the results from, say, Professor Dave or something like that.
Yeah, no way.
I think after them algorithm changes that happened a couple months back, you can actually find some decent results maybe now.
Well, the only way to get decent searches for YouTube videos is not to use YouTube. You have to use Google to get a better result.
Them types of globers are always a good laugh, though. In their mind, we hear, globers for most of our lives, and then switch to being flat earthers. But they think, fuck, these guys believe the Earth's flat because they didn't discover Google. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but there has been an uptick in people coming in specifically with that argument of not planes flying between two destinations, but what map the pilots are using to do so. So I don't know if some new article came out or some new video dropped from some anti-flat earther or something.
Well, I think Amelia Earhart used the globe, and that's why she's no longer with us.
Yep, she did.
It's possible.
Especially flying in the South Pacific there. Probably the worst place to fly.
Oh yeah, I could imagine she ran into a lot of navigation issues in the South Pacific.
Especially since you need a special compass to work properly in the South Hemisphere.
Does anyone know how to delete posts in the side chat? I don't actually know how to do that, or if we can.
I just right click them, delete.
Yeah, if you click it on the message once, it'll give you the 3 lines more at the very far right top, and then that should give you the option to delete a message if you have the ability.
I'm always on mobile, so I don't know if I can.
You may have to long press on mobile to get the same effect.
Yeah, I long press, and I don't get that menu option or any of that stuff. I can report it, but I can't delete.
Yeah, you don't have the capability then, because you should have a report button and a delete button for the mods.
If anybody's on their PC, can they get rid of Jerome's post there at 16 minutes after the hour, please? Thank you.
Actually meant something if you could spell.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
What up?
Jerem, do you have anything constructive to add to the conversation specific to the topic?
No, why? Yeah, like
Just checking.
okay. Yeah, no, I wanted to listen what y'all saying in here, so
So has there been any actual evidence of a globe today?
Nope. And
Negative.
also 10 other ways of saying no.
What is it exactly you're trying to get across when you explain the overview effect to Globers?
Oh, that when they talk about science, cause and effect, that the seeing the Earth from space as a causal agent should have some kind of effect, but it doesn't.
I mean, well, the ISS astronauts, I'm sure, claim the same thing. But originally it was only from the Apollo astronauts, no?
Yeah. Well, that's the best part because
really
you saw
emphasized it.
Yeah, and that's the best part because you saw astronauts gone wild. I mean, Bart Sabel got kicked, hit, threatened with assassination, and these are all people who supposedly are the first humans ever to have this overview effect, and they're just violent, incoherent thugs, just pissed off that somebody disagrees with them.
Yeah, just all the same. Because it obviously never happened.
Yeah.
I mean, consider in reality what they really have to carry on their conscience,
Yeah.
Deceiving humanity to that level about such an achievement.
Like, they'll straight up lie to the American people. But when they're said, "Hey, will you lie to God?" Then they're like, "No. Not only am I not going to do that, I'm going to try to, I'm going to punch this dude. I'm a sucker punch this dude."
I find the apologists for these reactions just the most hilarious thing. Oh, of course they were in their right to, punch him in the face, He's getting all up in their face, asking them about something that should be obviously true to anybody. It's just, the responses are ridiculous.
Yeah, it offers really quite the contradiction.
You got to remember the astronauts were threatened as well by the powers that be to told them to not say anything. So
yeah, after the
No, of
Apollo
course,
program, you
yeah.
definitely did not want to be an astronaut driving a car.
Yeah.
Like the amount of traffic accidents that Apollo astronauts got into were like, what the fuck, dude? Do not walk. Wherever you're going, walk. Do not get in that car.
Yeah, the Apollo 1 astronauts were a warning to all the other astronauts. Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, there's a good older film, if anybody's not seen it, called Capricorn 1. And the premise is essentially there's a mission to Mars, manned mission to Mars, but it's faked. And then the astronauts are pretty much running for their lives. It's like the narrative was that they would die on the way to Mars. That's what they sold the public. So they're still alive, running around in fucking Arizona desert or something, just being hunted by the government. Quite a telling movie for their playbook essentially.
Bye, man. What did you say? عامل ايه بس؟ الحمد لله بس مش
Trying to
عارف.
say something, Mohammed?
بص هو اللي عندي مش عارف. استنى كده انا واخد كوبي اللينك. احطه فين؟ يعني هو الديسكورد عندي.
Arabic.
Yeah, this is an English speaking channel, Mohammed. Do you speak English?
Wait, yeah, speak English.
Okay,
Who moved you to this channel?
English in
What channel were you in? Who moved you down here? Wait, what channel were you just in that someone moved you here?
يا حبيبي دوست على ايه؟ دوستش على حاجة. يعني الفويس اللي من هنا. وانا بقول لك خش عليه.
Dude, what channel were you just in?
I don't think he
something
English.
Yeah, Indio's onto something. They move these hot micers just into this. Someone's doing that as like a gag, moving the hot micer into here.
Oh, goody.
اصبر يا حبيبي.
Yeah, well, we have a way to deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the server log should have that information.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see Gunslang is still coming about, making slow progress, but progress. Ah, you're back actually, Gunslang. You're back in channel. Seems we've become your new favorite hangout. Wonder is Plain and Truth here? You here, brother?
Nah, but I'm here, boy, and you still haven't answered my question about 24-hour sun. You evaded that shit quick.
Well, here, let me try. I feel like I got something going on with Gunslinger here. Okay, if I may, Gunslinger, can we try to dissect this question? Okay, because you said at first no one answered. So the first part would be, if you think no one answered, do they have an answer? Is there a possible answer?
No, you got it mixed up. I told that to Obvious because he spoke now and he doesn't speak often. So I wanted to speak with him.
Yeah, no problem.
I've spoken to you multiple times.
Yeah, but not
you make the claim of 24-hour sun, and then you're going to make the claim it's not possible on X model, right? So what model?
Yeah.
Show us.
Flat Earth. On any flat plane, 24-hour sun on the poles ain't possible.
Yeah, I mean, in
Prove
your
me
model,
wrong.
what's the nature of the sun?
It's not my model. I'm saying on a flat
You
plane.
must have a model. You must have something you're referencing to conclude this is not possible. You understand?
You understand? I'm saying on a flat plane, you cannot have.
I need to know the parameters that we're working with. I need to know what the nature of the sun is in your model. I need to know your map, all this stuff.
Okay, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. You're saying Earth is flat. I'm saying how can on a flat plane there be a 24-hour sun on both
That's a
poles?
question you need to answer.
Why would I need to answer?
Hold on, bro. We've confirmed that we live on a flat plane. Now you need to explain how there could be a 24-hour sun above a flat plane. This is a you problem.
Come on, man. That don't work like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I measure the floor flat, right? If we measure the surface flat consistently and you don't have any evidence that it's not that, and you're making claims about a 24-hour sun, you're going to have to explain how you can have a 24-hour sun above a flat plane.
But as globe
on a globe, it's impossible. It's actually completely crazy to suggest such a thing.
As Globetard say, your measurements of flat Earth are not valuable because they don't prove nothing. Because
they are Globetard.
Yeah, they're consistent. They're consistent. It's projection that you don't have any measurements of curvature. Okay, so you can project all you like, but we can just show you test after test after test after test all day long, and we're going to ask you to present one, and you're not going to be able to present anything.
But we refute your measurements because we can explain how they do not represent what they actually represent.
How?
Because we can say refraction.
No, we accounted for refraction.
No.
Yeah. It's in the PDF document. It's in the PDF document. They used 2 weather stations. They measured the vertical temperature gradient.
We'll get into specifics of that experiment. Don't worry about that. I'm going to check the whole document. And I see some people they did a review of that test and they weren't satisfied, Globers. So I will get back to you. But don't you worry about that experiment. And that's your holy grail. That's your holy grail, right?
No. Every single observation of the Earth is our holy grail. Every single one. And you don't have a single shred of empirical evidence that it's a globe. Not anything. Just assumptions about some lights in the sky that you can never validate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll see about that.
Yeah, maybe sometime in the future.
Yeah.
Hello. Until then, you got nothing.
You got nothing. I mean, you guys disprove our evidence and disregard it, but yeah, whatever.
What evidence?
Come on, man. What evidence, man? Come on, man. What evidence? We know
one piece of evidence. Go. One piece. Go.
We can literally take a camera and a photo of the Earth, man. We can literally do that. Come on, man.
5 days, you're still on images from space. Really? Come on, man.
Nah. But you're asking what evidence we got.
I told you earlier.
I know.
Stop laughing. Get serious.
Dude,
But that's
the last time you're here, hey, Gunslinger, dude, the last time we're here, you just threw out photographs from space. You did that.
Huh?
You said no overview effect, no astronauts, no photographs from space. No overview effect. So now how are you back on photographs from space again?
What can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
Okay, before you went and had dinner or whatever, your meal break, you said okay, we're out. Photographs from space are out.
Who said that?
You did.
Why did I say that? I didn't say
because
that.
No overview effect. No.
Who said overview effect wasn't real?
Yeah, you said it only affected astronauts, and astronauts were unable to convince the rest of the human population that it was true.
So where does it say in overview effect the astronauts will be able to tell other people that, I mean, to get an overview effect? I don't know how to put it simpler than that.
Yeah, it's called Plato's Cave. That's a concept of Plato's Cave, that once they've left, the astronauts have left Plato's Cave, they're unable to articulate back to the people what happened. So it's like the person never left the cave themselves. They're still there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why photographs of space are out. Because that's just basically it's an allegory for that. It doesn't mean anything. You just look, no one's going to understand what that means because they're still inside the flat earth paradigm.
Here's a challenge for you, Gunslinger. One measurement of the surface of the Earth curving throughout all of history, where you measured the refraction, okay, you took it into account accurately, and it matches up with the globe throughout just one throughout all of history.
That's an interesting thing. What about the? Would you be satisfied if I showed you, like, you know, the Rampion wind farm, the famous wind farm you guys use for measurements? What about if I showed you a picture where you can see like those wind turbines getting lower and lower as the distance goes further? What would you say about it?
We're going to ask for the observer height, target distance, and exactly how much curve you're planning to see.
I get you all of that.
What do you mean if they're getting lower and lower? They're fixed in the ocean. What do you mean them getting lower and lower?
They're dropping off because of the Earth curvature. You know, they're getting lower and lower.
They're fixed in position. They're not going to. How would they get lower and lower? Where are they going to go?
Because of the curve. You listen to me?
Wait a second.
Yeah, but you're not making sense. How would they get lower and lower?
Because when you look at something, on the horizon, the farther it is, it starts to drop off bottom up, So that's how they start dropping off bottom up.
Things don't. Okay, so if they were going to drop off bottom up, after 2.3 miles, the bottom would start to become obstructed, At 11.2 miles, the bottom 52 feet would be obstructed if the Earth were a globe.
No, because that's not how you calculate
Let me finish. It's a clear day. He picked a day where there's no waves at all, and it's extremely clear weather. Okay, it looks exactly the same when he zooms in as it does close up. Okay, now if you want to cherry pick some other day where there's waves, because quite often there's waves at that location. Okay, and if you want to pick a day where there's some obvious waves or miraging effects, okay, you're going to have to give that data to go along with the claim. If you want to claim that's really, when it's really clear like that, right, it's just an illusion. Okay, and really that there's so much refraction, it just makes the Earth look flat with no distortion, just completely flat, hides the horizon. You're going to have to present data, any data, right, that validates that there's curvature over that distance, okay? There's like 80 something foot of curvature over that distance. Prove it's there. Because when we go there, it's flat. And you think location, it can be any observation throughout all of history done by anyone where they've accounted for these things that you would have to account for to make a hyper-specific claim.
DJ, I was just going to let you know. I mean, we can hear you fine, but when you speak, there's like a hiss or a scratch. I don't know if you can solve that.
Okay,
but
yeah,
anyway.
I'm on my phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're still fairly clear.
Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hold on, mate.
Yeah, sorry.
Gonna round up all that data for us.
Is that better?
Yo, DJ, we're talking about like redoing old media and stuff. We really need an infographic for getting rid of this idea that any obstruction is exclusive to, a geometric cause or a physical cause. I mean, there is physical causes, as in waves and stuff,
You do sound better, DJ.
Definitely. Awesome. Just switched it off speakerphone.
That's much better. Did you catch what I said?
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. I'll be making content from now on, so I'll definitely put that at the top of the list.
I think that'd be a great one to have, like just to knock that pillar down, as soon as they come in.
Like bottom up obstruction in 5 minutes, like a little 5-minute video where it just covers that topic.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, the thing that Slayer is describing is apparent decrease in, I guess, height. But is he saying that they are staying, like this is the orthographic thing, right? Are they staying the same size but descending geometrically, or is it an angular size problem? I mean, is the horizon Earth curve? It's going to be all the same question.
Yeah, well, he hasn't presented anything.
Right.
But yeah, Gunslinger, you can get tons of images where it looks like windmill towers are cut off at the bottom. Okay, so now we need to look at what could cause that. Okay, obviously ocean swells. Okay, so we're going to need to know what the ocean swells were. And then in relation to the ocean swells, the observer height makes a huge difference. Okay, then we're going to have to need to know what's going on with the refractive index, because we have effects like sinking. Okay, super common effect, and it's known as something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So there are these things that can perfectly explain why sometimes these things can appear that way. So you guys have a big task on your hands to try to present us with this observation that validates Earth curvature. It's just the way it is. Refraction's you guys' worst nightmare. Whenever you guys say it, you don't realize that you just shot yourself in the foot.
He did dip out, by the way.
Oh, he ran? That's not like him.
Maybe he's listening on stream, though.
Yeah, he might have disconnected.
Refraction, yeah. Glober's worst nightmare.
Yeah, especially since there's no evidence that the amount of refraction required to make the Earth flat exists.
Yep. Even if you use Walter Bisland's begging the question refraction coefficient slider, you have to slide it up to maximum to have zero hidden height on that observation and most of the observations. And then you look up what it means when it's at full, when you slide it up to full, and it says that means that there's so much refraction the Earth would appear completely flat. How convenient.
Yeah, and when I've asked Globers to calculate how much drop over distance is there for 30 miles with a 1 foot observer height, they keep asking me what the K factor is. Is that so they can manipulate their numbers to make it appear what we see every single day, despite the K factor not being identical for every single day?
Yeah, I would even challenge them to just validate a K factor in the first place. They can't even do that. One observation where there's a claimed K factor, and then you've validated that is actually what's present in the observation. It's even harder for them to prove that, because it begs the question of a globe in the first place. That's the first thing they're going to have to do, and then they're going to have to actually know exactly what's going on from point A to point B when it comes to the temperatures and the pressure and the humidity and the turbulence and everything. It's a nightmare for them. Welcome back, Josh.
Josh is just here to mock us, really. I mean, like, don't worry. It's all good. It's almost like he thinks he feels like it's community service, like spending time, the autistic center or something, helping out.
Which is kind of lame because the globe side, they're all those rocket scientists. They're autists, like high functioning autists. So you should go spend some time like reading books to them, or helping them remember where they put their glasses or something. If you really wanted to help out humanity in the space age, it seems that they're belly flopping. They keep dropping the ball on the Artemis program because maybe they keep all these rocket scientists keep tying their shoes together or some shit. So if you really wanted to help that out, you could be like, hey, here's some autistic people who maybe need to remember, to put air in their tires or something, and be there for them. Be like, hey, I can be your do boy, and I can help, so you can, not have to put a cork on the fork.
Yeah, I think the government loves high-functioning autists, to be honest.
They do. There's a program for it in NASA about how to get your autistic kid into NASA. They're looking for autistic kids. They want them. They're like. There's the whole Big Bang Theory was about showing autism speaks.
What I posted just there, that tells me everything about his presence here. I mean, he just thinks like this topic is a joke. But he's just here to make friends and just want to listen. Yeah, right. Josh does not fool me.
Oh, is Josh mod shopping? He was told not. I missed a part. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, he's not supposed to be doing that.
If he's back in here, it's because his ban is up anyway, so.
Oh, okay.
Let him find his way to the next Rick that's going to smack him in the face.
DJ allowed him back in, gave him, under conditions and stuff, but, and that's all well and good. It's just, this is my personal thing with Josh, like, nobody has to tag along with me. What I feel about Josh, just based on that post alone, right? Just tells me that he thinks this topic is an utter joke. He works as an aerospace engineer or whatever, like he's in aerospace engineering, and he sports a license plate with a NASA logo called It Flat. Come on, guys.
Well, consider if we are correct, and we are correct, what the reality of his existence is in that case. I mean, he's the biggest fucking clown there must be. So
yeah, he should be posting his POV
of course, this
anyway.
topic has to be a joke. You know what I mean?
If he's posting pictures of his POV, just delete it. Because we're not supposed to be, one of the rules, no personal revealing information.
But yeah, that's fair enough. I should delete it, right?
Yeah, because then he's going to say, like, oh, somebody reported me and said I was, like, you know, like a suspicious vehicle sweaving and whirring on the road. It must have been one of those pesky flat earthers. I had posted my car in their channel. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, you got to think at the logic, that his flawed logic and reasoning is eventually going to go into victim status. And he's going to blame flat earthers for everything that happens in his life.
Maybe he was part of that. Maybe he was part of that NASA autism program then.
Maybe.
Like, I can just hear like a conversation that he'd be having at the water cooler at work. You know, like someone say, "Hey, you still in the Flat Earth bunch?" You know, like, and he'd be like, "Yeah, God love them." Like, some of them are really smart people. They're just so misguided, and they just misunderstand. Yeah. They really think that we don't know what we're doing. They really think that we're not sending satellites into outer space. They don't think that outer space exists. I feel so sorry for them. Like, we're really doing this. They're just, I can just hear it.
Yeah, especially that T-Dub guy. He's a special one.
Well, that might be true.
I've heard the narrative, like, I'm sure you guys too, just creeping into the mainstream narrative that autism and these, neurodivergent disorders, whatever, are the next step in human evolution, essentially.
Yeah, if you click on that link for the N3, there's a direct quote that's citing that.
Was it in there? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just straight up in there.
Yeah.
It's like, we here at NASSholes believe that the neurodivergent is the next step in human evolution. You're like,
Do you guys know any people that that like delve into all the stuff we know about regarding the world? All the secret societies and deceptions and declassified stuff. Do you know any of them that are autistic? People have spent their lifetime like connecting dots and then trying to transfer that information.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I just was that too a few weeks ago. I can't remember when it was, but I saw this awful video of this police officer just beating the living tar out of an autistic kid who was playing with a string in the park. He was walking around the park playing with a string. Yeah, and apparently because of this officer's training and experience, that of somehow playing with a string, minding your own business, is symptomatic of LSD. He's on that. He's on a hallucinogen.
What?
So
how old was
he
the
went. It was like a teenager, but like he looked like an adult, like a big. He's a big dude. He was like a big kid.
Yeah.
But I mean, still a kid nonetheless, like a 16-year-old. But so yeah, decided to go talk to the kid, and the kid just started saying, "Nope, nope, nope." You're like you're very low functioning autist. He basically just wanders around the park while his aunt is like taking the dogs out. They live right next to the park. So then the aunt runs over and then he pulls all his taser. Get away from this! Like the officers are all scared now. Here's a woman with a little yap dog trying to say that's my son. Blah blah blah. finally forces her to sit like a dog, gets her ID, runs it for warrants for some reason or another, and then decides that, oh, okay, well, he's free to go. And now he's all banged up, I'm hurt, like, mommy, it hurts, And that was normal. That was normal training procedures. So yeah, like, like, fuck your executive branch, fuck your NASA. You people have no idea what you're doing. Your training, your experience, you're driving society over the edge. So there's the edge you're looking for right there. You're destabilizing all of society by these extreme violent acts against people doing nothing at all.
I get the impression from events like that they are staged for the headline. I mean, what is it that the dumbest fucking cop you could imagine is the one to walk up on that situation? That you would have to be. You'd have to be like below 70 IQ to like fuck up such a basic, there's no aggression going on. There's nothing that should cause this interaction to end in such a level of violence, right?
No, they are low IQ. Because there was the one guy.
It reeks of their, they're running psyops on everyone, like they want to militarize the police at the same time as they want the public to be calling for the defundment of police and all this, And I just get the impression that these stories are fixed in some way or another. They just don't seem like, like I know how stupid humanity is, but at some point, like, not everything's happening organically,
Yeah, so I just looked up the case. So the officer was apparently a drug recognition expert. And he...
See what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't just even a common Joe officer. It's a fucking drug recognition officer. So someone that should be specialized in this and handling such situations. So that fuck.
And the kid was 14. He was 14, but he was like he's a big 14. Like he's like not a little kid, like you could say maybe a young adult, but even still. So so basically he ended up getting fired by the police department, but then got rehired in another department. It's a court then. You're going to fire this guy, but then just rehire him right back? Like, how is that any sort of accountability?
Well, that's
so
because
then
they didn't take his security bond. That's why he got rehired.
Yeah, and they kind of do that to avoid accountability. So then he ends up not getting So he ends up getting, after it goes to court now, civil court, because the police do an internal investigation, found out he did nothing wrong. So they goes to civil court, and it says claims excessive force and in violations of Americans with Disabilities Act. The court decides after 7 days, the jury deliberates, but then clear the actor of any wrongdoing against the 14-year-old. But he's also fired again because I guess he didn't disclose this had happened in his former police department. So then the next thing that happens is that he ends up going back to the other department now, and then claims some sort of mental disability and is able to retire with some sort of disability claim. The trauma of having to go through this trial and losing his jobs is been able to affect his ability to perform his duties. So now he's got to retire. He can't be a police officer anymore.
And that's how they play the system.
Oh, this is a great quote. So the last department he was fired from, and the supervisor said, continuously failing to act in critical situations, repeated violations of department policies, cowardice, and unsatisfactory performance. Oh, okay. The whistleblower at City Hall who said this guy got rehired, they got fired. That's what I'm saying. This clown world. Tell me any of this makes sense to you? That this is the executive branch, your DMV, your government, boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity. Also, cannot hold a drug recognition officer accountable for beating up a 14-year-old autistic kid. Oh, this is what they said. Based on his training experience, the kid was playing with a piece of string. They call it stemming. Like sliding a string in between his fingers or whatever. He said, based on my training experience and reasonable suspicion that such items are dipped in inhalants, hand sanitizers, or rubbing alcohol that are then used in an illegal inhalants. I mean, this is a clown world. It's just straight up clown world.
As far as I know, possession of private property is not a crime.
Yeah, just imagine you jump into the globalist worldview for a minute, and you're the executive branch, and aliens come down, and the aliens are like, we want to invite humanity for, because of whatever reason, like sentient species, la di da. But somehow, you need to explain a few things here before we invite you back. Before we invite you to this, galactic community of sentient species. Why do you have your enforcement officers beating up autistic children? Can you explain that? Why do you have your world supreme superpower droning the shit of the fishermen in third world countries? Why do you have your chief executives, heads of state, calling your governors retarded? Can you explain any of these things?
Most of them are.
Yeah, and then at this point they say, you know what? We don't believe in euthanasia, but we're going to quarantine your world in this sort of habitat. It might look like your Earth, but we're going to transport you to this closed system over here and just kind of let you guys flame out and quarantine, you from the rest of the galaxy. And maybe that's their version of flat Earth. It's like a planetarium or like a zoo habitat. And every so often they check in They're like, huh, what's going on down there? Yikes. Okay. Why we made a good decision right there, keeping that species out of the, out of here. Like maybe that happened. Maybe it was Nixon. Maybe Nixon. That's why manned space flight abruptly ends. People go to the moon. The aliens like, yes, here's another spacefaring race to add to our collective, our galactic collective. They come down there and see just America carpet bombing third world villages with white phosphorus. And they're like, what the fuck? And then Nixon's like, well, they're communists. They're dirty, rotten commies. And they're like, dude, that's the ultimate form. The aliens tell them that's the ultimate form of government. Where everyone provides for each other. It's like an equal outcome. There's plenty. There's a world of plenty. There's enough for everyone to go around. And also he starts, like talking about them being like not real aliens and part of the liberal conspiracy and whatnot. They're hippies, like space hippies. This is another thing too with that talking point. I might be hyping on this, and but think of it this way: like these guys who think the Earth is a globe, they really think that they're some sort of enlightened, scientific-minded person. Like that movie with the aliens come back down to Earth and like they speak in like some sort of temporal sound thing. And they have to kind of figure out what the aliens are saying. I'm trying to blank on the name of the movie now. It's a woman who played Lois Lane is the main actress.
Arrival.
Okay, yeah, there you go. So that these globalists think that's what they're like. They're ready to talk to an alien consciousness and break that divide. But yet they can't even talk to people in their own culture about something like flat Earth. They go completely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's like, how are you going to interact with a completely alien consciousness and you can't talk to somebody about your same social economic status, education level, like political, social value systems? You're unable to even understand where they're coming from, speaking the same language, same cultural. Can't find any common ground. None. It's like these dudes need a wake-up call that if aliens ever came down, they would go talk to the cows before they would talk to them.
For sure, yeah. But I guess the average person just thinks super smart science man over there will go and speak to the aliens for them, But as we know, speaking to them ourselves and putting their feet to the fire on things, they're just as retarded as the average person when it comes down to it. Spare out and spiral all the same, as soon as their worldview is threatened. So they don't have the stuff either. Quite the contradiction there, Crit, if you look at it, right? The scientific community regards humanity special enough that aliens would even bother their arse with us for a second. But then on the flip side, what is humanity, right? In their grand model, an idea? Meaningless.
Did I miss anything good? End up getting a call.
Not sure. I just joined back in myself.
No, don't make too much noise, you'll scare them away. We've just set the trap, you know how it works. Hang on a minute. Hey, Crit, how come you haven't sent me Space Tard news this week?
Oh shit! You might have accidentally fell off. My bad.
I actually enjoy those.
No, I actually like those too.
And I'm highly offended because the amount of times I've sent Crit images and shit so we can add them to his collection.
Oh yeah, crap, my bad, dude. I think what happened was like I was going through and like I tried to get it so it's like the list is all people straight down. It's one after another. And I think at some point I had like closed your email or your message and I was gonna reopen it so it'd be in the right order, and I never reopened it.
Fair enough. That's all right.
I'm sending it now. Okay, so you're right on the list again.
I'll get 3 weeks worth of them. Yeah, normally I get to see, like, you'll either post it up in chat or I get one freshly delivered. But I haven't seen one for a while. It's like, hang on a minute. Here we go.
And he took you off his mailing list, bro.
Because I was looking at our messages because we ended up talking about like the airspeed of a swallow.
What do we got? Scientists issue
Well, you guys
warning. After uncovering factor driving natural phenomenon may face an increased risk. Ooh.
Well, you guys are talking about the bird, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What, you're not a Monty Python fan?
Here, you like this one. This is like from late October. Or I mean, not October, just November. This one really got people going.
It's amazing how some of them trigger people really well, and others are just like, yeah. Well, these aging stars destroy their planet more often than we thought. Ooh, what does this mean for Earth? Oh no, we're gone. Okay, boomer. Oh man, just the boomer thing would have triggered him. You didn't even need to post the first bit. Oh wow. Cool. I feel better now.
The one I'm looking at for tomorrow is that some sort of rare supernatural event, 3 supermassive black holes will have caught colliding in shaking space-time.
How do you catch a black hole doing anything if you can't see them?
Yeah, the whole that black body idea that they're unobservable. You can only observe the effect of them.
I saw something about like a headline. Like, there's another one, and like another 3-eye atlas or a similar object that something's joined it or something. I don't know.
It's got a body. It's got a wingman. It's like I've seen that movie. Yeah. That's Earth Girls Are Easy. All right, here's like the working one for tomorrow. Should I print? Should I take that to print?
What other things have you got that could mention 3 holes? Without putting an R-rated sticker on it.
Yeah, I know.
I like how it's scientists think. That's that first part. Pretty funny.
But they just glimpsed the last few seconds of its existence, and then it died.
Oh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, here's the other one. Impossible black hole collision pushed relativity to its breaking point, and scientists finally understand how. But it doesn't have the triple black hole. It just black hole collision. This came back up in the news like as it happened a couple of years ago, but they've just been analyzing the data or something.
Because it mentions relativity. Have you got like a little cartoon of Einstein going WTF?
Yeah. Yes, here Einstein's theory of relativity revealed a violent universe. No, that's not going to be good enough. Because you want to show like the headline where it's got, you know. Because remember they did that double black hole and it looked like a dog's nose. Now they're talking about the triple black hole.
So if we just follow this logic, there's going to be a quad one that they are sussing out, but they're not sure yet. So we've had the double, the triple one we've got a glimpse of, and it's broken down. So what's going to happen to the quad one? We're just going to imagine it?
Yeah, you just have to, that's how you do it, just imagine it.
That's what I was just thinking about, what you could post for the bottom of that.
Like here.
So we're up to 3, so 4 is next.
Yeah. Because remember the double one when they posted when they posted this? Like, what the fuck is that? This dog's nose.
Looks like they were testing the Adobe Swirl thing.
Shit. I was going to say, what is the actual claimed time frame of a black hole dying, you know? Like, when would the doctor come in and pronounce it officially deceased, you know? Because it's like...
Time, 8:47 and 32 seconds.
Yeah, because it's like, right, so on the one hand, black holes are impossibly difficult to detect. But you just so happen to detect a black hole, right? Right at the fucking moment that you could sit around and also watch it die.
I'd buy a lotto ticket.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. It's like, what? So, like, you detect it, it's like, oh yeah, this one's in its fucking death spiral. We'll just hang about for what, a day? A week? A month? What's the timeline?
Just happened to happen whilst I was at work.
Yeah, that's always the case, isn't it?
Probability of seeing it in the first place is a number that you could not possibly imagine. The probability of seeing that one event is a number that you could not possibly imagine. And then we're going to times those two numbers together. And that shit happened whilst I was not having smoko or on the shit house at work. I was actually doing my job and I got to see it.
Hello? And it's 3
got a visitor.
black holes.
Yo.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Skeleton, how's it going, man? Welcome.
Thank you. So, you talk about there's flat or what?
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Earth is flat.
Earth is flat. Does it make sense though?
Yeah, makes all the sense.
Yeah.
All your senses detect a flat stationary Earth. Nonsense. It takes non-senses to get to a curved, rotating, giant lava water ball in space. You can't detect that with your senses.
Okay, but just a question though. Was it flat or like a ball? Does it even actually matter?
Yeah, it's all about mind over matter.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So does it change anything on our life if it was flat or not?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you how. Because if the Earth was a ball in a vacuum, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour,
Yeah.
you would not exist. That's how it matters.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Have a nice day. And
Do you think such a piece of information wouldn't matter, Skeleton? Do you mind walking us through that reasoning?
I'm just saying there is more important something is more than if the Earth is flat or
Yeah.
not.
There's always more important fucking things. We hear this thing and that about 1,000 times a day. Never actually tell us what's more important. Just always more important shit. You got to take a dump. You got to go and cook dinner. Like.
No, I'm not saying that though. I'm saying something more than that. But just saying it.
But do you care about anything Do you care about anything they proclaim regarding going to Mars and fucking about there and doing things and investigating?
What?
Do you care about any of the claims made about putting drones on Mars and eventually, hopefully, putting humans on Mars and all that type of stuff?
Not really.
Not really.
Not really.
Okay.
Not that much.
I care about the ISS at all?
No, I don't know.
Oh, well, maybe you don't actually care about anything space related, and that's probably a good position for you to be in, because it'll be easier to discuss this topic, since you're not emotionally connected in any way to that stuff.
Just saying it's not gonna make any difference in my life if the Earth was flat or.
Well, I'll give you one example.
But it's still,
Look, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a good, tangible, objective example.
But I'm just saying.
Why this could matter, and I'm being serious here. So just listen.
Don't worry about. I'm
on a globe. It's objectively true that there is a finite amount of resources. Yes.
But you do not get my point, though. You still do not get my point.
Well, I'm trying to make a point. I'm answering your question.
But I didn't ask a question, though.
You did. You said does it matter?
I said it does not. It's not gonna change nothing in my life if the Earth was flat or.
Oh yes, it will. I'll tell you how. You ready? Do you know what up is? Do you know what up is?
Yes, I know what up is.
Do you know what down is?
Yes, I know what down is.
Okay, on a sphere, there's no up and down.
Okay.
So you wouldn't be able to have an up and a down on a globe.
Okay.
Do you like up and down?
I like up and down.
Yeah. Do you like being able to describe how you're experiencing what you're doing, or how you're existing in an up and down manner?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. There's a difference.
Okay. Fair enough.
And that's just one. I mean, we could just keep going, but that's just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so is NASA lying when they say the Earth is?
No way to know.
No way to know. Okay.
No. I mean, they're making claims. Who cares if they're making claims? I mean, people make claims all the time that aren't true. Doesn't matter. I mean, I can't determine whether or not they're. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Okay.
If you don't care, why do you keep asking questions?
I didn't ask though. That's the problem.
No, you asked.
What's my question?
Why would
What was
they
my
lie?
question?
You said, "Why would they lie?" After saying it doesn't care.
Yeah, true. Actually, I asked about NASA because NASA is a big.
If you
what's your
care
fortune?
asking questions, somebody else can speak.
Huh?
If you don't care, let somebody else speak.
No, Yeah. Go ahead.
If you don't
I mean, I guess if you didn't care, you wouldn't be here.
No, actually, I was just going in to see what's going on, and yeah, it's true. It's true.
Tactical makes a good point. So if it doesn't matter, tell your friends that you believe the Earth is flat.
But well, no, hold on.
Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't matter, though. Just tell them. Just tell your mom and your dad and your friends. It doesn't matter. The Earth is flat. Just tell them.
True. Yeah. You have a point, though. But why should I do?
Well, because it doesn't matter. Just be like, oh, you know what? These guys on Flat Earth 24/7, they're correct. I experience the Earth is flat. I experience up and down. So the Earth has to be flat. So you might as well tell people the truth. Don't you think the truth is important?
Of course, the truth is very important, actually.
Okay, so if the truth is important, then it's important to know whether or not the Earth is a ball or a flat plane.
I have to. Yeah, but it still do not change nothing in my life.
Right, because you experience it as flat.
Find out.
Excuse me?
People that say that, like, this would change nothing in my life, I don't believe they truly understand what the influencing factors that drives them through life is or are.
Okay.
That's why you can say such a... It is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous claim.
It is? Mm-hmm.
How about this? Depending on the nation state that you live within, that you're contracting with, do they take tax from you to fund their space program?
I'm not sure about that. Can answer that.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you to dox yourself, but what country are you in?
Germany.
Germany. Does Germany have a space program?
No.
European, ESA, they contribute. So yes.
Oh, okay. So they collect public tax to fund or subsidize other space programs. So, do you think it would be different if you got to keep more money? Do you think your life would be different if you got to keep more of the money that you...
Yes, it will be different, of course.
Oh, great. So there's one way it matters, because if NASA is not going to outer space and they don't know if they live on a ball or not, and you could keep the money because they're not going to space and the isn't a ball, then there's the difference. There's just one.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you pay taxes toward carbon?
No, I don't know.
In Germany, yeah, they do. There's a carbon tax.
Yes, there is in Germany.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, that's a global initiative.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that global initiative is costing you money, but since you don't live on a globe, you shouldn't have to pay that, right?
Okay, right. Mm.
Yeah, more money.
Check out the argument. Yeah.
Do you think if you found out that this was, an intentionally created construct to allow you to exist in and experience life like as you do, versus it being just one of potentially numerous meaningless little balls of dirt in an ever-expanding universe, do you think that would change your perspective on the Earth, like how you regard it? You would maybe cherish it more? Appreciate it more, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know. Sorry.
No, okay, fair enough.
Might make it easier to understand it, though. Maybe.
Jumping in on this very quick, do you know the annual budget of NASA?
Who was asking? No, I do not. It's a lot of money, though. I know.
$27.2 billion.
Okay.
Over the course
they
of
use
a
about
year,
$20 on CGI and bullshit imagery, and the rest they put into whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
in the year that they went to try and go to the moon, and the only thing they did was send an object there, and it failed to land.
But
the budget for that was $80 million a day.
You know, they did go to the moon, right? So
I know that they did not go to the moon.
they did not. Are you serious? Because even the Russian, the people against America, they accept that the fact.
Who said they're against America?
Huh?
They even said that the Americans did not land on the moon.
They did actually accept. They
did not.
Okay.
You
I'm
even
not sure
have
about that, my friend.
a Polish and they what was the other gentleman's country? There were two others who went in front of the public and said, nobody's been to space and nobody's been to the moon.
Actually, there was, man. That's a fact.
One of them was Polish, I think, Droid.
Yeah, the Polish cosmonaut actually said that the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it was actually the head of the Russian space agency that said that NASA faked the moon landings, and he doubled down on it later.
Okay.
Yeah, that they faked them. Yeah. Have you seen? Have you looked at the footage, my friend? Like,
yes.
It looks completely fake. Like,
it does not, though.
Yeah, I'm going to post a video in the side chat quickly. Right. I just want you to give me your honest opinion on whether you think it looks like ridiculously fake or not. Just genuine opinion. Okay, just give me 1 second.
But okay,
just wait a sec. I won't be long. I'll grab it.
Yeah, while you're getting that, DJ, I'll explain something scaling here. So, you think if America had faked the moon landings, Russia would have called them out on the spot. But what you don't understand is Russia has their own flavor of space propaganda that they sell their people as, the first human in space, first satellite, all this. So they benefit from this overall lie themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, two conmen benefiting from the same con being used on different nations of people are not going to point out each other's con.
Mm-hmm. Sing the video.
And also, the Soviets had already said that they'd, put a thing on the moon, right? A rover and whatnot, and their footage looks even worse, right? Like, so other countries, why would other countries call out America when other countries' footage looks even stupider than America's footage? It's like throwing themselves under the bus. Now have a look at this footage in the side chat here, quickly.
I'm seeing the video right now, but I do not get anything.
No, I just posted it. You haven't seen it yet. Look at what I just posted. Just have a look. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, this video do not get anything right, to be honest with you.
You can see what I posted?
Yeah. No, you wait. Yeah, I don't get anything right. What about this photo?
Well, you need to be able to see it first.
I see it. I'm seeing. Yeah, I see it. So it could be.
Okay, you think you don't question that footage? That's not questionable footage to you.
It's not just make any sense. It could be from anyone.
This is okay. So this is official NASA footage.
Okay.
Okay, I can confirm for you that this is official.
Confirm
NASA
anything
footage.
though. Okay.
Okay, NASA claims that this is NASA footage. Okay, What do you think about the footage? Okay, here's some more footage. Okay, this is more NASA footage.
How can you say this? Can you at least give me a reference?
Yeah, I can give you. Okay, firstly, I want to hear your opinion on the footage, right? Because I'm going to obviously link you to it, proof of it being NASA footage.
It could be from NASA, but they're saying how it could be look like. I do not know what.
No. This is. Look, I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, this is. NASA claims that this is real footage from the Apollo missions of a spaceship in space. This is claimed. This is what NASA claims. Okay, so just take my word for it because I'm about to back that up. I want to hear your opinion.
But I cannot just take it like that, though.
No, you don't have to, dude. I'm about to back it up. I want to hear your opinion on the actual footage before I confirm that it's from NASA because I want your honest opinion on the footage. Okay, so let's just assume, just say, NASA is claiming that this is real footage, and obviously you don't believe that. You've already answered it, by the way, because you don't even believe that this is claimed to be real footage. The only way you would say that is if it obviously looks completely fake.
Yeah, but you're saying that's from NASA, that's the problem. Can you bring...
Yeah, I can, but you've already admitted that the footage doesn't look realistic, right? So if NASA is... Okay, this is my question. If NASA is claiming this is real footage, what's your opinion about that?
But I have to see it if it's
That's
from
the
NASA.
question.
You know, that's the problem.
Okay, so now it's like an honesty test at this point because I've asked you an if question. Yeah, if NASA is claiming, if NASA is claiming that this is real footage, do you think NASA might be lying about it being real footage?
I'm gonna see it if the NASA saying is that a real
okay, so if it turns out in a moment when I share the footage from NASA, if it turns out that this is actually NASA claiming, what will your opinion be?
My opinion, where is my opinion even actually matter now? But I'm just saying, just want to see it. Is this really from NASA? They saying,
why? Okay, so if it is, what will your opinion be? If it is from
let me at
NASA,
least see it. Yeah.
why can't you answer my question? Are you not honest?
I am actually. Why am?
Okay, so
he's asking you to entertain the hypothetical within the laws that are stated within the hypothetical. You can be an intelligent man, right? You can accept something and the paradigm of something without accepting it in reality. But inside the confines of the story, you can hypothesize, right? You can think about it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's asking you, if this is the case, we'll say that this is the case, inside the laws of the hypothesis, what would you think if this was true?
Yeah, if the NASA say, I would say first of all, this is like more AI than to be a real. Okay, so that's why I want to see if what the NASA exactly saying about this video. You know, if NASA actually posts this stuff.
Yeah,
already.
and if it turns out to be true that NASA did post this and say that it's real footage, what would your opinion be?
But what do you mean by real footage? That does not look for me like real footage. That's
obviously it looks fake. Obviously, it looks like fake.
I'm not gonna say fake. More like it's AI. You know, it's they mean maybe.
Okay, so will you still trust NASA if they say that this is real footage?
What was that?
If NASA says that this is real footage, will you still trust them?
If they say this, if that's real footage, there must be something wrong, of course. Then
okay, all right, I'll get you the link to NASA's official source of this footage just now. Just a second.
Okay, to clarify this for me, you believe NASA actually went to the moon? You've never seen any of the footage. We show you footage, and you say, no, that's fake.
No. Hold a second. I did see some video about the stab in the moon and so on. Some people say it's not real because the flag move and so on. Actually, the man moved it with his hand. I mean, even Russia accept they did go to the moon. Even
are you not listening? Like I just told you that the head of the Russian space agency said that NASA faked the moon landings. The head of the Russian space agency said that NASA faked the moon missions. He said that, and now it's like it goes in one ear and out the other ear. It doesn't stop in your brain and process.
You know, actually, the problem is it does not matter for me. Actually, you know. That's the problem.
Oh gosh.
No, I'm not just saying. What the hell, dude?
No, he doesn't care.
Yeah. From the first second, I did say it does not change something in my life. If the Earth is round or not, I did say that.
Okay, then. So you've got nothing to lose, so you can entertain these things, right? You sound like a guy who's now got nothing to lose. You don't care either way, so you can be really honest, then, can't you?
What do you mean?
He's even. No, you're not. You're lying because you established that up and down are important to you, and your money is important to you. So now you're lying because you said yes. That does make a difference in my life. Having more money.
Yes, more money is the.
And without us influencing you to say so, you said NASA footage looks fake.
I didn't say NASA footage. I said this video.
Yeah, this is NASA footage. I've just posted you. I've just posted you the link to the Smithsonian.
Okay, I didn't say it's fake. I said it.
You said it looks fake. You didn't. You said it's AI, and
yeah, I said it's AI, but I didn't say it's fake. You putting
Wouldn't AI imply it's fake, Skeleton? I don't understand.
Hold on, 1 second.
Holy snap, dude!
That's why I wanted him to answer it before I got him the source, because he wouldn't answer that it looked fake until I gave him the source, because then he would have changed his opinion.
literally said it's AI. I didn't even say a fake word.
Do you know what AI stands for? What does AI stand for?
Man,
that's not even the same video you sent me.
Friend, what does AI stand for?
Good question.
You don't even know what AI stands for?
No.
Yes, I do actually.
Okay, it's a 2 words, dude. Just tell me what.
I need to
go to Huddle without.
It's artificial.
Yeah.
Intelligence. Artificial means man-made. An artifice, man-made fake thing. So artificial is equal to fake.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same video, bro.
So, but that's
video.
Is that NASA?
There's only one.
But
Apollo
is this NASA,
liftoff. This is the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum.
Yeah,
they work directly with NASA.
But it's still not NASA, though, right?
It's an si.edu.
I'm just asking.
Oh my god, bro!
That's the museum that archives what NASA say and do.
Okay. So
it's a .edu link.
I'm not here to make you angry, guys, or think I'm stupid. But I'm just saying,
No, it's fine. We just always look for honesty, dude. That's all.
Honest? Don't say I'm not honest, because I said from the first second, it does not matter for me if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and when you said that, I told you then you've got nothing to lose. You can be really honest then. You can let go of your shackles, right? Be honest. You've got nothing to lose. Doesn't matter to you.
When I see the fact when someone tell me the Earth is more round as a shape, it's more than when you say it is flat, actually, to be honest with you.
Well, okay, so that confuses me, because like me, you and everybody else experience the Earth with your own senses, through your own eyes, the Earth to be flat and stationary. Right? We all experience this, don't we?
Huh? Can you make it more simple?
We all see a flat Earth and we don't feel the Earth move. So to me and you, it looks flat and stationary.
After to think about it, even a kid, when you tell him the Earth is flat, it wouldn't make sense more than it would not make sense, actually, to be honest with you.
This is why everybody from long ago all thought the Earth was flat until people came along and says it was a ball.
You mean the first people were thinking the Earth is flat?
No, all ancient cosmologies show a cosmology where the Earth is flat and stationary.
But I'm saying the kid, he know nothing, If you tell him the Earth is flat, he will think it's funny. You know that,
no,
he won't. Really?
No.
He will say yes.
I'm sorry, guys.
Children, hold on 2 seconds.
Yeah,
I'll ask you this question. I'll ask you this question. Do you experience the Earth, apart from earthquakes, to move?
Huh?
Do you think the Earth moves beneath your feet?
Let's come back to the kid, bro.
I'm trying to. Like as children, what we experience on the Earth. So a child would obviously say that the floor isn't moving, right?
Okay, right.
And the water on the lake looks flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is our base understanding of the world in which we are in. It appears to us as flat and stationary.
Yeah, but it's true.
Yeah, it's more logical to believe what the Earth appears to be.
But if you give a kid, and then what's called?
Yeah, in kindergarten classes today across every, asking them to, on a piece of paper, draw a landscape of the ocean or even where you live. And they draw a horizontal flat horizon. So yeah, even the kids think it's flat.
Nah, okay.
So you all think the Earth is flat?
Well, we all know it. But yes.
You know it. Okay.
Yeah.
You are sure?
Not me though.
Yeah. Yeah. Positive that water is horizontal on the surface. Yes.
So what about the gravity?
What about it?
Hey,
So
have a nice day, guys.
you're telling
On my
me
side.
if you are in a plan and moving from point A to point B, you're not going back to point A in the straight.
So I thought we were talking about gravity.
Hell, man, and you gravity to circumnavigation in like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah. Which one? Gravity? Circumnavigation, dude. I can tell this is going to be a bumpy ride already.
So I want to know more about your ideas.
Uh-oh. Okay, so water is flat upon the surface, horizontal. 70% of the surface of the Earth, we're told, is water. So if 70% of the surface of the Earth is horizontal, the Earth can't be curved. That's a curved line, not horizontal. For the Earth to be a sphere, the Earth would need to curve over distance. It doesn't. The water's horizontal. And there endeth our ideas.
The end of the world is what?
I don't know, never been there. Or what? Don't even know what that would be.
On the
I
map.
kind of logically understand.
On
You've
the map.
got kind of two choices, maybe. It probably ends if it's finite, but I'm not going to be able to tell you what happens to a place I've never been.
You are saying that the Earth is flat, so of course there is an end for this.
Okay, but I can't tell you what this experience would be. I don't know.
What about NASA?
What about them?
They can show. They can look at us from the space and tell us.
No, NASA doesn't do that. They don't go to the end either. They don't look for the end. There's no end for them to look for. We don't need NASA.
How's that? If you are in the space, you will see a flat, planet. So
sorry, no. NASA show us the Earth to be a ball when they go into the sky, turn around and take pictures, right?
What I'm saying is,
I know what you're saying. I just repeated what you said.
If you are in the space, okay, you will see the whole Earth.
Okay.
The whole Earth. Okay. So you will see what is the Earth, what is the beginning of the Earth, where is it, and the end of it. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So why we don't have this on science?
I don't know why I don't have this because I've not done it. You don't have this because you've not done it. You're talking about NASA, right? Or some other agency that you believe has gone up into the sky, and when they go up into the sky, they see a ball in the sky. You're asking why when they go up into the sky, they don't show us the true reality that I don't know.
I didn't say it's a ball. I didn't say it's curved, but what I'm saying is, if they are in the space, they will see the whole Earth from one look. Okay. So they will know where is the beginning of the Earth, what country, what point is it, and the end of the Earth, what country and what point. So they will tell us. The end of the Earth is that point. How do you know what? How do I know what?
How do you know what they will tell us? This information and spy agency recently declared.
You are saying it's a flat.
Yeah, it's measured that way on the surface. Water over distance is horizontal. Dude, please. Right, I'm saying it because.
I'm listening.
Okay, I'm saying it, and we're saying it, because the Earth measures, when we're on it, to be horizontal on distances along that surface. It measures to be flat. Now, you're talking about what NASA would do, and they would see what the Earth would look like, and they would turn around and tell us, dude, what they are telling us is that the Earth is a sphere, and that claim has dimensions to it. like a radius, how big the Earth is compared to the other things, moon and sun. Because of this claim, that means that we should be able to measure curvature of the Earth over distance. We don't, though. We don't observe it, we don't measure it, and actually, really, we don't practically use it. So the Earth is measurably flat. It doesn't really matter what NASA says. Now, they make the claim that it's a sphere, and like I said, when you test that claim, we can't verify it.
I didn't say it's important. I didn't say we can verify that it's curved. But what I'm saying is, if you have, do you have your phone right now?
Yeah, literally in my hand, speaking to you with it.
Okay, can you put it on your desk?
Why?
Please.
Okay, I'll put it down.
Okay.
Well, hey, hold on. I just want to say something to Jedi. Jedi, if your phone is flat, the Earth is flat.
Okay, dude. I will level my phone on the table. Okay, gotcha.
Now you can see where is the phone beginning and where is it's in.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god!
I understand what you're trying to express. I can't, and NASA claim they do. Right? I'm with you on this. High up in the sky. Right? Yeah. Why you are high up in the sky? It's because you want to see the entirety of reality. I get you. Yeah. But I haven't been. You haven't been. Apparently NASA have been, and they tell us the Earth's a sphere.
You can't be sure.
Yeah, you can measure the surface of the Earth.
No one can be sure about it.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Do you understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
Yeah, of course I can.
Of course you can be sure about that, right? Yeah. Now, the surface of the Earth would two-dimensionally be a straight line or a curved line, right? A horizontal plane or a curvilinear plane. Being as we can identify these two differences, we should be able to see them, we should be able to measure them either way. The Earth's surface measures to be horizontal over distance, specifically water. If the Earth was a sphere, that water would curve over distance. It doesn't.
It doesn't because there is a gravity on the Earth.
It's horizontal because what? Vertical, which is perpendicular to horizontal at 90 degrees because straight down. Yeah, it's horizontal because straight down. All right, but it's horizontal.
Okay.
Cool. So when I drop my phone, which I shouldn't do, it will go straight down. That will be perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal meaning level. To be level with the world is to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the Earth, water, appears to meet the sky with distance. So, yep, it's flat then. We can confirm this with laser tests and EMF signal propagation, Wi-Fi, microwave, radio waves, these types of things. Look, target, direct line of sight over a curved surface would not function over a certain distance because the curvature of the Earth would make the laser, a straight line, miss a target at distance, right? When we measure the surface of the Earth with a direct line of sight to targeting distances of 20, 30, 40 kilometers, 50 in some cases, if we're just talking about what we can do, not what military do when they fire lasers to target things and blow things up. But when we measure the surface of the Earth to confirm the observations that we make across water, the Earth is measurably horizontal across the surface. Any further questions, my lord? Okay, prosecution rests. No, is that it? Because I feel like I've killed the chat again. That happens sometimes, so I do apologise.
It's more of a mic drop situation. So just let the silence rest.
Okay, mate. No worries. I can do
It's in the
that.
hands of the jury at this point.
The jury finds in the case of senses versus reality, the Earth is not a globe.
The steak is cooked. Let it rest. Was somebody saying that there's yet another comet, another 3-eye atlas coming?
Yeah, it was like the plot device for like Earth girls are easy. It's not a wingman, but I thought you'd get a kick on that one.
Yeah.
I said it earlier, but no one giggled because I don't think they got the reference.
Can it just be the end of the world already? Can this be it, please?
Not allowed. The Earth still has to swallow the water from the dragon. So, Catalan, do you think the Earth is a sphere? Yeah, press the triangle. Apparently, Catalan has the truth of objective reality, but doesn't want to share it with us.
Yeah, it has AI.
Oh my god. So yeah, just going through the chat. I go back to 13 minutes past the hour. How do you know that you're not a simulation? So, oh my god. Nothing's true. If the Earth's not a sphere, then fucking hell, I'm a brain in a jar. Oh, hello, there's more.
Yeah, read the big one where now you see it says, just stop arguing or talking to them. That's AI telling this person to stop talking to us.
Wow. Just stop engaging with them. They're not actually interested in facts, science, or any real debate. That kind of conspiracy theory, like most of them, survives by muddying the waters, seizing on people's tiny doubts and using bad math and or disingenuous arguments to create confusion. They then use that confusion to wake people up, and that so-called truth almost always ends up being whatever reality they find convenient to believe.
Give up.
AI just poisoned the well. Like
AI gave up and just doesn't even want them talking to us anymore. It gave up trying to answer the questions. Now it's just saying, don't engage with them, please.
I got a fucking meme for this. Hang on. Thank you, Catalan. I have a new meme.
Hello?
What's up, man?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
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 Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Who's got the globe proof and all those hellos?
Hello?
Okay, fun time's over. What you got?
What's the topic of
The topic
discussion?
is, does anyone have any evidence at all that the Earth is a big spinning ball?
Does anyone have any evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball?
Correct.
Okay. How about the counter argument? You go first, and then we'll.
Okay. My argument is there is no curvature of Earth's surface. There is no motion of Earth's surface, so it cannot be a spinning ball. There you go. Counter it.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, Earth's surface has no curvature, has no motion, so cannot be a spinning ball. Counter it.
So what shape do you think that the
Okay, so you're not going to counter it? Well, it's obviously not a ball since it doesn't have curvature, and it's obviously not in motion since it's not in motion.
So what do you think? So what do you think the Earth shape
It's
is?
the only evidence. Well, you wouldn't be able to tell a shape of it because you need to see the whole thing, which you can't do. But the only evidence we have says that it's a motionless topographical plane. Anyway, someone pick this up. I'm going to go into a shop for 2 minutes.
Bye.
Hey guys, who's the big flat earthers here?
Me.
I'm
huge.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Big in what sense?
I'm huge.
You're a huge flat earther.
Yeah, massive one. A great big screaming flat earther. What do you want?
Who else?
Matrix.
Big.
I'm the
Yeah, I'd be up there in size. hey, there's 22 of us in this voice chat. Who in here believes in flat Earth?
Everyone say aye.
Everyone.
Yeah, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it's flat, just like I know my shoe size. I know how tall I am. I know how many teeth I have. I know what color my hair is because I observed all of those things. I know the Earth is flat because I observed it to be that way. I measured it so that I know it's flat. It's not a belief.
You measured it. What did you measure it with?
I went outside and looked at it.
Oh, so you didn't use any like rulers or
lasers. Do you like lasers? Do you like lasers? Yeah.
Did you go into space?
No.
Do you like rubber?
Do you like lasers?
No. Did you go into space and see that
do you like lasers?
Was flat?
No. Don't need to go to up in the sky very far to know that the surface of the Earth measures to be flat.
Measures to be flat.
Yeah, horizontal upon the surface. Water, when contained and at rest, is a horizontal reference datum. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, so therefore the surface of the Earth can't be curving over distance.
So do you completely disregard the existence of spheres?
No, I know spheres exist. What? I might even be able to agree with you that we can point up in the sky and maybe look at some. But when I try and we try to identify the Earth in that category of spherical, it doesn't fit that category because the surface measures to be horizontal, not curved. Spheres need curved surfaces. The Earth fails to have one over distance.
Okay. What are you guys drinking right now?
Coca-Cola.
Is that it?
Yeah, man, I don't drink alcohol.
You don't drink alcohol?
No, man, I can't. I've got a heart condition.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Don't really like alcohol anyway. Stops me doing other things that I enjoy, but drinking alcohol wasn't one of them anyway. So, here we are on this measurably flat, stationary Earth, with all of the stars, sun and moon, and planets in quotation marks in motion above this flat and stationary floor. Isn't that lovely?
Don't say that like it's a definitive statement.
Well, it's measured to be so. That's the point.
No,
that's what we observe, and that's what we measure. In all practicality, that's how we even utilize the Earth. Like when we build on it, like to get level, to make sure constructions work over distance, to get the water flowing, these types of things. In all practicality, because the Earth is flat and stationary all round, dude. So yeah, that's kind of a fact.
So what happened? Did this guy refute my argument yet? No curve, no motion?
No, I think he gets it now, yeah.
You get it. Good. That was quick. Good for you. You must be a smart guy. A lot of Globers take a long time to realize that you can't have a ball without curvature, as surprising as that is. You can have flat balls.
Was he suggesting that we can't have a ball without curvature?
People with brains and who understand what balls are.
Yeah, considering that it's the fundamental feature of a sphere or a ball, right? Yeah.
You got to have a curved surface, you know? It's not optional on a sphere. It's not optional.
Optional. It's a necessity, physically.
Can you repeat that?
A sphere requires curvature of the surface. It's a physical necessity. It's not optional.
Hell yeah.
What?
I think he said hell yeah.
I said hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah, correct. So there you go. Earth is not a ball. Are you surprised? Be honest. Are you really surprised that it's not actually the cartoon spinning ball that the government is giving you?
Earth is not what?
A spinning ball. A globe. In space.
I just got back from a very long flight.
Cool.
And
so you saw it then, the flat Earth, when you were in the plane. Good, that's good.
Yeah, I saw the flat Earth. I saw the Endermen. I saw
Did the ground seem to be spinning?
I saw the
beneath you?
creepers. I saw the.
It's broken all of a sudden.
Yeah. Did the ground seem to be moving at millions of miles an hour underneath you?
No.
No, because it's not moving at millions of miles an hour through a vacuum of space. That was all a cartoon.
Planes don't move at millions of miles an hour.
No, planes don't, and neither does the ground, the Earth. Correct. Do you think pilots think they're flying over a ball and around a ball? So that if they went from the UK to Australia, they'd be like having to go upside down when they get to Australia? Do you think that's what's happening? Of course you don't. You realize that's retarded now that you're thinking about it, yeah?
What? Sorry, I'm listening.
Maybe just put yourself on mute, bro. You sound too bright.
Yeah, he's definitely broken already. That's a shame.
That is a shame. Maybe come back another
a few
time.
too many.
Come back when you've recovered from your long flight. Weakling.
Who do you guys think won the space race?
Your imagination.
My imagination won the space race.
Yeah, what's your
The TV? The TV won the space race.
Your name's no good on Discord. What?
No. I mean between the Russians and the Americans.
They both won because they just wanted to fool the public into thinking that space existed and that they could go to it, and so they take billions of dollars to do so, and that's what they're currently doing.
No, but I mean,
Solo did the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. Is that what you mean?
On a more like a conspiratorial level, who do you think got there first?
Who had the best propaganda? The guys walking on the moon or the little ball with spikes flying out of it going around this ball, big ball? Which was cooler? The little ball flying around the big ball or people walking around on a ball playing golf?
We're going to call you Davy. Davy, space does not exist. Did you hear us? Repeat what I just said.
You're broken, man.
That was quick. Dear me.
I guess the weekend starts here.
I've been hitting it home recently. I swear the last 5 conversations I've had, they've either totally melted down or they've been like, all right, I'm interested. I'm going to look. I'm on fire.
Last conversation I had, the room went quiet for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I do that too. But I don't think Davy's going to be any use to us.
Like I said, man, that's a shame. But hey ho.
You can tell he came in with some optimism. You know, he was asking for the arguments.
Well, it's because they come in and they probably expect something silly.
Yeah.
But when we just point out the water's flat, and I don't know, their brain just starts melting out their ears.
Oh, it's amazing. Truly amazing.
Sergio.
Hey, look. Oh, sorry, T-Dub.
It's all right. I just saw Sergio open his mic. I thought he might be going to say good day.
Sergio. What's up, Sergio? Nope.
Sergio.
Sergioid. Oh, well.
Oh, he gone.
What event name have we got going right now?
You already said it. I thought you checked. You got it right when you came in here. Why doesn't anyone have any globe proof?
No, I didn't even see it. That's just a good question. Right, I'm on board. That is a good question. Listeners, please inform us. Well, maybe some other people can just answer what Davey was asking us, since it's a fairly good, broad, opening question to come in with. What did he ask? What's your evidence that the Earth is flat, or something like that? What's your best argument for Earth being flat? Is that what he asked? So I like to go in with something like, there's just no curvature and there's no motion, because then immediately they're like, well, they have to evidence curvature or motion to even start an argument. So I think it frames the discussion well, but some of the other flat earthers could maybe give their answers to that question, since we're waiting for some new people.
I try to say as less words as possible. So if I can say it's what is measured flat, then that's all I really say now.
Yeah. Classic.
That's it, though, isn't it? Right? We don't really need to talk about really anything else. Just express the curvature, emotional anomalies, and that's it. Curvature. There's no curvature and there's no motion. I mean, we're done.
That is it. But I do find that it helps to give them some context.
Of course.
You know, like, they always want to know about the kind of bigger picture, so to speak. And obviously we tell them, hey, we can't give you the bigger picture because we can't see it. But I almost find that if we're just talking to them about the curvature specifically and not really giving them a framework of the Earth as it is, a lot of them they can't hold it in their head. The curvature just feels too abstract to them. You almost need to give them something to work off of, which is why I kind of humor their, well, what is it then? Go into what the system seems to be from what evidence we have. You know, just a motionless topographical planes, like a terrarium, all this kind of stuff. I think that gives them a bit of a framework, at least. Because when you tell them the Earth's not a globe and it's not in space, it's almost like they've just got a massive blank, and they're trying to work off of a blank, and they almost can't. You know what I mean? They just can't. They can't form anything. They can't form a thought.
Hello, guys. What's up?
Oh, hello.
Whoa. Salut, ça va?
Ça va bien?
Oui, ça va, ça va.
The French are here. The French have made it.
Oui, ça va.
Oh, look out, Jedi.
We can talk French or English or what?
We talk English.
Try Language of champions.
Salut à tous. Bonjour à tous.
All right, French guys, settle down. Put your thinking hats on. Put your on.
How many French guys does it take to talk on Discord?
De français en français, s'il vous plaît, pas anglais.
It's like a French Discord.
I'm French. I don't understand English.
French. Peut-être français, c'est.
Bonjour, monsieur. Je m'appelle Jedi.
Je parle français mieux que toi.
Anglais?
Quoi?
Oui, anglais.
How do you say the Earth is flat in French?
Parlez-vous anglais?
Dans le français, en français.
How do you say?
No, you're gonna have to learn some English.
What's flat?
Yeah, you're gonna have to learn some English, mate.
Hello, bro. Where are you from? Where from?
Flat Earth. We are all from the flat Earth, including you.
I'm from Morocco.
Morocco. Nice.
That's
Do you know
Morocco.
that the Earth- Do you know that the Earth is
Terre
not
et
the globe?
plat.
That would be French Morocco.
There you go.
Yes. No, bro. I'm from Morocco. Actually, I'm from Marrakesh in Morocco. Not French.
Marrakesh.
But I can
Oh, wow.
But I can speak
Marrakesh
three
is nice.
languages: Arabic and French and English. You can say
English in here. Yeah, pick English in here.
Yeah, it's English mode only in the English hub, surprisingly. I don't know if I've got the energy for this, guys. Can I be bothered trying to do a translation and a flat smacking at the same time? I just don't know.
It's like a challenge mode. You turn up the difficulty one level.
Yeah, we were flat smacking too well in our native tongues. Now we have to flat smack in our non-native dialects.
Yeah, there he goes. He's gone. Someone might have redirected him.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, where is the beginner's English room in here? We need to start sending some people there.
A1, A2, or A1 to A5, I think.
We can speak to Vivek about rejigging the server, so it's pretty much just educating you enough English so that you can come and speak to the Flat Earthers.
We have Arthur X. Arthur, why is there no globe proof?
Because there's no
Kayla
globe.
Queen. We got some new people joining.
Join us too.
Yeah,
Welcome.
the medicine woman.
Medicine woman.
Or man. Whichever one's fine.
Witch doctor.
Who's this?
Just the one. Oh, never mind. Dr. Quinn is gone.
Right.
They fell off the edge.
Yeah, if my mic's terrible, tell me and I'll try and sort it out.
No, it's perfect.
All right. Okay.
It's like studio quality.
All right, nice.
I know.
Just
Sorry
and
for
they,
the effect.
they don't stand a chance.
Not at all. Yeah.
Alrighty. So where are they at? Do you think the Globers are up putting their Christmas trees up or something?
Probably, mate. If they haven't done so already, the amount of Christmas trees that have been up since the Halloween decorations went down is bloody ridiculous around my way.
Yeah, I'm just.
So maybe, not just
seeing
yet.
a lot of them right now.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. It's December now. That's completely fine. It is the Christmas month, but yeah, if they go up in November, it's just a bit too soon for my liking. And then when they don't take them down and they're still up in February, that fucks me off.
That's a fallen society, Jedi.
It is. It is. The rules and regulations about when Christmas decorations go up and they come down. Too soon or too late. It's just.
So they say it's January 13th.
It's not civilized.
It can't go one day after Epiphany, and that's like, you're done, dude. Like,
yeah.
If it goes, was it past the 5th of January or something, then
something like
12th day or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it rotates, doesn't it? Like the Epiphany, it depends on what something to do with I'm not even sure actually. I have to.
Haven't had the Epiphany to take down your Christmas tree by now. Leave the earth. Yeah, the Globers are probably away writing their Christmas list to Santa. That's why they're not here.
Getting their Santa trackers ready.
Well, it's going to be that time again soon, isn't it, boys?
Yeah, it is.
Tracking Santa. I always enjoy showing that to the Globers.
Who does that? That's NORAD, isn't it? And a couple of other International Space Station, maybe. Throw that in there for.
Yeah, because they've got all the time in the world.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Okay, so Epiphany is calculated as the first Sunday between January 2nd and January 8th.
Ah, yeah, okay.
So that would be this year. Of course, my calendar won't open.
And then
the 6th? It's the 6th, I guess. So yeah, so if your Halloween if your Halloween Christmas decorations are still up after the 6th, Jesus.
You're just a very festive fellow. Look, I managed to find second-hand, very cheap, cool Psycho. Must be from like the 80s or something. It's one of these 24-hour analog clocks.
Oh, wow.
With an AE map on it, which I know may trigger some, but it's still cool. So let me send a photo of it. It's a nice executive-looking one as well.
Oh, wow. That sounds cool.
And it's even got, on the second hand, a little plane that goes in a circle over the top of it. Look at that. 30 quid.
You're going to have to start getting it out to explain circumnavigation to people, dude.
Yeah, I'll make a little video.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's nice. 80s or early 90s, I think, when I was looking it up.
It's got a bit of an Art Nouveau style to it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I've always wanted to try and find one like this as well.
That's really cool.
Yep, Santa got me that. Must be a globe.
That's probably an event we're going to have to run over Christmas, I think. Oh, hello, the police are coming for.
That'll be Starlife getting his reports out.
Oh, I don't want to give it any airtime, man, but what the fuck?
Oh, his message he sent me earlier was too funny.
It's got Section 8 written all over him.
I know. It's too much.
I think in America, a Section 8 is some kind of housing. In the UK, Section 8 is when the people come and take you to the farm. That's funny.
Yeah, they just call it being sectioned.
Yeah,
yeah.
Also known as a spinner.
Yes, Matrix, also known as a spinner.
Or bloody drongo.
But yeah, what an absolute Fruit Loop that man is.
Imagine if he was like totally normal and sane, but it was just Crit turned him into this.
That's Senior Chizansky. Or Senior. I don't know what that SR stands for. Is it Senior? Senior? I don't know.
That would be super rare.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up? I could really go for some up dog right about now.
Fine, I'll say it. What's up, dog?
Hey, what's up, dog? How you doing?
It's like, damn, no one's saying it.
Hello, is this live on YouTube? What are those bots here?
Yeah, we're live on 2 YouTube streams, my friend.
Say hi.
Please act in a way that your parents would be proud of.
Because this is going to be in the historical record when people are looking back in 100 years like, God, did you believe they used to think they lived on a big spinning ball in a vacuum? They're going to be listening to things like this and being like, listen to them. They really think they lived on a big spinning ball in a vacuum. So keep that in mind as you're discussing. How'd you say your name? Route?
Are you talking to me?
Raul. Yeah. Can I call you Raul?
I'm sorry.
Raul. What's happening?
Yeah,
what brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I don't know, just listen to what people have to say. When nobody's talking.
Well, we have to say, yeah, we are talking. We have to say that the Earth is not. Remember at school, they showed us a globe on a desk and they said, you're on the side of this big spinning ball. Remember that?
Well, of course, it's not a ball, honey. It's like it's in the shape of an egg, kind of. They said it's like stretched on one side.
No,
Just call him honey.
Yeah, that's
well,
okay. Ignore that.
Wow.
It's not bad to call someone honey. It's actually like showing empathy.
Well, I feel really empathized with. Thank you. But no,
You're welcome,
when you went to school, they didn't show you a big spinning egg on a desk. It was a globe. Remember?
Yeah, it was a globe. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're telling you that you live on the side or the bottom or the top of a big spinning ball, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the same principle of like showing a map to somebody. Like
no.
You know, like the sides of the countries are not the same on the map that you're showing
to
somebody on 2D.
Well, it's a bit different because a map is flat and not spinning around.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's flat. I think it's like a stretched ball.
What
You know.
What I'm saying is the Earth is not a spinning ball or a spinning egg. It is flat and motionless. That's what we're saying.
And what's at the border?
Mexicans.
Damn, I'm going there. They got some nice tortillas and tacos.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great.
I'll go there. I'll take my sombrero hat and go there.
Yo, no one here is black.
So yeah, is that it? That's your only question? What's at the border?
What?
The Earth's flat, not a ball. That's your only question?
I didn't understand what you said.
Oh, is this Davey again?
Sorry?
I'm not looking at the chat, guys, so someone's going to have to keep us right who we're talking to here. This is a different guy? This isn't Raul?
Oh my fucking...
Yeah, it's a different dude.
Right.
His name's Buster.
So the AirPods, they're
All right, so do either of you guys have any evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball?
Shit. I do have evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball.
All right, what's the evidence?
So I just took a flight from Valencia. Do you guys know what Valencia is?
What Valencia is, yeah. It's a city in Spain.
So you guys all know Valencia?
Okay, so you flew to Valencia over a flat Earth.
Yeah. So we flew like high up.
Like 30.
And I looked out my window. And I saw the Earth.
Was it spinning?
I couldn't see it spinning.
Oh, right. I guess it's not spinning then.
No. I mean, it might have been spinning very, very slowly.
No, they're saying it's spinning at about 1,000 miles an hour. That's not.
Yeah, but I was in an airplane like 200,000.
200,000
away.
Wow, you guys are all over the place. No, you're about 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet. So, I was on this flight to Spain.
Did you see a globe?
Did I see a what?
A globe. Underneath.
A globe?
A globe.
A what?
A globe.
A globe.
The Globers don't even know what they are anymore.
Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. What are you saying? Say it again.
Did you see a ball Earth underneath you?
A ball Earth? No, I didn't go up that high.
Okay, so you saw a flat, motionless Earth when you went on a plane. Okay, now what?
No. I didn't. Nothing about me looking down at planet Earth led me to believe that the entire planet was flat.
Except that you saw a flat, motionless Earth beneath your plane.
What?
Well, you just said you didn't see curve and you didn't see any motion, so you saw a flat, motionless Earth.
I didn't say.
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah, remember we said, did you see it spinning? And you said no. And then I said, did you see a ball? And you said, no, I couldn't see any curve. I wasn't that high. So you saw a flat, motionless Earth. Why do you think that is?
Because I was so high up.
No, you weren't, remember? You were just 30,000 feet. You weren't high enough to see a ball Earth, so you just saw a flat Earth, not moving beneath you.
Well, I didn't see the Earth. I didn't see the Earth in all its curvature.
No, you just saw all its flat, didn't you?
I saw its what?
The flat. You just saw it flat.
I can categorically say that the view that I had from Earth,
of it being flat,
127,000 miles above the crust. I do not think that the Earth is flat.
Doesn't sound like you think at all.
What?
Exactly.
No, sorry, I said what, as in I didn't hear what question you asked.
Is anyone else having trouble hearing me?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well, there you go.
There you go.
We're in the English hub, remember, Cyclone. Not everyone here has, this guy might have beginner level English, so.
No, I'm born and bred English.
No, he's just been globered. He's been globbed.
A what?
His brain is globular.
What?
Yeah.
You've been globbed, my man.
You've been globbed.
I've been globed.
Yeah.
Globed?
That's why you can't speak coherently about reality.
I can't speak coherently because I'm drunk.
Well, that too, but that's why you're getting shit faced.
But I still have my basic,
Yeah, you've got your basic globe mind on, which is worse than having no mind at all at this point.
So, okay. Okay, so I joined this voice chat in the hopes that I could, spread information about all this.
But you don't have any information to spread. You don't know anything.
Sorry, can I just say what I want to say?
Well, it's a bit tedious, dude, because you're drunk and slow. So no, not really. You should just listen, really. If you want to learn something, you're not going to be teaching anyone anything.
No, but listen, I'm completely willing to listen to the whole flat Earth theory, and I would love for all of you to send me the research and the.
Yeah, but the problem is, dude, you wouldn't understand it because it doesn't sound like you understand the globe.
No, sorry. I understand the globe. Okay.
Okay, let's see. What's the claimed radius of the globe?
Sorry?
What's the claimed radius of the globe?
I don't know.
Right. How fast is it supposed to be spinning?
217 kilometers.
Yeah, so you don't know that either. How far away is the sun supposed to be?
It is at 8,000.
Yeah, so you don't understand any of the things that you're supposed to believe. So we can't educate you on it unless you first understand what the globe is even supposed to be.
Okay, no, yeah, I mean, I respect you. I respect you for giving this all to the mainstream media. But the truth is, I just don't believe it. So if you're willing to give to me the, reading materials.
All right, we'll throw you a bone. When you're sober. Okay, so we will send you a link.
Flat Earth. I would happily come into being a believer of the flat Earth.
Well, we're not talking about a belief here, Guy. We're talking about a lack of belief. We don't have a belief that we live on a spinning ball. We go with empirical evidence, observation, measurement, actual evidence, reality. That's what we go with, not theories, not beliefs.
Okay, good.
If you're asking for evidence, we will.
So do you have those?
Yeah, we'll send you a link to a place where there's terabytes of evidence. And then when you're sober, you can actually look at it, hopefully. Someone sent him the link?
The fuck do you think I'm not sober for?
Because you just said you weren't. And it's obvious.
Oh. Bad news.
So we've got a home server and it's got loads of information. Take you years to go through it, but you could at least make a start.
Is it 10 past 10 for any of you guys?
I can't send him the DM, so you can look up on the YouTube bot in the VC and you can get the link.
I'm not gonna do that.
Well, that's fine. You can remain ignorant.
No, I don't want to remain ignorant. I just want to do the bare minimum.
Well, this really is the bare minimum because we have taken the evidence and curated it and categorized it so that it's easy.
Okay, so you've taken the evidence and categorized.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to send you a link to, and that would be your easiest way to research.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah.
Well, but I can't because it's not go. I can't send you a DM. It's saying you don't accept DMs. So.
What?
It's discord.gg/flat earth 24/7 flat earth.
Wait, hold on. I'll try and fix that.
It's all right. Maybe I shouldn't open that door anyway. If anyone else wants to try sending him the link.
So, what's your Discord name?
It's discord.gg/flat earth 24/7 flat earth Discord. Should be searchable. It's also in the link on the YouTube user in this VC. 4th link down. So you can click on it there.
Oh, I can't find you.
Is anyone here on a computer can help this guy out?
Oh, wait, hold on.
What does he need?
There we go. I've added you as a friend.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there you go.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
No, I can't. Okay, maybe it's something on my end. I can't.
Why did you say Jesus Christ?
That's all right, dudes. Someone else is going to have to send you the link. It's not working on my end. T-Dub, you got him? He's a link to the home server.
Alright, I've added you as a friend.
Yeah, it's coming up on my Discord. I can't accept the request, so let's maybe have a chat.
I'm only on a phone, but I'll try.
What's the significance of the name the Cyclone?
Did you say you sent it, T-Dub?
No, it said couldn't be delivered.
Add him as a friend first. Buster, I've just sent you a friend request.
You have our friends.
Right, Buster, you've got a friend request. Do you see that? From Matrix.
Oi.
The
Cyclone.
I must have missed the invite about getting wrecked and jumping on Discord day.
Yeah, I know, it's getting tedious, dude. So you either get this pretty quick or, no.
Yeah, it's been fucking great. Oi, Cyclone.
What?
Huh?
Have you got anything planned?
Huh?
What?
Have you got anything big planned?
Anything big planned?
Just put yourself on mute if you're this trashed. We're live on YouTube. It's actually for your own good. We're just going to put you on mute. You can still listen in, and you should check out the server that I told you to check out, but if not, that's up to you. We're running a show here where we're talking to new people about the nature of reality, so when you've joined it again, you can come and talk to us. That's fair, isn't it, guys? Don't know if anyone else was wanting to take that up. I doubt it.
No. He's probably best to stay on mute, dude, like you've done already. It's for his own benefit.
Yeah. I see Mohammed's in the chat. What's up, Mohammed? You've just recently figured out the Earth isn't a globe, right?
He's getting there.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Mohammed.
Hi,
No,
Mohammed.
it's not correct.
I'm saying you've just recently kind of been hanging out here listening to the conversations, right?
Yeah, a lot.
Could you tell me your impressions of the channel here and what we're doing, and give us your thoughts since you've been listening for a little while?
Well, I think you weren't there, but like I gave a summary of my perspective, like maybe yesterday, I guess.
No, I must have missed it.
And yeah,
Tell me again, or tell the room again.
yeah, as I said, and people here may remember, I said that I think that both of the perspectives, both the globe model and the non-curvature ideology, have their own flaws. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm searching more and more.
So does that mean you're not on one side or the other? You're on the fence, or you don't know, or you think globe?
Well, okay, I thought he was about to say something. Yeah, I mean, I came to this channel as a glober, then, but now I am less glober, but you know, it's still a little bit glober. But there are there are some things that I'm about to research, to be honest.
What kind of things have made you less sure about the globe that you've heard or seen?
Well, I searched about the evidence, like the black swan theory, like the turbines, like some the evidences that the guys in the chat told me, and it didn't make sense with the globe model. The globe model. I even, gave those data to ChatGPT and calculated the numbers myself. And yeah, whatever that was in the videos you guys posted in the side chat totally made sense, to be honest. So yes.
So you saw some of the long distance observations which show that we are seeing far in excess of the globe's claimed geometry?
Yeah, we are seeing things that we shouldn't see.
Okay, so
there are
given
some
that you know that,
hidden heights. Yes, there are some hidden heights that actually must be applied to our observations, but they don't.
yeah. So since
there is
you know
wrong.
that, since you know that, then surely you know that the globe geometry isn't there, doesn't exist.
I mean, I'm about to contradict myself. Okay, so I'm saying this at the first place.
Why would you do that? If you know you're about to contradict yourself.
Because there's something in my head that I want to.
Do you know what this is called? There's a technical term for this. It's called cognitive dissonance. You ever heard of that? It's when you hold two conflicting ideas to be true at the same time, and your brain just short circuits because you've observed that the globe isn't there, but your indoctrination into the belief is asserting that it must be there. And you've got that conflict. But that's where you have to make the choice. Are you going to go with reality or with what you've been trained to believe?
Well, I would go for the flat Earth already, even I mean, if it didn't have its own flaws. So
What's the what do you mean by the flaws though? Because all we're pointing out is how it observes and measures reality as we experience it. That can't have any flaws. That's just reality.
I'm sorry.
So
I'll
what do you
be
mean
back
by that?
like in a minute because it's so cold in here and I'm about to like turn
Yeah,
on
no
the
worries, man. No
heating
worries.
system. Just a second.
Sometimes it takes them a little while to catch up to the realization once they've been made aware that that geometry doesn't exist. It's like that's the whole base of the House of Cards gone, but they don't quite realize it. And there's that split second where the top cards are just floating in midair about to fall, and they're just stuck there.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a few months.
Yeah, it can take a while for you to really meditate on the fact that the surface geometry is not there. The curve, the globe, just isn't there. So it's like, there's no sense. I mean, saying this theory doesn't make sense or that theory doesn't make sense is immaterial because the geometry answers the question. If it's a globe, there's a curve. If there's not curve, it's not a globe.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello.
So I don't know if I heard what anyone just said there.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, this is we have a fill-in, Mohammed. Well, Mohammed is turning on his heating. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome to the channel.
How are you?
Yeah, take it away, DJ. I'm going to drop off anyway, so good to hear you all.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, I can't VC right now. I was just saying hello to Mohammed. Hello, Mohammed.
All right. Well, good to hear you, bro. I'll catch you guys soon.
Catch you later, man.
Are you everybody there?
You've been here a few times. You know that the Earth is flat.
Are you everybody there?
No, I'm not from Brazil.
What's your name? Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Hello there.
Hello?
Hello there.
Hello. How are you?
Hello there.
How are you, my friend?
Fine and dandy. How are you?
Can you speak about you?
No, I'm not going to. I'll tell you this. I am from Australia.
It's good. I am from Egypt.
Good, good. Welcome.
Why?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Never mind. What's your name?
You can call me T-Dub.
What's your name, my friend?
You can call me T-Dub.
You don't understand you.
Just call me T.
That is your name?
On here it is.
Your name is Committee?
Yeah, T-Dub. T-Dub.
T-Dub.
His name is T-Dub, yes.
Welcome.
Welcome,
My
T-Dub.
name is Muhammad.
Cool name.
Your username is Hank? Hello? 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 Hello?
Why don't you like flat Earth? Why do you just come in here and start asking people, like, what is your name and questions like that?
His English level is probably just kicked off, and a few of us are a bit past the hello stage.
Yeah, we are in a flat Earth.
I know that, you know that, but I don't think our friend does.
I can't remember who asked me the question, but if he's there, I'm here. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone now. But he was going to ask you that if there's no evidence of curvature over the surface of the Earth, and then all of the tests confirm that there's no curvature, then it would be impossible for the Earth to be a globe, no matter what's going on in the sky. We can all agree there's things that we can't explain about the sky. And being that the globe model was actually reverse engineered from a conceptual way of interpreting the way that we see the sky, it would make sense that some of the observations would be able to be explained on the globe. that is essentially an inverted celestial sphere. So, just logically, the Earth cannot be a globe, just based on empirical evidence, and it's impossible for such a thing to be, no matter what's going on in the sky. The sky could be something that is beyond your comprehension, beyond everyone's comprehension. So, to believe that the Earth could be a globe because of what you see in the sky is more like a belief system rather than something that you can gain, that have empirical knowledge of. So it depends if you want to go with logic and empiricism or faith and trust in something that you can never validate. Do you want to be a knower or do you want to be a believer?
I mean, I like to be a concluder. See what I mean? A logical person. But yeah, what you said makes perfect sense. But I think maybe, I'm sorry for saying that. It may not seem so professional to say, but maybe like there is something wrong with the measurements. I know it seems hilarious, okay, but we didn't measure it with like a ruler or something, right? It was some laser test or something like observations. So I mean, one like percent or 1 of a million %, there could be something that we cannot explain about those observations. So
you've decided to embrace doubt instead of knowledge, right?
I mean, like, you know, as you guys said to me, we don't know what is happening in the skies. It could be something unexplainable, but we don't know yet. I mean, why cannot we like imply that logic to our measurements and observations about flat Earth? See what I mean? Like,
I'll tell you why.
There is something.
I'll tell you why. Because we don't have access to it. But we do have access to the surface of Earth. And we have done everything that we could possibly do with the amount of technology that we have at our disposal to measure the surface of the Earth. I would say that a laser over, 40 kilometers is pretty damn good. But I don't have any access to the sky or what's going on with the sky. So I can't make any knowledge claims about that. I do know that over 40 kilometers, and I hit a target over the surface of the Earth across water, that is a flat surface. I know that. To the best of my knowledge, and the best of what I have available, that is what it is. There's nothing wrong with the test that we're using. In fact, if I had a 40-kilometer water level, right, not a spirit level, but a water level, which I'm pretty sure you could probably get 40 kilometers of hose, you're going to end up with the same thing. The problem is you don't need that. You've already got the lake. The lake is your leveling tool, and the surface of the water is flat and horizontal for 40 kilometers. That's knowledge.
Well, yeah, I mean, thank you, but I just want to represent my POV to you, Mr. Says Who. I mean, like, we are hearing the scientists saying that some magical, thing, like refraction or whatever, is affecting those measurements. Okay, I know, I admit this is kind of childish and like red herring or whatever it is, but I mean, they are giving us something, okay, and we cannot debunk that. Like, no, just ignore what I said, okay. The thing is, they are giving us some magical assumption that might work. See what I mean? Like, if we measure the Earth with some ruler or something, and they would say something like that, I would say, come on, bro, just get the hell out of here. That's ridiculous. You're embarrassing yourself. But yeah, whatever they are saying right now about refraction and whatever, even though it seems kind of hilarious and childish maybe, but it could somehow, 1% make sense. See what I mean? I mean, I don't want this to be back and forth because I know how frustrating refraction is for you and for everybody, but yeah.
Okay, so let's just go down that for a moment, right? Yeah, okay, someone is making a claim. So and this is just bizarre to me. So the flat earthers have gone through more effort to verify what the surface of the earth is than anyone else, as far as I can tell, because we are getting no data, no observations, no tests that either attempt or confirm to the notion that the earth is a sphere. We don't have anything from them. What we do have is that when the flat earthers do measure the earth flat, the quote-unquote, the people that you're appealing to, these scientists who are not doing science, so I don't know why you're using that word. These charlatans are, and a charlatan is a phony or an actor, right, or a con man. These charlatans are just saying the word refraction, giving you an unconfirmed value for the refraction, and saying, no, the reason that the earth looks and measures flat is because of this thing that, as far as we can tell, they have not verified or even gotten a value. So they're just making something up. So from your position, because some phony charlatan who has not verified their claim says a word, that opens the door to the possibility that apparently our measurements are no longer good. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, that's a good answer. But yesterday I was watching a video because I really want to develop my mind about logic, not just the subject of our topic, but logic itself, like how to argue. And the guy who was explaining in the video said that we have two kind of scientists, real scientists or fake scientists, or more or less like unreal scientists. Okay, he said that the way we could distinguish between these two groups is that real scientists try so hard to disprove whatever they have already claimed. See what I mean? So
yeah.
The real scientists.
So he was wrong.
Hard to like.
You understand how that's wrong, right? So let me teach you something about logic. There's also this other thing called rhetoric. Do you know what rhetoric is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so rhetoric. R-H-E-T-O-R-I-C. Rhetoric. Go look it up. It's essentially propositions or positions or an oration or an argument from someone's particular position. Now, rhetorics can also be fallacious. His argument or his rhetoric, and this is all logic, by the way, came from a position where the assumption that the thing that they claim is true is their position for truth. You can't just claim things and say it's true until it's proven not true. Even our court systems, although they don't operate this way anymore, is that you're innocent until proven guilty. So there is no crime until a crime has been proven to have occurred. They're saying we're claiming that a crime has occurred, and now we have to operate essentially backwards and prove that a crime did not occur. That is illogical. That is wrong thinking. What you must do is establish if a thing is true through a deductive system, which is what the scientific method is. It is a deductive system of cause and effect. The rhetoric that you received about assuming things are true because they are claimed and then trying to falsify them from that position is totally backwards logically. So if you want to learn logic, you also need to learn rhetoric. You need to be able to parse out arguments, claims, and people's just positions that they give you from an objective standpoint. So if someone claims to me that the Earth, I mean, I could do it their way. They made a claim. The Earth is a sphere. Oh, okay. What is the size of said sphere? They give me a value. Now I go out and I evaluate that claim. These are not scientists, by the way. These are just nobodies making claims about where they live. I believe it's a ball. Okay, how big is the ball? Oh, it's got a radius of 3959. Okay, well, if I use geometry, right, and math and logic are very closely tied together. It all has to kind of work out in the end, you know. 2 plus 2 has to equal 4. So if I have a radius value, I have to have a horizon at a certain distance. If I don't have that horizon at a certain geometric distance, then the logic breaks down. Well, we've already done that. Okay, the horizon is not Earth curve. It's not at the correct geometric location. So the claim has been falsified. So we did it their way. We even operated from the backwards position, even though everyone's experience and base level knowledge and measurements are that the Earth is flat.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but not but. Why I say but? The thing is, like, yeah, there are lots of scientists out there, and as I said, and you perfectly answered me, they must use that logical process in their claims, right? When they say that the Earth is a globe, the real scientists must try and struggle so hard to disapprove themselves, even though we have some pictures like given from NASA who have shown the shape of the Earth, and it could be edited. Of course, I have seen the videos, and you have seen too. But they must do it. Okay, I admit it. But here's the thing. I mean, there are scientists out there. There are some fake ones, and they could be some real ones. See what I mean?
What makes a scientist a real scientist to you?
I beg your pardon.
What makes a scientist a real scientist? Because now I'm asking, I said to you, so this is essentially going to be your subjective position. I think you are unaware of what scientists actually are supposed to do, especially natural science, right? So we're dealing with a natural science, the nature of our realm. It is a natural realm. We describe it as such. We give it that label. What do real natural scientists do?
As I said, trying to falsify their claims.
Okay. Well, that is incorrect.
Oh, it's incorrect.
Natural science and right? And it is a deductive system. So that means that you need to deduce, you have to eliminate possible scenarios to get to the actual cause of an effect. We are not even dealing with science in this situation because we're not dealing with cause and effect reasoning. We are dealing with a geometric proposition, measuring the Earth and the nature of the surface and the dimensions of the surface. That's the thing we're trying to figure out. So there's nothing to do with science whatsoever. Not at all. Scientists don't deal in this. Scientists don't work with shapes. So even from the foundation of your position, logically, you are in the wrong category.
I mean, can we just for a second put ourselves in the shoes of like this so-called scientists? I mean, if I'm talking about their perspective, okay? It's not my idea. Don't get me wrong.
Okay,
like
how about who? Let's be specific. I don't want to be general about this. I want you to tell me who. Give me a scientist. What's his name?
I mean, like the people who work for Elon Musk, maybe, right? I don't know.
Okay. I don't think Elon Musk, depending on what we're talking about, you're going to have to be more specific. Elon Musk owns a company. So maybe he employs some scientists. What are the scientists studying? What are they trying to get the cause of the effect for? Okay.
Aerospace engineering generally.
Yeah, aerospace engineering. So we're not even talking about scientists, we're talking about engineers. They're not trying to decipher what is the cause of an effect. They're just not. So they're not scientists.
These guys don't know anything about optics when it comes to refraction and how light travels through a medium and that kind of thing. We have an aerospace engineer, a high-level aerospace engineer, Josh Ingersoll, that comes in here almost every day. He's completely useless when it comes to trying to explain what's going on with these long-distance observations. Completely useless. So he admits that himself. Even physicists, right, like Phil Bell, he comes in here, and we have to educate him on optics. Okay, and then he admits he's wrong about aspects of that after we explain to him how it is actually claimed to work from the mainstream perspective. So there aren't these scientists that you can think of, right? The only people that say that these observations are possible on a globe are anti-flat earthers, flat earth debunkers that make a living trying to debunk flat earth, right? And they're fallacious, right? They're incorrect, and they're actually going against the mainstream. Okay, find us any of these mainstream scientists that you're talking about that are saying that it's possible, the meteorological conditions present in any of these observations could be possible to be able to account for this much discrepancy with the lack of curvature consistently in all different weather conditions, different locations, different distances all over the world. They're not saying that. And I wanted to put 2 quick clips in the side chat for you to have a look at. Right, here's someone that's not an anti-flat earther. He is in fact debating with a flat earther, but he's good faith. He's not from the anti-flat earth hatred committee, if you know what I mean. He's just giving you his... So David Weiss and this other guy, they present a long-distance observation, one of the ones that we present quite often with the oil platforms. Okay, so they present it, and he gives you, in these 2 clips, they're very short clips, I would appreciate it if you could watch them. Okay, first he talks about refraction and what his opinion on refraction is when it comes to the long-distance observations. Okay, he'll explain to you what the mainstream says about how much refraction could account for being able to see beyond the curvature of the globe, beyond the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, check those out, Mohammed.
Wait.
Go ahead.
No.
Can you watch? Can you watch them now? They're literally like 15 seconds each. I'd like to hear your opinion after hearing that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, I just want to say this in parentheses, okay? DJ, the person you showed me in the side chat that like logically analyzes debates, whose name was, I don't know, Harry Maguire, Bolly Maguire,
Bruce Maguire, Mind Shock, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bruce Maguire. Yeah, I mean, he didn't seem troll at all, but yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, he was definitely on the flat Earth side. So yeah, it doesn't even matter. I just want to.
He's on the flat Earth side because the flat Earthers weren't committing fallacies. Okay, Bruce Maguire, Mind Shock, he said that he could make great arguments for the globe, but that's not his position to do such a thing. He's analyzing the debates. He hasn't said that he's a flat earther, but he's breaking down the logic behind the debates. It just so happens that people like Professor Dave, that he's breaking down, are lying constantly. They're committing fallacies over and over and over and over again. That's what's happening. And he's breaking that down. Of course, it's going to seem like he's siding with the flat earther because he's going to be shitting all over the person that's just being fallacious the entire time. Different debates, right, with other flat earthers that in his opinion, weren't being so honest. Got quite a lot of criticism. I won't mention any names. You can look through the other videos and find different flat earthers that he did criticize a lot more. But have a look, right? This is a high-level engineer. Okay, I think he's a professor as well. He's a scientist. So just watch the two videos if you could. It won't take long, and then let me know what you think about what he said.
Yeah, of course I would. But yeah, not for not being off topic, just answering Mr. Says Who. Yeah, he makes sense, whatever he says. But the thing is, I think that engineers, scientists, oh my god, I can't say that name. Geometrists, okay? I mean, there are some charlatans in that group and some like people who are actually trying to understand what is going on. And the thing is, I mean, it doesn't matter whoever we try to put ourselves in their shoes, in their like position, like we would say, okay, I mean, NASA have already given us some picture. Why would we even bother to like try to I mean disapprove it? See what I mean? I mean, that could be a case for the people you are trying to call them charlatans, or so. Could I be right about this?
Okay, let me put it to you like this. Let's say I showed you a picture where I was standing next to your mother, and I told you that actually her and I dated way back when, and I'm actually your dad. Now, because I showed you the picture, you actually have to believe that I am your dad now.
I mean, I would rather another example, but yeah, I see your point.
No, let's stick with this one because we have pictures, right? Pictures is all you need for evidence, apparently. You're not going to do a blood test or anything like that, are you? I mean, the picture is all you need. Come on, son. You know better than that.
Please give me another example. I don't find it comfortable. Yeah.
No, I know you don't find it comfortable. The analogy is correct. You saw a picture. I told you a story about said picture. I am now your father because you have photographic evidence.
Yeah, it could be edited. I mean.
Well, I mean, the picture is all you need. I'm standing there, or mom or whatever. We dated. I'm your dad. You know that's not correct, don't you? That's not good logic.
I mean, but you are not being given thousands of dollars each year for investigations and stuff like that. So it might not.
Oh, well, no, so no worries. I'll tell you that I make a lot of people have been giving me a lot of money to be your dad. I'll add that to the story. You think the amount of money that you throw at something has to do with the veracity of the claim? It doesn't matter how much money is applied. Whether or not something is true or not depends on the evidence or the proof of the claim, not the money thrown at it. It would also be illogical to think that the amount of money, and I'm sure there's probably some kind of fallacy, I don't know, probably appeal to finance, something like that. That would be a fallacy. It doesn't matter how much money is thrown at something to decide whether or not it's true. You can find out whether or not something is true for free.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. See, if I told you I was your dad because of a picture that I showed you, you would say, I don't believe you. In fact, I want a blood test. You would want some kind of physical evidence, some way to to verify whether or not this was true. And you would find out that I actually was not your dad. Through a simple blood test. It's pretty cheap. So at the end of the day, the amount of money, however many people say that something might be the case, still does not verify whether or not it's true. You actually have to get the physical evidence to prove it. So what do we have physical access to? Oh, the Earth. Great. I don't have any access to this fairy tale place called space, but I do have physical access to the Earth. And I'm going to exercise everything that I can, every method that I can, to measure said surface of the Earth that I dwell atop. And when I measure it, I now have values and verifiable measurements to show you that the Earth is indeed flat. Forget the pictures. Measure the ground. It's not that bad. You have been duped to believe that if enough people say it and enough people have apparently spent money on it, right? And then if an agency that is under the umbrella of a large corporation like the United States Corporation tell you that everything that they spent money on and all the pictures are true, that's good enough for you. You never even bothered to look at whether or not they measured the thing, or if it's even possible to go to this place called space. You didn't ask that question. You saw the pictures, you heard the stories, you saw the budget, and you said, well, it must be true because of 3 illogical propositions.
Misplaced credibility and sunk cost fallacy. Yeah.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacy. There it is.
And misplaced credibility. I mean, like, what justify the credibility that they're supposed to have? Right? They just slap a name and a label on themselves. Suddenly, everybody has to believe them. Get out of here. To me, anybody, like, I don't care what the position that they claim to hold in society. If they show me a picture of something and say it's true, and it's by me, that's beyond reason that I could attempt to even validate it, right, and replicate it, then I want more proof. I want more evidence, because that's not sufficient.
I mean, that was not even my perspective. Okay, I said that. It's about those guys. So you already my position. So I don't know why you said that. Yeah, whatever.
The amount of people that make the claim. Oh, I'm sorry.
You good now? You good now?
Okay, so Muhammad, is your position that because so much money has been spent and so many people make the claim, and you have pictures, that you have decided to adopt and believe that you live on a spinning water ball? Is that basically what you're telling me?
Completely forget what I said, okay? Because you said something that is in my culture not okay, even is as a joke or as an example. So yeah, just forget about it.
Oh, goodness gracious. So now because I said something as an analogy, this is also illogical, right? It's more of a genetic fallacy at this point. Because I've done something that apparently in your culture is not respectful, now everything else that I say is just going to be thrown out? Come on, man.
No, I said
That's a get out of jail free card.
Just, No, I mean, as I said, I admitted, okay? I admitted that the thing that I said you are not being spent like thousands of dollars was out of like not thinking, okay? Because I was not even thinking that moment because I was feeling uncomfortable. So let's just drop it. I mean,
well, I don't really want to drop it. I mean, there's no reason to abandon the conversation because you're uncomfortable.
Oh, not drop the conversation, but just drop that thing, okay? Okay, I want.
I already let go of it. I'm asking you. I already dropped it. I'm asking you a question about your position. Is your position that because a certain amount of money has been spent, a certain amount of people make the claim, and that there's photographs that you have adopted the idea that you live on a spinning water ball? That was my question. Is that how you look at it?
No, of course not. Everybody here heard what I said. I said that I have myself seen the edited videos on YouTube, and I have myself posted them in the side chat. Okay, I don't know you weren't there or anything. I said that that's previously I mentioned that scientists or engineers or geographics, okay, or anything they are called, real ones would try to disprove themselves and like kind of challenge their claims, okay, but when they see some so-called edited or landscapes from the earth, they would say, okay, why would we even bother? That was my mention, and it's not even such of a big deal.
Okay, so who is it that has been trying to disprove their position? Could you give me some kind of example? Because at this point, you're appealing to people that you don't even know who they are. You are kind of making this ambiguous claim, and ambiguous means vague or general. Okay? You're making this general claim that there is a scientist or an engineer somewhere that has tried to defeat their own position about optics, about the curvature of the Earth, and I have not seen anybody doing that. So I think you're hoping that there are people, but I have not seen an example of that to this day.
I mean, it could be any of you that you had been scientist and you challenge yourself and you became a flat earther. So,
well, dude, don't you understand that all of us were of the opinion and the position that we believed that we were on a sphere Earth, and we challenged that position and found it to be flat, measured it to be flat? Do you know there's engineers in here and scientists, by the way?
I just said that as a compliment, okay? I said that you guys challenge yourself and try to falsify your perspective of the Earth, and you did a very respectful thing, and you end up being here because, yeah, you are like now in different position from where you have been, you know. So
yes,
it was an example of.
Yeah, we're no longer operating from the position of belief. We're operating from a position of knowledge. We have empirical evidence. We have essentially attained the highest level that we can, given the amount of money and technology that we can use. No one else is doing any more than us.
Yeah. And as I said, like I'm more likely in this channel to learn more about first about the logics, of course, because I see you guys to be very wise and like with beautiful British and Australian accents, and second of learning English. But the thing is, I'm like developing myself. So like yesterday, I was learning about logic fallacies, like a strawman fallacy or red herring or coup toto or whatever. So yeah, I'm just here for more listening than like having a position, to be honest.
So in this particular topic, let me give you a little bit of coaching, a little bit of advice. Learn about two fallacies. One of them is begging the question. The other one is called affirming the consequent. They're very closely tied together because they fall under the category of circular logic. The evidence for the globe will never come from anywhere else except for these two fallacies. That is what I've witnessed. The idea that you live on a globe is based on fallacious reasoning. Full stop. I'll let you digest that.
I mean, I want to say this as my total general perspective about this topic. Like, I have seen lots of debates, mostly about like Professor Dave, so-called Professor Dave or whatever. Like, and I have, I want to say that I really admire that guy because, yeah, he's so charismatic and very much talking skills. But I have definitely seen him evading from certain evidence, like one of them that I posted in the side chat, and he was just said, okay, it doesn't matter because we have thousands of evidence above the earth that prove the globe earth. So he was just evading that. And as you know, when you have a theory that you are 100% sure about, when there is one and even one single evidence that disapproves that model, it matters. Okay, it matters so much. So yeah, it was really embarrassing that seeing him evading from that evidence, and I admit that. But the thing is, I kind of see this like I don't want to make you angry or anything. Sorry for that, but I have seen flat earthers who try to like evade things that might disapprove their ideology. That's what.
So how and what flat earthers have evaded the fact that the ground is measured as flat?
I mean, yeah, of course you have. Of course you have measured it perfectly.
Yeah, what flat earthers have evaded that? You making claim flat earthers are evading subject matter. They probably would be evading the sun, the stars, the moon, the other planets, because they were trying to get people like yourself back onto the topic of, if you live on a ball, there should be measured curvature. There is zero measured curvature, so you do not live on a ball.
I mean, I see where you're coming from, but there is a measured curvature, but it could be false.
Excellent. Where is it?
That's a better.
There actually isn't any measured curvature. That's the problem. That's what we're getting at, because when we ask you to present the measured curvature, that's when it never gets presented. Okay, so all of these people that you're talking about, apparently there's people that say, due to refraction, all of these observations can be explained on a globe. That's not what the experts are saying. That's what some anti-flat earthers are saying. But find me one human being in any field, an expert, anyone throughout all of history, that has taken these things into account and made an observation or a measurement of any kind over the surface of the earth and validated that there is curvature. If you just said that there is such a thing, so who's the person? What's their name? When did they do it? And can we look at what they did? And let's honestly analyze it.
Oh my God, I have a very terrible memory, but it was like the lake. Oh my God, Bleakford, whatever it was.
Bedford level
experiment, like in Britannia, in England.
Oh my God! So before anyone was even taking photographs and videos, there's a story about a person that he didn't even account for refraction. So you can go on ChatGPT right now and ask if Wallace, that did the Bedford level, accounted for refraction. Right? Do you know how he accounted for refraction? He went up 13 foot high and thought that would mostly mitigate the effects of refraction, which isn't true at all, even according to the mainstream, even according to the AI. Okay, he didn't even account for refraction at all. So if you're saying people are saying that refraction is the cause of us being able to see the Earth flat over these huge distances with $30,000 lasers and using infrared optics and all sorts of different methods, we have thousands of tests that show that there's zero curvature. You think this person that allegedly did this test, which we don't have a single photograph of, right? No video, no photograph, just a story, Okay, and even according to the story, he didn't even account for refraction at all. Okay, that is a measurement of Earth curvature? Hell no.
I mean, that's a claim, but you just told me that no one has ever measured the curvature. I'm
Correct.
just trying to like make
Correct.
this
So
very
Robotham,
clear.
Samuel
that
Robotham did the same thing. He did the same testing. Well, Samuel Robotham was the first person to do the Bedford level test. The same place, okay? So he did it, and he was able to confirm that there was zero curvature, right? Which matches all of the other tests that were done. Okay, and then they said that he didn't account for refraction. Okay, but Wallace, years later, did the test. He accounted for refraction by just placing his optic a little bit higher in the air, which, does that sound like accounting for refraction to you? And then this observation that you don't even have a single photograph of is the only one that you're able to recite right now. Okay, so an observation done that has zero empirical evidence to go along with it, basically a story. Okay, there was another one that was done by a flat earther that showed no curvature. It's ridiculous. Like, when you're making an observation and making a hyper-specific claim about an observation, it's over a short distance, and they're saying there's this slight amount of deviation, which would mean that the Earth's a globe. Okay, so the middle marker was slightly higher, which is just a completely flawed way of doing a test. Hold on a second. It's a completely flawed way of doing a test anyway. He didn't account for the thing that you guys are saying debunks all of the flat Earth observations that these field engineers did account for. They did account for it with weather stations and using high-end equipment. Okay, but this person that you have zero photographs of the test, right, that didn't even claim to have accounted for it, right, that's a globe measurement? That's it? Think about the logic of your claim just now. Really think about it. Be honest with yourself.
Yeah, I am honest. I'm just trying to like make this basically simple for myself, not for you, okay? Just the thing, okay, we have like some claims about the radius value, which is like, I don't know, 670 kilometers or something. I mean, that's a claim, okay? It might not be wrong, but
that's what we're testing. It's 6,371 kilometers is the claimed radius value. Okay, so that's what we're testing. That's the core variable behind the entire heliocentric mathematical concept. Okay, you have to have that radius correct for all of these satellites in space, for the distance to the planets, the sun, gravity. Okay, gravity, everything relies on this R value. You're going to see it in all of the equations. Okay, that's what we're testing. If we can debunk the radius, that debunks the entire heliocentric model. Okay, who measured the radius? How did they come up with that? What AI is going to tell you is a Greek guy that they can't even prove existed. He never wrote anything down that anyone has any record of whatsoever. Okay, and he did a test that's admitted by mainstream academics to be completely flawed due to blatant assumptions that were made in the test. So, where's the validation of the radius? That's the claim here. The claim's the Earth is a globe, and this is the size of it, and this is the radius of it. That's what we're testing for, and it fails every single test. Every single one.
Yeah. I mean, I see where you're coming from, but the thing is, you just told me that no one have ever measured the curvature. Okay, so
I said the word validated.
Yeah, it's false. It could be false, but the answer to your question, your first question of who never, no one have ever measured the curvature, is kind of answered. Okay, like someone has done this. It might be wrong. It could be false. It could be just a myth or something. But there is an answer for that. Like, I mean, yeah.
See, you're being illogical right now, and you're actually okay. Look, I like you, dude. Okay, I'm not going to be harsh on you, but right now, you're not being logical.
Mohammed, if I may quickly,
because I'm kind of being off track.
Mohammed,
I'm kind of being off track. Yeah.
Mohammed, check this out, right? I'm not sure if the intention of using the words "they never measured the curvature," okay, in this context, equivocates to the somebody saying they never even attempted to measure the curvature. Okay, I think it equates to more they never successfully measured the curvature.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mick. That's exactly right. Hey, think about this, Mohammed. Let's just say that instead of all of the observations, just say you could present countless observations, right? You could sit here for the next 6 hours like I could and present observation after observation that validate a globe, right? Say you had the opposite of what we have, and you're showing me all these laser tests done by teams of engineers using high-end equipment where they did account for refraction. They did everything that was necessary for the test, okay? And all I had, I was like, well, actually, there was a flat earther back before, we could actually film anything that did a little test. He didn't account for refraction or anything like that, but he proved that the Earth is flat over a little canal. I don't have any of the details really that I can confirm. Imagine if the roles were reversed, right? And you had all of this evidence like we do that there is curvature, and all I had was some story about some guy over 100 years ago that apparently did something, and he didn't even account for the things that were necessary to account for to make such a claim. Imagine that. That's why I say you're not being logical here. Anyway, think about it, man.
Yeah.
Just think about it.
I just want to say that I could be off track because I try to comprehend what you said to me. I admit that, but the thing is, I think the better question it's better for you to ask any person who comes in this channel would be that there is no measurement, the curvature that matches the reality. Okay, I think that would be a better question, because let me finish my perspective. Because anybody who comes in here, Glober or neutral, would say that we don't even need measurements because we have seen NASA and stuff like that. Okay, so anybody would say that because why would even they bother to measure the curvature to prove flat earthers that it is round? I mean, I wouldn't give my budget to the scientists or geometrists to go do some measurements that even do not even do any benefit. See what I mean? Because why would even I bother?
So how did they know that the radius value is correct in the first place if no one ever measured it? We're not saying to do it to prove flat Earth is wrong. Okay, we're saying who did it throughout all of history. Name one person that validated drop over distance throughout all of history. You're not going to find a single person, right? Everyone knew the Earth was flat, right? And you think someone went out one day and went and measured the globe and went, actually, hey guys, you guys have been wrong for thousands of years, okay? I've gone out and done this test and validated that the Earth's a globe. That's not how the globe became a thing. It didn't happen like that. No one went out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe. It wasn't a globe based on empirical evidence. It's not how it became a thing. But look, think about that. Okay? All of these experts, all of these governments and universities and all of these people that you have this respect for and faith in, that have all of this funding, right? There's not one person out of all of them that went out and actually tested, right, these claims, right, accounted for refraction the way that they're claiming. Oh, refraction can account for the flat earthers' observations. Okay, show us one observation where they were able to actually validate what's going on, even regarding refraction from point A to point B, according to their own explanation of what refraction is. Find one person that was able to empirically measure this and say, look, we've successfully been able to account for refraction over this certain distance. And it just so happens, because if they did that, then and the Earth were a globe, it would validate Earth curvature. But not one person's ever done it. And if all you can bring up is Wallace, right, the Bedford level from Wallace, which you don't even have there's not even a photograph of. That's not good evidence. It's. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Please tell me if please tell me if I'm being off track or not comprehending, because I want to give an perspective that for that question. Okay, maybe in the past, people and scientists, so-called scientists, didn't have the tools and like accurate measurements to like measure the curvature. And when we entered this new era of technology, we like sent satellites. They could be fake, okay? Don't get me wrong. We send satellites and have some so-called pictures from NASA. And in this situation, we don't even need to bother ourselves to measure the curvature. So like people could say, okay, it could not be even a perfect model, globe model, okay? It could be like some prominent areas or areas that go down a little bit in the earth. So like, I mean, why would we even bother to measure it? So yeah,
They wouldn't have accurately been able to. They wouldn't have accurately been able to do what they said that they did regarding outer space if they didn't have that radius value correct. It would be impossible. Okay, so what you're suggesting right now is illogical, right? You have just thought of it on the spot. Okay, so I won't roast you for it, but just think about what you just said later on. Think about the logic behind it. What you just said is illogical. Okay, they would have had to have known the radius value to be able to launch people at the moon and things like that. You think they just guessed the radius value? Right, they were claiming that the radius value was 3959 miles, or 6,371 kilometers, before they went to launched anything up into so-called space. Okay, you think they just guessed that value? You think they were just going off Eratosthenes' stick and shadow calculation?
I'll tell you what, if what he is describing, that all these scientists who are really intelligent people, all these engineers, they were satisfied apparently with a photograph and gave up completely on trying to find the curvature of the Earth, I would call them hacks and idiots. They are not scientists, they are retards. If anybody just follows...
We would not rely on that, just like a stick in a shadow or a picture of anything like that. That's not how we measure things. Just somebody go take a picture. So I'm not sure how that story got populated and became so real for everybody.
I mean, yeah. I mean, my point is that nor I would be successful in my researches, most likely, because like you guys couldn't get an answer for that measurements, because all you would get and all I would get would be refraction. Okay.
No,
that's hard for me to.
Refractions aren't measurements.
No, I mean, I just.
Yeah, dude, I showed you a high-level engineer. That's why I wanted to watch. I wanted to show you the video because you had a high-level engineer.
Dude, sorry. DJ, please. I want to cut you. I don't know why I suck so much at delivering my point. I just said that whatever answer we get from the scientists, okay, would not be convincing enough, or not even convincing, because whatever they would give us, me as a neutral and you guys as flat earthers, would be just refraction. I didn't.
No, I'm the scientist. I'm the scientist. I don't get refraction. I'm the scientist.
Yeah, I said so-called scientists, the scientists that are on.
So what makes them different from me? What makes them different?
I mean, apparently you try to falsify the things that you have already claimed as a scientist.
So that means I'm not a scientist then, because I don't go along with everybody else. So that means I'm not a scientist because I'm not just following along.
No, you're
the reason there's flat earthers because those flat earthers falsified it, attempted to, and they did. And they achieved falsification of the claim of a radius 6,000.
Yeah, I just
Those are the people that attempted to falsify it, like you're saying. The people that made the claim that the Earth, that radius, didn't attempt what flat Earth.
Yeah. I was just saying to Mr. Professor Triangle that he, in his case, would be a perfect real scientist, because due to definition of a real scientist is that real scientists try to falsify the claims that have already been claimed by their own side. So if he did that, I mean, he could be called a real scientist. So
Okay, so I did that. So now what do we do?
Oh, nothing.
I can't let that, Larry. I can't let that, Mohammed. Your definition of a scientist is incorrect.
Oh, that was just something I searched about, like in videos.
Right. So, are you just going to take this guy, this stranger to you, told you that this is what scientists are, and you just decided to believe it? Why?
Oh, it was a very, very long video. He was talking about how logic works. Actually, it was not even about scientists. So what he said about what real scientists are kind of really made sense to me, because when a scientist tries to like falsify his own claim, the conclusion would be a deductive logic. So deductive logic.
That's incorrect.
Sound logics and sound logics are.
That's not deduction. That's not deduction. You don't even. He actually ripped you off, and this is what happens to most people in your position. You don't even understand what deduction is. You actually have to prove through deduction that something is happening. It is the cause of the effect. You have to test multiple things to find the actual cause of something in science. That is what scientists do. They conduct experiments, and those experiments are deductive. You were lied to, you were ripped off. It's not necessarily your fault, but you didn't even necessarily think about it first. What do scientists do? They adjudicate cause and effect through experiments, which is a deductive system to eliminate certain possibilities, presumed causes of said effect, to find out what the real one is. Not to eliminate things or essentially prove themselves wrong, though they claim something to be true. That's not deduction. That is begging the question. You can't assume something to be true right off the bat.
Yeah. The thing is that guy, he was not even talking about scientists, just teaching some logic. And the second point is that he himself told that most of the experiments in science are unfortunately inductive arguments. So
unfortunately, so they're not experiments because they're not deductive, so they don't even qualify as an experiment. You should look up Karl Popper and the problem with induction. It is not logical. In fact, if he was teaching you about logic, the first thing he probably should have taught you about, although I do find it interesting that he didn't bring it up, was begging the question. Assuming something is true.
Like I watched like maybe 5 episodes, so I'm more into it to be honest. But the first thing he taught was about valid arguments and invalid arguments. So
right, I'm sure he was probably wrong about those too, because he didn't teach you about begging the question.
Yeah, he didn't yet told me anything about that, but maybe in next seasons, I don't know.
Well, he's already laid a fallacious foundation for you and given you a false impression about what deduction is. And so now, at the very beginning, you are on shaky ground. You don't even know how he's prepared his rhetoric. He's prepared his rhetoric, giving you the impression that something is going to be true until proven false. So he's a charlatan and a fraud, and he has ripped you off. Now, I apologize. I don't think that's because you're stupid. This scam has been going on for quite some time. But it would be irresponsible of you and him to go ahead and just believe that something is true because someone claims it and then try to tackle that and tear that down. What you should do is deductively find out the actual cause of an effect without assuming anything.
I mean, yeah, he didn't brought up begging the question case, as you said, but I kind of like want to represent that he actually uh, followed your ideology, because he himself told that unfortunately lots of experiments in science are inductive arguments. So I don't know why you called him a charlatan. So
Well, because he told you that these scientists assume something to be true and then try to disprove themselves. So he double spoke. He actually contradicted himself. Because induction is that very thing. It's essentially affirming the consequent. And you can only affirm the consequent unless you beg the question. That's why I told you that they are essentially tied together at the hip. Assuming something is true from the first instance, that's not science. It's definitely not logic.
yeah, I will search about begging the question. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. This is happening all the time. Like I said, it's very common. People are double speaking, and they themselves actually are quite confused. They got fed a bad rhetoric, probably from their professors or their teachers. You know, this is an epidemic problem. Never assume. Remember, there's a saying about that. The only thing that happens when you assume is you make, right? So in science, natural science especially, you observe a natural phenomena, lightning, I don't know, waves, I don't know, maybe even something falling down, crying out loud. Now you have to figure out the cause of that thing that you observed. Sometimes you can't conduct a deductive experiment to really prove the cause of the effect. There are certain things you actually can't conduct experiments on. And so what people do when they can't conduct experiments, they start making stuff up. So they make something up and they assume it's true. And all of a sudden somebody comes along and says, hey, you know what? We'll do some science. We'll try to disprove your theory. Well, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But isn't it the case that like the first impression of the world we are living on, the flat Earth, so the scientists would go on and like debunk their own ideology? I mean, the first impression was flat, right?
It's not even a scientific inquiry. This is geometry only. There is no science whatsoever, no scientist required, no hypothesis offered, no experiment to conduct. There are no scientists involved in this topic, not one.
I mean, I apologize if it's a back and forth. You cannot answer me if you are willing, but I mean, what if he used some measurements and conclusions about the outer space and connected
What
it?
part of this is not a scientific inquiry do you not grasp? This is just a question of geometry, straight up. If a scientist wants to do geometry, that's nice. But unless he's following the scientific method, yeah, nah.
There's no experiment. There's no science involved. It's a measurement. It's just math. It's only math.
Yeah, please don't say come on, but I mean, he used sun as an observation. It could be science, right?
No. No.
Actually, walk him through
Just
it.
because you switch.
He's made
Okay.
a natural
So
observation, the sun. We'll go from there.
Okay, so your natural is apparently the sun shining. The next thing a scientist would do is say, what causes the sun to shine? How would you go ahead and conduct an experiment on how that's going to work? What is your presumed cause of the sun shining?
I mean, we could not because it's kind of impossible, right? We could just
Exactly. So there's, yeah, and you could say that and you would probably be incorrect. You want to know why? Because there's no way to test it.
Yeah. But I mean,
so you can't assume that some kind of nuclear fission is going on. That's just you making something up. You don't even know what the sun is. You just see it and it's shining. It kind of looks like a circle. It feels kind of warm when the sunlight hits you. But guess what? No science.
Saying it's Apollo crossing the sky in his chariot is just as valid.
Exactly.
You realize that it's the same evidence. The same evidence for Apollo is the same evidence for nuclear fusion. Not a fucking thing.
yeah. But I mean, I'm struggling to like analyze it logically. So, what would be the assumption that we use the sun as a kind of observation? Because when we say that we see the sun, actually we see the sun, right? What is the assumption here that might not be the case?
Parallel rays, the position of the sun, its distance, its size. A lot of things.
No, but the claim is we see the sun, right? I mean, it's not even an assumption. It doesn't even
we see it.
matter.
So, but what can we say about things just by seeing them that are true? You can say, hey, it has an angular size. We can say, hey, it's this bright. Hey, it looks like this. It looks like that. All, we're restricted to descriptions, right? We can describe it.
Yeah, I mean,
so what's the moon look like? I mean, if you want to accurately describe the sun and the moon, is they look like circles. It's all you can accurately say. You can't even accurately say they look like spheres. Because you have no 3D information, right?
Yeah. But maybe it doesn't even be the case because, like, not forget about the sun. Like my friend, okay, I see my friend at like in Birmingham, in England. So I know that like my friend could not be in like Sydney at the same time. So I could use that as like maybe in my researches. So
What is it going to tell you?
Cannot, if you want, you cannot answer that because I know that I'm being off track. So yeah, I would.
No matter what you claim about the sun, right? It's going to be an inductive inference, right? There's going to be some theory-laden idea of what the sun's relationship is to the geometry of the Earth. Okay? You're going to presuppose there's some relationship between the Earth and the sun. Yes, your friend sees the sun. Yes, you see the sun. What's the relationship between the ground you're walking on and seeing the sun? So that's the thing you can't demonstrate, the actual geometric relationship, other than where it is in the sky over the horizon, where it appears to be. So you can measure the angle over the horizon or the angle down from zenith, but that's all you can say. You can say, where is the sun relative to where it rises on some date, or relative to the magnetic field, or relative to the background stars. Right, you have to use some other spatial reference. That's where you're going to say the sun is. But other than that, you can't say what the relationship is between the sun and the Earth and your friend. All three of you. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, maybe we could observe some of the behaviors of the sun and eliminate some of the models that we could claim for the shape of the Earth. See what I mean?
Yeah, dude. You're presupposing a bunch of shit. Why don't you understand that? How does the sun get to you? Is it a straight line? The ray of light that hits your eye from the sun, when you look at the sun, right? So let me ask you this. If your friend and you look at the sun and suddenly you could fly like Superman, and both of you fly right towards the sun, are you guys going to go in straight lines and intersect at the sun?
Are we going to on a straight
Yeah,
what?
if you guys both fly, you both got superpowers. You're both Superman now, and you're gonna both fly to the sun. You both fly to the sun. Are you gonna both meet in the same place and shake hands? Hey, we both flew to the sun. We flew in straight lines right to the sun.
Like, not exactly, because the sun is too big, as the claims, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me use it. Maybe you're not getting it. Say you guys are both looking at the Empire State Building and you're on different sides of New York, and you call each other on cell phones and, hey, let's meet at the Empire State Building. Can you see it? He's like, yeah, I can see it. Okay, walk toward the Empire State Building. You walk toward the Empire State Building. And then after 15 minutes, you both get there and you say, hey, how you doing? Right? You meet at the Empire State Building. Understand? Now you're going to do this with the sun. Do you think, based upon the available evidence, that you think that would happen? That if you both flew towards the sun, that's where you would meet? Somewhere out there. There's a reason I'm asking you this. It seems stupid, but it's not stupid. It seems like, oh man, we're both looking at an object. We're both looking at the same thing, that our lines of sight intersect somewhere out there in 3D space. But that's actually not the case. That's why you have that's why I said it's theory laden. Didn't you say? So when you look at the sun, they say it's an apparent sun that you're looking at. Why do they say that? Why is it apparent? Why isn't it the real sun? Something gone? Hey, test. You still here, buddy?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So what's going to happen if you fly to the apparent sun?
I apologize. You said apparent sun? Like
Apparent
the
sun,
obvious
yes.
sun?
They say there's an apparent sun. Now that when you look at the sun, you're not actually looking at it. In fact, they say no one's ever seen a sunset. Because refraction, you mentioned it earlier, remember?
Yeah.
The sun's,
So you
yeah. So the sun, according to them, is never in its true position. So what are you going to do? Figure out what the shape of the Earth is based upon what they even admit is an optical illusion? See, this is the problem with, so you mentioned refraction. This is the problem with the globe nonsense, is that it's inconsistent. They say, hey, dude, all this astronomy stuff works. Okay, here's where it doesn't work. Well, that's an apparent sun. Those are apparent stars. Well, didn't you construct the entire model based upon things not being apparent? Well, yeah. So there's flip-flopping back and forth. If there's evidence that it doesn't work, then it's apparent. If it works, then it's not, then it's direct. See, it's all theory-laden. So if you come up with some idea about what the shape of the Earth is based upon the sun, you have a fundamental flaw. You can never prove something by looking at something else. You can't prove what your house is built out of by looking at your neighbor's house. You can't prove what your house is built out of looking at all the houses in your neighborhood. You can only look at your house. So you and your friend can look at the sun all day long. You'll never prove the shape of the Earth that way. It's not even logically possible.
Yeah, I see your point. But my perspective is like, yeah, we have lots of these pre-assumptions, and I think that we first need a model to justify those assumptions based on our model.
No,
This is the
I mean, why? Like, even if you have a model, how do you know that model's physically real?
yeah. I'm just putting myself in
Because
your
we have,
shoes, okay?
but what I'm
saying that-
asking you, because you're getting in danger of the reification fallacy, right? You have a model that makes predictions, but the model's is not actually physically real. We know this all. These are all over science. It's not even debatable at this point, right? So epicycles,
Yeah.
right? You could do epicycles, and you could look at these planets, and they would be in positions, and you could say, "Hey, man, the planets are doing loop-de-loops around a point that's orbiting the Earth in this geocentric model." But no one thinks that model was physically real. I don't even think they believed it was physically real back then. So we can make models that are basically data fitting, right? But you're making a leap of logic when you say, "Oh, these mathematics in the geometry, I don't actually observe this geometry. I observe some subset of it, and I'm going to say it's actually physically real out there." That's no. Why would we go? What? Let me ask you this: why are you running away from the obvious thing to do? You're like, "Oh, look at the sun. Look at the planets. Look at the stars. Make models." You don't have to do any of that. The thing that's in question, you're freaking standing on it, brother. You're standing on it. You can just measure fucking what it is. You don't have to do mental gymnastics.
My answer would be that I already did. I have not measured it myself, but I have investigated a lot about the proofs, like the black swan and stuff like that. But like the hard thing about those things is that I cannot gain an answer from the opposite side. So ever answer I would be getting from the scientists who believe in globe Earth would be refraction. Okay.
Yeah, but is that a justified answer? Hold on. Just having an answer doesn't mean it's a justified answer. Is that answer an actual justified answer? Or is it an ad hoc hypothesis created to stop the globe from being falsified? What is the justification?
Yeah, I said.
Okay, well, let me ask you,
mister.
hold on, let me ask you this. What is the evidence for the globe refraction? If they were going to say, yes, we know this globe refraction thing exists, where a light bends around the curve of the Earth, what is our evidence for it? What would their evidence be, you think?
Sir, I'm sorry, I couldn't deliver my point to you, or maybe it was kind of your fault to not understand my point. I said that it's hard to investigate at this field because whatever the scientists would give me as an answer would be a magical phenomenon, so-called refraction, that nor me, nor you, nor anyone could justify that magic that is going on. Okay, so me as a minor cannot.
Are you saying they can't justify it? Is that what you're saying? That they can't justify it?
It could be justification, of course, because there must be some hidden height applied to those turbines, but it is not apparently. Okay, so it could be actually a justification.
Okay.
But my thing is the reason why I do not go in that field because I would not get any answer beyond refraction. Okay, so the easier thing for me as a minor and as a person who is not actually so rich would be taking other signs who are going to be arguable for me. So yeah.
The only way do you agree that the only way to prove what the shape of the Earth is to measure the Earth directly? I said prove. I didn't mean evidence or inductive or any of those things. I mean actually prove what the shape of the Earth is. Just like if you want to prove your table's square, right? You'd have to take out a tape measure and measure your table, right?
Uh, yes.
Yeah, there's no other way to do it. You can make all sorts of theories about lights and hypotheses about how fucking wood is cut and all sorts of any type of nonsense you can construct in your head. Okay? Those all would be hypotheses about what the table would be. But you'd eventually have to confirm it by measuring the table. And that's the position we're at with the shape of the earth. They can say all sorts of stuff. Okay? And if they don't have the actual measurements of the stuff they're claiming, and I don't know why then they have nothing, because you need measurements to back it up. But I don't know why you're like, well, I don't want to adjudicate the refraction claim. The reason I asked you that question was very simple. It's easy to adjudicate it, whether what they're saying is justified. You go, okay, what's the evidence for your saying refraction? What's the evidence for it? What do you think their evidence is?
I mean, for that much of a refraction, like
refraction of light existing on Earth the way they say. What is their evidence?
Oh, DJ just like
Is this really a hard question to answer, dude?
explain. No. I mean, the refraction actually exists, right?
I'm asking what's their evidence. I don't care. I don't want claims. What's the evidence this refraction exists?
I mean, the basic refraction, the idea is that, for example,
That they're claiming exists, right? The refraction they claim exists,
Yeah.
right? They say light's being bent around the curve because of the density gradient of the air. What's their evidence for this?
Say seeing too far. Say seeing things that are around the ball. Sam.
You fucking ruined it. You son of a bitch. Couldn't wait for the punchline. Yeah, their evidence is a flat Earth. The evidence for globe refraction is seeing a flat Earth. You know that? That's how their claim is not justified. It's that simple. They look out, they go, man, that looks flat. Must be globe refraction.
Now we can figure out how much refraction there is because we can punch in a globe number and then see it flat and slide the little slider on the screen until it looks flat on the screen, and then we read the refraction number.
They could literally justify any radius. They could say the Earth has a 300-kilometer radius and frickin' extra gravity that bends the frickin' light extra amount to make your 300-kilometer radius Earth look flat. They could literally just say anything because their evidence is the Earth looking flat. Now think about it. My globe proof is that the Earth looks flat. How stupid is that? See, there's no justification for the claim, and it's all post hoc nonsense. And there's another layer of stupidity to it because gravity had to create the condition of a flat-looking globe, dude. You understand? Gravity is what they claim creates the density gradient, and gravity is what bends the light. So gravity creates a flat-looking globe. Gravity does everything. It's an equal opportunity employer.
Well, yeah, I just presented you my perspective that okay, yeah, the refraction required for 8 meters of the turbine to be disappeared would be hilarious. So it could be like very much 100% sure a justification. So you don't need to explain that to me. The whole thing that I was trying to explain was that like as I don't give. Yeah, that would be back and forth. Sorry.
Well, you mentioned the black swan. Do you think that our argument is that the oil rig should be hidden?
He thinks the black swan's the John D. Black Swan he's talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the argument either. I mean, they should be hidden, but that's not the problem. The problem is that the horizon's way too far. So the horizon, because we typically hear, the horizon's the edge of the globe, right? Where ships go over and all that crap. Well, that's never in the right place. It's way off in the John D one. How far is it off in the John D one? How far is it supposed to be away? Like 3 miles or something?
It's beyond 14 miles. Yeah. It's
where's
supposed to be
though?
2.3.
Yeah, it's pretty far off.
Yes, the first turbine is like 8 miles, 8.3 and 0.3, and the next turbine 8.5, 9, 11, and the ship would be like maybe 13 or something.
Now, do you think if I gave you like $1 million and said you can use anything you want, and I'm going to give you, say, a giant ball that's 2 meters tall, and I want you to make that ball look flat, you can use whatever lens that you can construct. You can use frickin' liquid nitrogen. You can use whatever the hell you want. Do you think you can make the edge of that ball like move around and appear flatter than the ball really is? Do you think you can make that ball appear as if it's, 20 times larger than it is? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, this just takes common sense. It doesn't take deep thought, but people get lost in their concepts and think, well, if I can imagine it, then it could happen. No, dude, some things that you can imagine can't happen. Okay? No one ever looked at a curved surface and was like, my God, dude.
They only told you if you can imagine it, it can happen, so that when this case came up in the future, you can justify it in your mind that if you can imagine it, it must be real. So
if you can dream it, it can come true.
Yep. If you can dream it, then anything is possible. Then when you ever hear that shit, it's just brainwashing you. Let me see you walk through a brick wall. What I want to see is you run through a brick wall. You run up to a brick wall so fast that you go through it. Nothing happens to you. So I want somebody to start trying that.
What is even a brick wall? Sorry.
Brick wall. You don't know what a brick wall is? You know the three little pigs? You got a house made of sticks, house made of bricks.
It's a great big one in China.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You should be able to run fast enough that you can go through it without it hurting you if you go faster than the spin of the atoms.
I mean, Muhammad, what if we run around and like anything inconvenient piece of evidence, we're just like refraction? You'd want us to justify why we were saying that. Oh, what causes eclipses? Oh, that's refraction. You'd demand an explanation of how refraction can actually do that. And then, even if we gave you some cockamamie explanation, you'd want evidence that the explanation is actually true. Now, if you're a globe earther, you says, well, if you had used the logic of a globe earther, you'd say, well, it's obviously true because we see the eclipse. Eclipses are caused by refraction. We see an eclipse, there must be refraction. Circular logic reasoning, right? This is how the globe works, right? It's a globe and it looks flat. Well, there must be refraction. How do you know there's refraction? Well, it looks flat.
Yeah, I just want to give my final summary of what is going in my mind and call it a day because I already bore you out of your mind. But the thing is,
no, we're not bored.
I understand because I have been in this channel for like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I don't know, and I really enjoyed that because you guys speak English very awesome. So
you're not bad either.
Like,
you're pretty good.
Yeah,
you're way better than some people that live here in America that are from here.
Yeah. The thing is,
you think I'm joking?
Exactly.
I know you think I'm joking. Believe me, there's people that were born in America and raised here that you speak English better than. Okay.
Try living in England. I guarantee you can't understand half the things that we say.
I can barely understand you.
Yeah, right. I know.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. No. Just want to like give my final conclusion or whatever. The thing is, I understand everything and it makes so much sense. Like, even if the magical refraction was a thing, I mean, the 8 meter of hidden height would not just disappear or something. Like it's so much to just ignore. And I understand right now
It's
that, for
16.
example, yeah, I'm sorry. And also,
I don't even know what you're
before
referring
I
to,
came
quite honestly.
into this channel, I kinda struggled to understand the reason behind all the governments to kinda uh work together and try to hide the flat earth and stuff like that. But now I understand that how that could be possible. Like United States could like have lots and lots of $1 million on NASA. Like India could show other countries and governments that I am powerful too. So yeah, there are enough possible reasons. But my only like conflict in my mind is how how all these phenomenons are having a perfect match to the globe
No, you
thing.
just,
I
that's
know
just
that
your
you
ignorance speaking, Mohammed.
yeah
Mohammed, that's just your
yeah
ignorance
I know. I'm
speaking.
sorry, you just said that it needs a pre-assumption and you first
No,
need a
that's your
model
ignorance. You think the data is a perfect match. It's not. You just believe that. I literally just talked. Oh, it looks flat. That's a perfect globe match. How do you know that? Because if the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is. How is that a perfect match?
I mean, like,
Okay, not even so. Here's another example. Do you think that they use a globe to predict the sunrise, sunset times? That they use a globe model for this? Or they use a globe model to predict eclipses? They don't. They don't use a globe model for any of that stuff. So I don't know. It's a perfect match of. Can you show me actually any model where they actually use a globe to do anything? An actual globe, not the celestial sphere. An actual globe, a globe Earth, terrestrially.
like Antarctica, probably.
That's a country or continent. What? Well, you said Antarctica. Maybe you need to say more.
Yeah, I just want to firstly give my
Yeah, I understand, but you still haven't heard anything. Okay, I think in 2 weeks that you haven't heard that there's the globe claim, but then when you go check, it actually doesn't. Reality doesn't match that, but you're still at the point where you think it does match that.
Yes. But the thing is, even if I don't first assume and make an assumption of the globe, the Earth is globe, so let's go and check Antarctica. Even if I ignore that, and I just consider.
How do you know when you're in Antarctica,
I think,
Mohammed?
Yeah, let me just.
How do you know when you get there? How would you tell when you were there, though, Mohammed?
Oh, there had been so much videos about the Austin witness.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, great. How do you know? Say, listen, we give you a bunch of money. We say, okay, get to Antarctica. How do you know when you got there? How would you know?
Because they have seen the rotating sun above their.
Exactly. So when you see the sun do something, we're going to call this place Antarctica. Cool.
Like
that's what you did. This is it. Now you're getting it, dude. Like maybe you're not getting it, but this is the problem. Is you're not using the Earth as the reference. You're using the sky, and then you're jumping to conclusions that the Earth is the sky.
I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be Antarctica. It could be France. It could be like Sydney.
No, it couldn't be anywhere. It's the place where you see the sun do a certain thing, dude. Like if I say, hey, dude, the place where the freaking Orion is directly over my head on March 25th, I'm going to call that this coordinate. And then you just fucking go find that place where the Orion is directly overhead at that time. You call it that coordinate. That's how we do it.
I mean, the whole point of Antarctica is about the behavior of sun, right? So, I mean, it's not even about the place; it's about the behavior of the sun.
Okay, so that place, Okay, so hold on. That's fine that the sun, you go to Antarctica and you see the sun do something. How do you know your orientation is upside down relative to, say, Greenland? How do you know you're upside down relative to Greenland based upon seeing the sun and saying this spot is Antarctica? Yeah, so there's the problem in a nutshell. When you use just the sky as a reference, you have to make a leech of logic to reach conclusions about the ground from the sky. And we know that there's a mismatch. We've known this since the 1400s, that the celestial sphere does not match the ground. That's why they have, and you probably don't know this, the geoid, right? The geoid, the Earth gravitational model. That is basically a model of how the sky deviates from the ground. Because that tells you the direction of plumb, and if you want your orientation, you set up like a surveying device, right? You find plumb, and oh shit, the stars aren't right over my head. It's the wrong stars. Oh, I'll just say there's a lumpy gravity underneath the Earth pulling my plumb line in such a way that it curves, and it's a whole bunch of nonsense. It's more ad hoc bullshit. Do you think plumb lines curve, Mohammed? Do you know what plumb line is?
I actually haven't been following you much, to be honest.
Oh, you know what a plumb line is?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Okay. So in building, right, they take a weight and they tie it to a string. That's called a plumb line. So that you can build a building vertical. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's the same way a level works, to level like so you can find level, a nice level flat floor, and you're supposed to use gravity, right? Well, in the globe model, to make it work, they say that plumb lines are curved, meaning they curve. They don't go straight down towards the center of the Earth. They curve around. Now, you probably didn't know this, but this is another one of these things where you're like, oh, the globe model's perfect. No, it's not. There's Band-Aids everywhere. Everywhere you look, you can't find a single thing that actually works, that they didn't stick some Band-Aid on. I don't know if you know what Band-Aids are. Bandage, let's say that. They're everywhere. People just don't know about them. It's like it's not like they advertise. They don't go, oh yeah, here's the list of shit that works. Here's the list of stuff that doesn't work. They just go, oh, everything just works perfectly. Like they're selling you a really crappy car. But they don't tell you the bad stuff, man. So you guys just don't really, I don't know, internalize it or don't get it that what you've heard before you enter this chat is the best, right? It's with all the problems left out. And then we talk to you and we say, hey, here are the problems. And you guys are like, well, I didn't hear it from a scientist, so maybe it's really not a problem. Even the people we talk to that are scientists, they don't know about it. It's very particularized to specific fields of research, right? But the fundamental problem is there's no globe out there. It only exists in your mind. If you try to do any experiment, any test, and go out there into the physical world and find Earth to be a globe, you won't find it. You'll find yourself staring at the stars and daydreaming, because that's where the globe exists. Daydreaming in your imagination, staring at the sky. Some freaking crackpot mathematical wizard stared at the sky and came up with this idea. The globe wasn't invented because they discovered it. They didn't discover the globe. They literally just invented it in their head.
I mean, I, as an investigator and as a researcher, would have a very easier path in my researches if I had answer for one simple question. So, do the stars and the sun and the phenomenons we see above our head are unconsiderable in the shape of the Earth, like curvature or non-curvature, because we cannot demolish their true identity, or
This is what you
they can
know,
be
dude. You just
considerable.
don't you're not getting, I don't want to, like, look, I can keep giving you more and more information, but it doesn't seem like you're even taking the other stuff. There is no globe model that actually works, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know why you don't understand that. Let me ask you, where does the globe model actually work? And where does it work? Other than in feeding your imagination, where does it actually work in reality?
Maybe like, if I could give you an example, like flights. Maybe you have
Flights.
already thought about this.
No.
I just posted your airplane going around a spinning globe. How do you land that airplane?
I mean, you already said that, because you said that we are
It would be
thinking that
impossible to
we are
land an
going
airplane.
that we are going in a straight line. That we are not actually going in a straight line, because
Glover made that. Glover made that anyway. By the way, not a flat earther.
That's funny.
It's going to depend if you're making flights, flying around. I mean, what coordinate and navigation system are you using? What's that? If you're using longitude and latitude, we're back to the celestial sphere, because longitude and latitude are in the sky. So that's the celestial sphere. So don't be surprised that works, because that's what it's designed to do, get you from one place to another. But that's not the Earth being a sphere, that's the sphere in the sky.
Yeah, you already have thought, speak about this. But the thing is, I really wish that I really had a very big amount of budget, and I could just like follow my nose without any compass or any map or anything, and just see that if I could.
You can do
Go
that.
back
The
the
most
same point
accurate
that-
sailing method was called Portland charts, where you would just take a heading out of a port and then you'd smack into the other port as long as you maintain the heading.
I didn't understand it.
A heading, right? So say you were in, they typically used it in the Mediterranean, right? So say you're in Barcelona, or I don't know, something on the coast. Say you're in
Italy.
Yeah, let's just go. You're at the Straits of Gibraltar. Okay. So you know that there's a heading that you can take where you're going to smash into Cyprus. Okay. And all you have to do is take that heading, point your ship in that direction. And as long as you maintain that heading within a degree, within some, I don't mean literally a degree, but with some degree of accuracy, you're gonna at least see Cyprus at some point, because you can probably see it from freaking 80 miles away. You see what I'm saying? It's like this method of navigation was used by the Spanish and the Portuguese. In fact, if you go to our main server, in the map channel, Miguel, who's Portuguese, posted tons and tons of maps from Portugal of how they navigated using this method. They didn't use any globe. They didn't use anything like that, and they were considered the most accurate way of travel. Now, when you get out in the open ocean, there's a lot of currents, so it's really hard to maintain a heading when you have a freaking 50 mile per hour freaking ocean current pushing you in a direction. So they had to invent other methods. Compass is useful to a point, you know what I mean? So they used the stars, and then the stars are also useful to a point because you have cloudy days. There's errors, right? We've developed systems of navigation over time, right? And they're all fraught with their own errors, but they don't match a globe. So, for instance, celestial navigation, they're only doing observations within a narrow range of the sky. They can't observe anything below 30 degrees, and they can't observe anything 30 degrees above it, because then you'll be pointing your sextant straight up, right? So it's a very narrow range of the sky, and they have to take reading after reading after reading over the course of a day to get within 15 nautical miles of where they think they are. That's how accurate that is. So doesn't work the way people. It doesn't work the way it's sold and the way people imagine it works. It's way different than that. That's just what I mean. I think you've probably been here when I said it. We're just here to tell you, that there's problems with this globe idea that you were not told. Now you can say, hey, there's enough problems where I think it's bullshit, or nah, those are superficial problems that I can just ignore and continue believing the globe. That is up to you. I do not care which one you take. But if you want to live in a reality, you want to live in a worldview where you think that reality is a giant optical illusion and that you can just brush all the problems under the rug and continue along your day. I mean, you're the one who has to live with yourself. You religious, Mohammed?
Yes, I could say.
Do you think God would create a world that's an optical illusion?
It's a navigational illusion.
An optical illusion.
Optical illusion.
Yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually a ball. That optical illusion.
Oh, I mean, why not?
So God's
Why not?
God's a great deceiver. Congratulations. You're a Satanist.
I mean, I really appreciate, but I'm afraid I'm starting to follow because my head is already full of data.
That's
but
fine. I understand, dude. This is a thick topic, dude. This is like a crash course. So I understand. We all understand that it can be, it's like a rich food. You know what I mean? You can only eat so much.
I just want to ask something off track, completely off track, not related about this topic. The thing is, would you guys even consider taking your next step, maybe talking with the government or stuff like that, or no? Because the only answer you would get would be refraction gravity.
Who in the government will we talk to, Mohammed?
Hey, Mohammed, the government already responded. They asked YouTube and Google to take us down, so it makes it hard to find our stuff.
Who would we ask in the government, Mohammed? Should I write Trump?
Yeah.
Hey, President Trump, is the Earth flat? What the hell does Trump know?
Yeah, right, your congressman.
What that? They know even less.
Exactly.
They're like, please, thank you, kind sir. Next time you ask me a question, attach the check so I can answer it in whatever way you'd like.
Yeah, you're not going to ask political people because political people have got political agendas. They say what the backing tells them to say. Right? This is obvious. This is why we have different political parties. So we're not going to be asking politicians yet.
Why do you sieve your knowledge through the government? It's not true unless you need the government seal of approval. Oh, the government said it's true. I can believe in this now.
Maybe he's from one of those countries where they draw the big giant heads on sides of buildings.
But seriously, I'm really, really curious about one thing. How do you guys?
The way you think about it is messed up, though, Mohammed. The way you think about it, you said hide the flat Earth. How would they do that?
Yeah, I mean, I said it kind of would be impossible because the only answer
it's not possible.
Refraction and gravity.
No. Actually, physically hide the flat Earth outside because the flat Earth is outside. That's where it is. It's the Earth itself. How are they going to hide that?
And you make sense. Okay, but I'm really having a curiosity about something. I wanted to ask this for so long. I don't know who is from United States in this channel, but how do you guys allow your taxes to be put in so much quantity into NASA?
Holy shit!
I mean, even
how old are you, man?
I mean, even I'm 25.
Okay. Taxes are collected at the end of a barrel of a gun. Okay? There's no volunteering here. What are you talking about? Bro, don't pay your taxes. They're going to come, men with guns are going to come to your house and take your shit. It's that simple.
I mean, I have seen lots of protests about like about anything, almost
good.
anything, but not have seen anybody to protest
What
about
are we going
that.
to
Okay, we don't
Oh,
want to.
that must have been on television where you saw that or social media.
What are we going to protest? What are we gonna do? Go in front of the Atlantic Ocean with signs? Earth is flat. This water's not curved.
This water is
Just
not
look at
lying
it. Like
to
my
you.
son will say, refraction's fake. Just look at it.
Water doesn't lie. Water doesn't lie. And just walk down the street saying that.
Sir, there had been a misunderstanding. It's actually completely off topic. I'm just saying that regardless of the shape of the Earth, flat or like curved or anything, I mean that amount of money, being given to NASA to like just investigate the outer space.
Our government prints money.
It's nonsense.
Oh, okay. Do you know how our government gives money to people? It looks at the keyboard and it's like, oh, what's the shortcut for print? Oh, Control P. And fucking dollar bills fly out of a printer somewhere. They're not spending any money. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I have heard that like millions of dollars had been spending on NASA for.
They print the money, Mohammed. What aren't you understanding? They print the money.
They just tell you they're spending that much money. So when money goes somewhere, they say it went to NASA and it's on some guy's boat, dude.
But creating money will influence on the like financial situation, or am I right?
Yeah, you mean like the inflation we got now, the skyrocketing inflation? Yeah, we know.
So the trillions and trillions and trillions of never going to pay back again debt. Yeah.
Look, if you want to think about it from that viewpoint, have you thought about it from this viewpoint? Is that space as a human endeavor will never make money. So why are they doing it?
Of course. Yeah, of course, exactly.
So what else do we do? Can you name one thing that we just pour money into we're never going to get a return on that money? Anything that human beings do. We just pour the money in, we never get anything back.
Yeah, exactly. The only justification, I don't know much about the
Don't you think that that's a sign something's wrong?
No. I don't know much about the tax system, but the only justification.
I'm not even talking about the taxes, buddy. I'm just talking about like, say, like deep sea exploration. Hey, yeah, because we think we're gonna get oil, or we think we're gonna get gold, or we think we're gonna find a sunken Spanish ship, right? We think we're gonna profit from it. There's no profit even imaginable from outer space. Why are we still doing it? I think probably since the 1960s, how many trillions of dollars have been spent? Think about what they spent. Think about how much they made. They've made zero, but they've spent trillions. What else do human beings do that actually would do that? Other than like military equipment, because there's no return on investment for military equipment. Other than,
Yeah, I just said
individuals.
That. I just said that regardless of the shape of the Earth, okay, I find it kind of absurd to spend millions of dollars for just investigating to see what is in the space. See what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it would be a waste of money. Like,
Yeah, that's why NASA's not doing that, and that's why they're a spy and disinformation organisation, right? You know this.
Oh yeah,
now.
I forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah.
Did you know that now, Mohammed, is that NASA's now a spy organization?
Spy organization? I didn't know.
Trump signed an executive order. Yeah, a couple months ago, Trump signed an executive order. It's on the White House's website, turning the primary purpose of NASA into national security matters. Intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security is their primary objective. Yeah, that was a few months ago.
Intelligence and counterintelligence. That doesn't sound like space exploration to me.
Well, propaganda was too obvious, so.
Yeah.
Counterintelligence is really the main idea. They want to counter your intelligence. Fucking Jedi, I didn't know that. Chemtrails are caused by refraction?
I just had an epiphany, mate. Also, I was sitting here, bored out of my mind.
Dude, Mick West endorses that message.
I'm sure he does, dude.
Chemtrails are there to create the refraction so that we can't figure out that it's to make it look flatter, so to confuse everybody.
Oh, that's what started Flat Earth, right? Right when they started chemtrailing.
Oh,
So we're
yeah,
just
they
like,
kind of.
look how
they
flat
got-
it looks.
Yeah, they got just in front of us. Like, chemtrails started coming out like mid-90s, early 2000s. Flat Earth a little bit after that. So they just started adding more chemtrails for a little bit more refraction.
Plus, it helps in war. You can see farther.
Yeah, isn't that how the British won at Waterloo?
Well, putting shit in the air so we could see further. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Dude, there was a steep refraction gradient, and they could look right in Napoleon's tent and read his battle plan.
If it was possible, the British spy agencies would have been right on it, mate, I guarantee.
Hey guys, I'm new to the server. I came here to improve my English. Excuse me, does anybody speak English here?
Nie.
Jakie mówi?
Nie angielski.
Sprechen Sie alle Englisch?
Well, hello.
Hello, was that English?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, how are you? You good?
Yes. It's a very strange type of English that you speak.
Well, my question is it really important if we knew that Earth is flat or not?
It's less important than knowing that you have to breathe, drink water, and consume some calories on a
Well,
regular
it's
basis.
not
But
the same,
it's up there.
actually.
What?
Actually, breathing it's necessary, but knowing if whether the Earth is flat or no, it's not really necessary.
Yeah, it's not necessary for survival. Otherwise, everybody would be dead. Not everybody, but most people.
Have you gained anything by debating?
Yes.
Which is?
Mostly, I've improved my English skills and critical thinking skills.
Nice.
How about you?
Well, I'm not talking about yourself, but like in general.
Well, you just asked him what he had improved, and now you're expecting him to tell what someone else has improved.
Well, like the main topic is the flat Earth. It's not improving English or the critical thinking.
Well, you might want to look what server you're in, bruv.
Okay. Anyways, good luck.
What, you've got no proof of curvature? You're just going to come in here and go, blah, 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 I don't know how it's going to affect my life, and then kick rocks?
Well, okay. I don't care.
Thank you for telling us that you don't care. Have a great day.
I'm going to quickly go into the vegan chat and tell them I don't care.
At all.
Let me go channel to channel and just tell the ones I don't care about that I don't care.
Anything else you don't care about? Might as well get it off your chest. What about cars driving the wrong way on the street? You don't care about that? You might if you went to the wrong country, you got hit by a fucking car. That'd be a bitch.
When cars don't indicate, that fucks me off. What about you, Rob?
Ooh, blinking off of roundabouts triggers me. Or the lack thereof, I should say.
I got to go to sleep. I'm drifting off. Like a silly topic to just.
Really? So you don't care?
No, at all.
I thought you wouldn't care about sleep.
No. I would.
So you came in here today to tell us that you don't care.
Well, he kind of does care. I can tell in his voice that he wants to, preserve that cog-des feeling from becoming stronger.
Ah, I see. So him saying that he needs to go to sleep is a defensive mechanism because he cares about how he's going to be affected. Okay.
Yeah, that's why he started this whole. Oh, why is it really of value to know the actual shape of the Earth?
I get you,
brother. Have you gained anything by debating? Well,
yes, we all have.
Yeah, he's already told you. He answered that question. What? You chose not to care and not to listen? That's rude, especially when you've asked the question.
No, I'm
Give
listening.
him a break. He's in the
So
UK
what was his
and
answer?
it's late at night. Had a few beers, right? Maybe an ale or two. He's reclining in his bed right now and he's just chit-chatting on the internet. So let's not set the bar too high.
So, Rob, we're actually running an event right now. Can you see the name of the event?
Not really. Why doesn't anyone have any what? It's not clear since I'm using the phone.
Oh, okay. Why doesn't anyone have any globe proof?
I don't care.
At least he's consistent.
Who told you that we didn't have globe proofs?
Oh, really? Such as?
Why does the sun set? And
That's
why?
a question, not proof. Try again.
He gave up. He's
I gotta,
gone.
Hey, no, come
I gotta
back.
say the quality of this conversation has not been the greatest, but I have to say that everybody's English here so far has been exceptional.
Hey, thank you.
I didn't mean you, Jedi.
Hey, come on.
I'm just
My English has improved since I've been here.
Yeah, it's quite good.
I've learned to speak clearer and enunciate.
Nice.
If you've got any PDF file about that topic, I would like him to read more about it. Okay. What?
Would you like to retract that statement, Peter?
Well,
Well, this guy's not even trying.
If you've got any PDF file, I would like to read more of that topic.
Which topic? Which PDF file?
Flat Earth.
As long as it comes in the PDF, mate, it's good enough for him.
Does it have to be a PDF?
A book.
Oh, a book.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put a book for you in the side chat. In the form of a PDF.
Oh, wow.
It's really easy to read, actually. It's handwritten.
Nice title.
but not a name. Hello, hello.
Welcome. Well, I've lost me touch.